ECL action coming your way in Finals Friday. Once again, Group B, we started with 6. We lost 2 teams yesterday. So last 4 standing in Group B. And I can tell you, any one of these teams is capable of grabbing that qualifying spot. So settle in for a big day of action. Mr. Maximo here. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League. And it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. It's another Friday, another Finals Friday in Group B. 4 teams left standing. The prize is big. At the end of the day, we'll have our Group B qualifier who will come back in the 6th week, Championship week, which starts on the 14th of March. Starting with the first match of 4 today, it's qualifier number 1 between the Brigade All-Ireland champions and Royal Tigers of Budapest in Hungary. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the 2 captains for the Giant. Coin toss.
Okay, this is your call. BET2BALL. BET2BALL is called. And it is Bet. You like to bowl first. You like to bowl first. Okay.
Well, there you go. The news from the toss is that Royal Tigers skipper Harsh Mandian, he went BET2BALL, and it did work out that way. And so that means that they will be bowling first. Look, I always think a bit of a risk when you're chasing in such a big game like this. Of course, the big prize on the line is a place in the final. And I think Brigade, they won't mind setting a target. We know it is difficult to field first up in the morning. A little bit of dew around, but look, not too bad. So let's just see how that works out. Of course, for Royal Tigers, they have a very dynamic batting lineup with Zishan Kukakel and Zahir Safi. He really came of age yesterday. I liked some of his big hitting as well as the protractor. Well, he is always a key player for the men. You'll see in orange. Brigade, though, They've been improving steadily as the week went on, and they were ranked 2 after the round robin, but now they come in as the top seed today. And some of their key players, of course, Ryan McBeth. I loved his half century yesterday. I was thinking that he just needed that opportunity with the bat, and he certainly delivered. They've got some other good hitters in there, like McDade and McCarter as well. But the question is, well, how are they feeling at the back end of this week? Talk about the conditions today. We're expecting more of the same. Quite a lot of sunshine yesterday. I think we'll get a maximum temperature in the low 20s. Currently, it's about 13 degrees to get this one going. Well, Rico, I can tell you that before we go up to you, that both these teams, they've met twice this week already. Both times it was Brigade that had narrow victories. Will the Tigers get the revenge here in qualifier number 1? The prize is a place in the final, and there'll be a great seat for that qualifying spot. So let's go up to the commentary box now and get ready for the first ball. The news from the toss is Royal Tigers. They won the toss and they'll be fielding first.
Hello, good morning, cricket lovers around the world. Well, look at this. I tell you what, our spring production boys, not only do they capture some magical moments of the cricket, well, a little bit of nature for you as well. That is absolutely sensational. Wow. Well, what a nice start to the day. And I think there's going to be a little bit of wow factor out there in the field as well. So see our men in black, Charles Croucher and Harrison Ward, on their way out. And it's going to be a nippy start. When we got to the ground this morning, about 4 degrees. And, but it will, as you know, warm up. The Tigers, you see them there on your screen, the champions of Hungary. Will this be third time lucky for them against Brigade? Remember, one of these teams will go through to the final. And, well, that's what they're thinking there. That's what our computer says. Brigade, 95 expected score. And the Tigers to get there. Oh, what do you think about that at home? Good morning to you, of course, wherever you're tuning in from. Here we go. Here's the first delivery. It was quite a wide one and in the air and just over the fielder. Well struck from McCarter, and they are going with McCarter and Ryan McBeth. No surprise there, McBeth, as you heard, Vinny Sandhu missed the Maximo say. Batted really well yesterday, yeah, really wide. But, well, McCarter says, I'm after it. I think he was just a little bit nervy there when he struck that. He thought perhaps the jumping figure of Aslan Basharat was maybe going to pluck it. It wasn't to be. Jayar Rahman opening the bowling here. Doesn't always open up. They normally go with Harsh Mandian, electing not to open the first one. This time it's just played out onto the off and they'll take the single. Yeah, so going back to that, I know Vinny reflected on that as well. 2 times before that these teams have met, Brigade have managed to come up with the win. The first time, Tigers had it all under control, and you'd have to say that in the run chase they sort of threw it away. Though credit to Brigade for the way they came back into that game. But, well, yesterday in that play of 2, it was all about Brigade. They did the right thing. They restricted the Royal Tigers to 89 and then knocked them off fairly comfortably. They decides to leave this one, and it is called a wide. That is a good lead. And I think that's probably why this time round the Royal Tigers, Budapest, decided that maybe they'll put their opponents into bat first on this chilly morning here in Malaga. Short, punished, and it's as simple as that. If you bowl a bad ball, it will get put away. And McBeth, he was in brilliant form yesterday. Scored a fantastic half century, 55 of 32 deliveries against Griffins in that very, very close match. Brigade won it by 7 runs, and that's why they booked themselves this chance. More on that in a minute. It's nicely played. Sees the ball early, gets into position well, doesn't he, Macbeth? And remember that this is what we call Qualifier 1, meaning that whoever wins this will then be able to sit back, relax a little, and watch the action unfold in front of them for the rest of the day, because they will book their place in the final today at 5 o'clock. It's this one from Rahman is better length, gets through. Dot ball. The loser will then go on, and well, they've got a difficult match, haven't they? Because they will play the winners of the Eliminator number 3 next up at 11 o'clock between Griffins, champions of Guernsey, single taken here, and Vika, the champions of Norway. So it's going to be a tense wait for the losers, but they do get that second chance, and that's why it was so important to finish in the top 2. The first over comes to an end, 12 from it. Some nice shots played by both batters, both registering boundaries. And my feeling is that Brigade, they will be looking for 110, 120, 110 being the minimum, and they'll believe that they have the bowling attack and also the tactics to restrict a very strong and aggressive Royal Tigers side from getting those runs. But we know that if the Tigers do get going, they can knock them off pretty quickly. Rico Full here, and coming back into the commentary box now, looking a little bit chilled, is our very own Mr. Maximo. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Rico. Well, unfortunately, I started the day with a bit of fake news. I got told it was 13 degrees. I checked, actually it's 8 to start this one, as we say. Prashant, who comes into the lineup for the first time, and Badash Pratar opening the bowling. So yeah, different change of tactic, not opening with the captain, Harsh Mandian, first over. Gone for all pace, opening attack. It's a really tough one to call. I saw on the bat versus ball wall, Supercomputer was predicting Tigers 101 to 95. That's an indication. I think it's going to be a really close contest. You put yourself in the box seat for qualification if you can win this one and book your spot in the final.
Oh, well, got very fortunate here, the fielder. I don't think he knows too much about this. I think this is Deldar. I think he's, I don't know, it looked to me like he's lost it, and he ends up hitting his leg. He
must have steel cap boots or shin pads or something. I have no idea how he stopped that this time of the morning. He's just giving it the, put the hoof out, and yeah, just shakes it off like it's
Hold
nothing.
out there, that's going to be stinging. Go by, and it is eventually called a wide. Thinks about it, the umps. Hey, where they be keeping this guy in pressure?
Yeah, I'm not sure why they haven't inserted him earlier. But just a bit too wide of the off stump. But yeah,
nice,
good addition. Nice to have someone to be able to come in at this stage. Yeah. I know that's a bit of a war of attrition when it gets to finals Friday.
Shot. And probably not right out the middle of the bat, but he gets it in the gap, and that's always going to be 4 runs. Nice one to play in the power play. Remember, only 2 men allowed outside the ring, and they've deployed both of those on the offside, so at point and 3rd man. So any hit like that, you hit it well enough, it's going to go over him.
Got to say, I'm a big fan of Macbeth at the top of the order. Batting as low as 8, I think, earlier in the week. It's not quite flying away yet this innings, but certainly a promising start. 2-ball start for Brigade.
Wants the single and will get it. And, like this from Pitesh Prashar. I tell you what, I mean, wherever they've been hiding him, I bet Griffins were hoping they've got a few hidden somewhere.
Yeah.
Because they are struggling. It's going to be interesting. That next match up here, the all-important one, the Eliminator 3, because well, they have a few injuries, a few concerns, don't they?
Yeah, fitness super important. Short matches, but there's a lot of them in a short space of time.
I feel right, and yeah, that's fair enough. I think I'd say that to any bowler. If you're running in and you just don't feel comfortable, yeah, stop, go back. Better to get it right than let a loose one go and he gets punished. He wants to finish this over well. 1 for 7 so far of the 4 deliveries. Well bowled again, just dug up. Just waiting really to pounce on any loose delivery both these batters. They're not taking any unnecessary risk.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Get that 100 on the board. You never know what you're going to get from Royal Tigers. You do kind of know what you're going to get. You're going to get a lot of action. It's just you don't know how it's going to work out. I think they gambled with the double dynamos at the top of the order yesterday. And they promoted Zahir Safi to open with Zishan Kukakel.
Firmly struck. There was a man out there, and he does really well. Really good bit of ground fielding there again from Basharat.
Yeah, that's a really important stop. Still a bit of dew. Skates over the surface pretty quickly. Takes us to the end of the second over. 21 for no loss after 2. There's what's ahead of us today. You can see this is qualifier 1, which will be for the first spot in the final, which is the final match later on today. The loser of this match will play the winner of Griffins and Bjurvika in qualifier 2. So whoever ultimately wins this finals day, they will join Tunbridge Wells in Championship Week.
That's correct. Tunbridge Wells. Well, good morning to the champions of England. No doubt they'll be watching this day with intent, knowing which team will be joining them. Remember, that final will be coming up in week 6. Yes, it's amazing. Week 6, starting on the 14th of March. So that will be, the final will be the 144th game. So we've just seen a change there. It looks like
Zishan
come off.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he was struggling a couple of things, particularly he took some skin off his elbow yesterday. Anyway.
Gone. Bowled him all the way through. And gone right across the line here. And J.R. Rahman knocks the stumps over. Was well bowled. They needed that wicket. And, well, they were being quite patient. But Macbeth here, he decided that he wanted to go after this one. Wasn't really there for the shot. And the Tigers have got their breakthrough. And it's the one that has come on, the 12th man. Just watch this. Yeah, good bit of movement.
Comes back, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely comes back off the seam. And that's what does Macbeth. He tries to hit it all the way to Championship Week. He doesn't hit, hits the top of off. Look at that. And yeah, just the top of off stump bounces over a Hooja. And Macbeth's got a bounce too. He goes for 11 with a couple of boundaries. First wicket falls on finals Friday. It's 21 for 1.
Yeah, good bit of bowling then. I mean, he's a bowler that myself and Rory Rutledge has been very impressed with. Jaraman. And he's always been in the wickets. A tricky contender. This man here, the captain, Andrew Britton, comes to the crease. He'll be hoping to find his form. He's been scratching around, has to be said. Yesterday, we saw a little bit better from him, 25 of 16, and it was against the Tigers that he scored those runs, but he always gives a chance, and he was lucky there. So he's hoping to contribute and get a few more on the board.
There he is facing Jaraman.
Ball. That movement there again from Jaraman, but that's not the best delivery to the new batter. He wanted to really be right up there, making the captain Britain play.
Got to say a quick hello to everyone that's watching and that's involved in the live chat today on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's great to have your company.
Just a gentle plod out on the offside to get Britain off the mark.
A lot of people excited for finals Friday. Rico, why wouldn't you be? As Championship Week will have another little piece of the puzzle filled in by the end of the day. And I honestly don't think you can say who's even favourite today. I mean, really all 4 teams, I could realistically see them doing this.
Yeah.
Griffins and Bjurvika may be slightly behind these two because of a couple of injuries and workload, I suppose, with those 2 teams. But still, I mean, you saw Drew come from the clouds last week, almost pull it off against Tunbridge Wells. And I think it's going to be an interesting battle. Royal Tigers, obviously, they played a lot more T10 cricket. There's 7 members of the Hungarian national side that we saw in the ECC back in this very ground back in September, October. I think they bring a lot of experience to the table and that approach, but Brigade, they've been getting better and better.
Shot, wow, this is huge. That's a mammoth hit. 6 runs, 6 of the best. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es una grande 6.
Well, this one doesn't endanger anyone in the bar because this one goes over it. This is a massive hit.
Oh,
That was about as good as you can hit a pull shot from McCarter. He maybe doesn't have too good legs, but what he does have is a fantastic bat, and that one's disappeared out of here. 6 runs.
well, what a blast that is. That was brutal. McCarter.
Look at everyone
Well,
watching that one, craning their necks, saying, where has that landed? That one's going to have to catch a bus back.
well, that was really, I mean, that was hit so hard. But, I mean, it is chilly in there, as we say. I'm surprised that Kookaburra ball didn't shatter. Just,
It's always a good idea as a bowler then to find some reason that you've bowled a ball that's been hit into outer space.
yeah, I mean, look, he's about to finish his spell, so I think that just him trying to put that one behind him and say, yeah, that's the reason why. Well, can he come back? Can he come back with a good in here? What a shot that was from McCarter. Here we go. And, sensible. Just thinks he doesn't need to do anything silly. I think they've got in mind here the 10 and over for sure. That's what they're trying to do. And I think you can see that's reflected in that shot there from McCarter. Doesn't do anything silly. Single taken. Let's ball the over.
It's for the power play.
Well, Andrew Britton, he has different ideas, and we've seen this from him all the way through this week. He'll play and miss. He'll get lucky sometimes, and sometimes he won't. But if he can just find his rhythm, I think he's able to score and score quickly. End of the power play, 30 for 1.
A bit of action already this morning. This power play saw 3 4s and a massive 6. But still 30 is par for the course. 10 to 11 and over, I think, seems to be the going rate. I think no matter what you get, I think the Tigers are capable of chasing it if they get going, but it'll be a very even contest, I feel. It hangs in the balance at the moment. 4th overtime. It's Prashar. He's going to bowl out.
Nicely played. Well as well. It's the single.
Let's have a look at the some Group B action, and look at this here. Most runs this week, 227, including the highest individual score of 74 not out. Most wickets, Hussain. I think that's on a count back because Bar has also got 11. So
I was looking at some of the all-time stats. If Luke Letizia, let's try that again.
Go on.
If Luke Letizia gets another half century today, he'll be right up there, joint, because that's the most 50s in these years. It's been 3.
is that right?
Yeah, so he'll be joint top. And we know he's got 2 already.
Yeah, 2 on the bounce, didn't he?
But his fitness, isn't it? He's struggling.
Yeah.
Interesting to see how he goes about today.
They'll be thankful, Griffins, if they do happen to qualify, that they get the 3 weeks off, I think, before Championship week. He's talking about the pros and cons of playing your qualifying week early or later in the tournament. Highest score this week, 149. Actually saw yesterday. The Bulgarian again. Another person, Prakash Mishra, is in the chat. The Indo-Bulgarian skipper, who said this, he really enjoyed this week. Called this the biggest festival of cricket in Europe.
I like those words. I really do like those words, and I think, yeah, it is. I mean, how can you argue against that? 6 weeks. Stuck out. Well, Singhu's bowled well, hasn't he?
Played really well.
Bashar, I mean, it's a good one to have up your sleeve. And
I
bring
wonder
him
if
in.
this is a bit tactical as well from the Royal Tigers to hold Prashar back
Yeah.
to today. Just a bit of X factor coming in. This is right where you want to be. Turns out to a low full toss, but pretty much up in the block hole.
And he's got lucky, and that goes all the way. 6 runs. Well, Diana, this is coming your way. Well, how much did Diana know about this? I think she was snapping something else, and that ball smashes into the fence in front of her. But that 6 more, the second maximum of the morning, and it comes from the bat, or one part of the bat of Andrew Britton. I don't think it's quite the part he was wanting this to hit, but look, gets the edge, flies over. Well, one thing he will do is swing hard. They needed that in this over.
That was a backwards Maximo. Diana, a very good look. I'll say it is still very, very nippy. Cracked double figures though, 10 degrees. Last ball the over.
Over pitched, but gets lucky. Goes to that man who's fielding immaculately out there at the moment. Harisan Basharat.
That does take us to the end of 4. Another 10 off that. So 40 for 1. Very good morning to you, wherever you're watching around the world. And
good morning.
One thing I think that we should look into is a heater in the commentary box. Because I will say it's 10 degrees, but at least they're in the sun.
You know, I know the Winter Olympics are on at the moment. I think you're
just getting in the spirit of it. I'm still shivering. I need to get those hand warmers. How about you? You're supporting the Royal Tigers?
Well, you know what? You know that I
day?
like the orange, and that's why I've liked the kit of the Royal Tigers. Well, you never know.
Yeah.
Maybe this will rub off on them, and then maybe
could be.
they get a bit of
Morning
luck.
to everyone, though. Hope you stay with us because it's going to be a great day of cricket, and we'll find out who will join Tunbridge Wells in Championship Week. And then looking ahead to next week, we'll have 6 brand new teams here.
Next time you come in, can you leave your skis the other side of the door? I tripped over them this morning.
Outside, could probably use them. What do you think about fielding first, though? I mean, that sounds like a nightmare to me to win the toss and field first. Can't be easy.
Yeah, my thoughts on that in a moment. And that's going to be 4 runs. Shouts of catch it, but Abhishek Gopal just watches that sail past him. And well, they've gone with the captain now, Harsh Mandian, just taking the pace off the ball. Normally, we have seen him open, so there has been a tactical change. Look, I think this is all about, they've played Brigade a couple of times, and Brigade have been able to, when they've got, on both occasions, they've been able to stop their flow of runs just when required. So I think they're thinking here is, well, okay, let them bat first and let's chase. Maybe our batters, our hitters can apply themselves better when they're actually chasing. I think that's what this is about, rather than put the score on the ball.
It's tactical, but I mean, probably the first game of the day is the one game where you think the conditions might affect things. So I think fielding when it's a little bit less dewy, a little bit warmer as well. I think it may slow the outfield down a little bit, but I think this kind of a field, it doesn't make too much of a difference. A lot of the time you're not even using the outfield. Imagine.
Chance taken, and a bit of catching practice, and McCarter, he'll be very disappointed with this shot. I mean, there's a man that's been put there, and Harsh, well, he just floats this up a bit, maybe wraps his fingers around this one a little bit more, slows it right up, but wasn't a good shot.
This is the leg spinner. He doesn't bowl many of them, but it certainly is the leg spinner. Doesn't really turn a lot, but it was the variation. McCarter fancied himself to lift this one out of the ground, but all he did was find Kai Madelda. So, did hit one over the bar, and this one hits Delda, and that is the end of the opener. He goes for 17, and the score's 45 for 2.
Yeah, both openers now back in the hut.
That's a harder catch than it looked.
At this time of day,
Yeah.
when it's cold,
That's why I said it.
And bearing in mind that Delta did wear one on his ankle
Delta
early.
didn't even offer the hands 2 overs. That's the difference 3 overs makes.
Come on, boys, come on.
But he picked him right
Easy,
up.
it's easy to get that ball to burst through your hands. I think the way it's hit, still hit pretty hard, flat. So contending with the sun a little bit, that part of the ground. Nice catch by Kaiba. Manjian gets the wicket, and now gets the ball to Adam McDade.
Dave gets this really well. Nice shot. Hold along the deck to the man on the boundary on the offside. I think they've, the Tigers, I mean, they have played Brigade, or these two teams have played each other twice, so they know each other pretty well. And you can see that reflected on this field. It's working for them at the moment. this up. Clever bowling. Really good variations there from the captain, Harsh.
Oh, it's a bit sloppy.
Hoi, hoi, hoi.
It's gotten past Ahuja. I don't know if that was into the sun or what's going on, but there's no one backing up. On the leg side all the way back, so they get a second they shouldn't have gotten.
Yeah, not happy about that. You heard him say, oh, ki kar dita. Oi, ki kar dita. Yeah, what have you done there? No need for it.
Last ball, the over for Manjan. Successful one.
Could have gone anywhere. Could have gone anywhere. And fortunately for the captain, it doesn't go onto his stumps. End of the over. It's a good one. Picks up the wicket. Only concedes 8 runs.
Yeah, pretty good over. Just holding at the moment, aren't they? They haven't had really terrible over. All of them pretty similar. Over by over scores in the first half. 12, 9, 9, 10, 8. So every over's had one boundary except the first, which had 2. It hasn't been that big over where you felt things have really gotten moving for Brigade, and also they have lost 2 wickets along the way. Still got some good bowling options, including the protractor. Abhishek Kedapal. Looks like he's coming in to bowl the next one. So you know that he'll get 2.
Yeah.
Manjan, you know that he'll get a second. So there's 3 of your 5 overs. And
these two put in a good partnership together last time against Royal Tigers. Andrew Britton, as I mentioned earlier, scored 25 or 16. But Adam McDade, he was 25 not out or 24 deliveries. So the Tigers will want to see the back of both of these batters, especially McDade. I mean, I don't think we've seen the best of him yet.
Yeah, exactly. They've got some other options though with the ball. Tigers, they've got Delta that's been bowling a fair bit this week. They've got Basharat as well. So, yeah, let's see who they go with. Zishan, will he get a bowl?
Oh, there, totally misses this, and it's that's criminal. Ends up being 4 runs. You've got to do better here. And, okay, if you don't make it into a catch, you've got to stop the boundary. And he's sort of, I mean, he's walked all around this.
It's the adventures of Delta. Out of the circle, he's been great. In the circle, somehow he's overrun this. You see the shadow. I think it is low, though. Just have a look at the way he kind of overruns it. This one costs him 4. That could be expensive.
Yeah, he does take 1 catch, but that's another one. That's an opportunity there, really. They've bought. So to Kedapal, they've gone with 2 men out on the offside for that sort of cut shot with dab to third.
Protractor won't be happy. Tell you that much.
Full toss, and this could be high. It has been called, and we saw him do this yesterday. It's not like him at all. Full toss, no ball called, and smashed over point for a huge 6.
Yeah, this is really, really costly. Again, I think it's to do with the conditions. It's hard to get warm. Maybe a slightly slippery ball. This one is high. I think it's a good call from Charles Croucher, and costs them 6. So an unheavenly 7 for the Tigers, and now free hit coming up.
You don't want to feed McDade early, do you? I mean, you want him to work for his runs and try and get himself in. You feed him that, he's got a boundary, hit a 6, and now he's got the license to go the full Monty. He's usually, I mean, we saw him do this yesterday. He came back with a good delivery afterwards. McDade is going to go after him here.
Got to dodge a bullet and try and get this over back on track. Abhishek Kedapal. Decent week with the bat as well.
That's Kedapal at his best. That's what he's renowned for. He's always there in the wickets. Such a reliable player. What a player to have in your side.
Yeah, this one just kind of slides into the pads and cramps McDade. So he's just going to work his way back in here. It's effectively 12 off the over already. Only 2 balls in. It's a bit like hitting 2 6s.
Good shot. Struck really firmly. Work had to be done. Thought about the second maybe, but good recovery from the fielder, and that's more like it. And that's the sort of things that the Tigers have to do out there. That will rub off on one another. Really nice shot.
Yeah, mind you, was to make sure that wasn't getting past him. Got everything down behind it. And Caterpillar working on that ball with the rag, drying it off.
Gets this one through. Ward. Man in black, he's quite happy with that, gives it a good look.
Just trying to get back into this over. Make it not too disastrous. If it ends up going for about 15, that's fine, considering like 11 off the first ball.
Shot, and this looks like it's going all the way as well, and it does. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 más. Qué guay, qué genial. Eso es como me gusta. Así, así, así.
McDade gets another. And it's a bit of a clunker. It wasn't right out of the middle. But there's no one back. I think the wicket boundary now. They make that change. Delta does go back, but not before 6 runs are conceded. That's exactly what they're trying to avoid, especially after the disastrous start to this over for the Royal Tigers. Last ball of this.
Goes for another up in the air. 1 bounce, 4 runs. And really targeted Caterpillar here. And that's an expensive one. 24 off the over. And that's exactly what they needed to get themselves back on track to this score between 110 and 120.
Yeah, just opens the face. Clever batting. If he gets it behind point, he's going to get to the boundary. I counted 23, but regardless, it's a magical over in the 6th. And not what you expect from Caterpillar. 22 on a leg by. After 6 overs, it's 71 for 2. Who does your accounting, Rico? Where'd you get 24 from? Where'd you lose count?
Counting in Spain has to be done that way. Let me just say that. That's all.
Creatively.
I'm saying no more.
See?
It says 22 there, look.
22 plus 1, leg by.
I said he went for 22. I didn't say the over. Anyway.
Maybe wind back the tape. And also, I was going to ask you, what were you doing yesterday?
What do you mean, listen,
creeping into the highlights. About this time yesterday, we saw creeping into the highlights.
I want to know
doing
what
your makeup or whatever you're doing.
Guys were doing yesterday. There's me minding my own business. The next thing I know, when I'm in the fan zone, you get this shot of me coming up.
We hadn't wound you up yet because you're completely still.
I was plugged in. I was being charged up. Yeah, that was a bit of a shock. But anyway.
4 overs to go. We'll check in time. Now they're going it to a ball, essentially. So that 120's on.
Harsh doesn't come back. It surprises me a little. This looks like Basharat. I'll confirm that for you in a moment. And, well, Basharat goes for a big one straight away. Balle, balle. Ginna, Sona, Shaka. Lagia. Well, the attack is on from both these batters now.
This is kind of classic case of one batter who's been there. It's kind of warmed up. And Basharat comes in, rocks in, just bowls the ball in the slot and disappears.
Slower ball. I'm calling it. Let's have a look. Yeah, slightly slower. Basharat, we saw this yesterday. This is called a wide, so it's not a good start. 7 off 1 ball. And he bowled pretty well yesterday. He did take some punishment, but the reason why I said slower ball, his slower balls were quite effective.
Yeah, and I guess they do have options. They've got Zishan, Kikel as well as an option. They've got Karadelda as well as an option. Another wide.
It's going to be another wide.
So, yeah.
Interesting conversation happening in the chat there. All sorts of things. That's what we like to see. Man, Maya. Hello, Maya. How are you, Maya? Lovely to see you in there and enjoying the cricket. When are you here, Maya? I thought you were coming down one of these weeks.
I think week 4.
Week 4?
Maybe. I think that's when she was coming down. MSC Frankfurt will be here from Germany. And plenty of other teams. That's Group of Death, Group D.
Shot. And forget it. This is gone a long way. And the roar that erupts there from the bench of Brigade. And they're liking it. 6 more. Beautiful pickup.
Not looking good for the Royal Tigers. Basharat come in once in, bowls out length. Britton, now he's seeing it well. He's on the charge. It'll skip down the wicket, straight through the line. Copybook staff. That one disappears over the giant ball. Rico, that was 6 on any ground.
That was a huge 6. And what we saw and heard using some of our new technology when we were speaking with the umpires yesterday, Harrison Ward, he was asked a question, what law would you like to change? And he said 90 metres should be 12. Well, maybe that's 12. This time, they don't take a run.
I did hear that. I also heard poor Wardy getting a bit of a stitch up.
Oh, you know, Corey.
Corey asked what his ambitions are, and Harrison said, well, obviously to play for England one day, and Corey asked him, well, do you think that you'll be able to do that with a first-class average of 5? It's very, very cheeky from Corey.
And this is beautiful. What a lovely shot this is. 6 over extra cover. सवेरे सवेरे ठंड हैगी है पर हुन सारे गर्म हो गए पटाके चल पे ढोल भी बजाओ तो थोड़ा जिहा भंगड़ा भी पाओ 6 more.
This is the shot. That is the shot. If you can play that shot consistently, then you're going to have a good time on this field. And with these tactics, bowlers trying to go that wide hole and disappears. Classical cover drive. Beautiful batting. It's looking real dangerous here.
And that ain't going to do it because that's 6 more. Balle, balle. Well, he's taking Basharat to the sword here. There's a little bit of carnage going on here at the Cartama Oval.
Yeah, this over goes magical now. I was talking about charging you up, Rico. Well, who's charged up Britain? Because finally, looks like he's got his batteries going. And now, it's almost like he's one step ahead of Basharat in this over. Probably knows after pitching up and getting driven a couple of times, it's going to be shorter. He was waiting for it. He punished it.
52 between these two. Let's come up in no time. Full toss. And he's trying to put this in the gap between the two men on the leg side, the man at square and mid-wicket. Not able to, but he does get the single, keeps the strike. Another magical over. And that's 2 good bowlers that bowled really well yesterday have gone magical. That score has raced along to 98 to...
It's 4 sixes
There's
and
2
over.
handsome chaps there.
Look at that, that's us. Really sound to hear Mr. Maximo along with Rico Full. And Rico now on the Instagram. And I want to give you a shout out because, you know, because your first message, it was Ravi Teja or Mitubai. He sent you, when you had 2 Instagram followers.
Yeah.
It was him, it was Mitubai, or Ravi Teja, that sent you, hello, Mr. Rico. So there you go, and he wants a shout out. So there you go. And Rico, so how are you finding the Instagram?
Yeah,
Have you been taking a few selfies or what?
I'm going to be honest. Oh, this has been well stopped. I'm going to be honest. I need a bit of help. I know you've helped me with it a bit. And I have to shout out to our ECM photographer, Diana Horos. She's been really helpful as well. Because
we don't have that much time to get on the socials, do we? To be honest. But please, do give us a follow.
Well struck. And well fielded there on the boundary as well.
Follow me at Mr. Maximo, Rico.full.1 and Rico Full on Instagram. I'm going to see any bikini pics from you on Instagram. Everyone's excited.
Any what pics?
Bikini pics.
Okay, now you see now.
See, I'd like.
What are you on about here now?
Well, we are in Spain, Sunsea Sand.
Okay, yeah.
It's back to
Weekend
the game
coming.
here.
You got a bikini?
No comment.
Okay.
There was a Borat-like thing that. There won't be pictures of that. Nice cut shot, wasn't it? And Nanjian just gets a bit short and wide. And now the boundary's flowing. Nara's looking really dangerous. They're hoping to book race of a day off and come back in the final as they pass 100. And they're really motoring at the moment, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dangerous times here for the Tigers because unless they break this partnership, well, this score is moving along to around about, well, we were saying that they'd be looking at 110, 120 between that, but it could pass that. They need a breakthrough quick. So, slow delivery from Harsh. And I'd just like to reflect back to that. I mean, Harsh bowled over number 5. It was 48 for 2 at the end of that. Qualifier had an expensive one. He went for Basharat. I think that was the mistake. I think he needed to come back then.
Yeah, I suppose. And you may be leaving it too late as well, but hindsight's 2020.
Oh, that's 4 runs. Well, this is gone past. I think that's Zishan there. Doesn't look 100%. Now, this is where you got to get down. You got to get dirty. You got to try and stop this. Zishan sort of just lets it go past him. And no effort, no attempt at all. You won't see it in that shot. That's just a glorious shot. You see here, he's got to be sliding and trying to stop that. That's going to be disappointment for the captain. Captain throws himself around all over the place. He expects the same from his own fielders.
Last ball for Manjan.
It's that slower one again. It's punched out to mid-wicket, gets the single. And Britton, well, he's keeping the strike, isn't he? Have a look at that. McDade has only had 9 deliveries on 26. Andrew Britton, well, he's hitting it so well. He moves on to 48 of 20 deliveries. And can the captain bring up a half century here? What a time for him. We need to find his form.
109 for 2 after 8. I'll give you a stat. Brigade scored 48 runs in the first 5 overs. And they actually scored more than that in the next 2. They scored 50 off the next 2 overs. So they doubled their score, over doubled their score in the 2 overs that came after the halfway point. That one not the worst, but still a fair bit of damage. There were 11 off that one from Harsh Manjan. Now, I'm going to go to the protractor, and then the question will be who bowls the last one. Do you stick with Basharat? Probably not. You have to go to a Deldar or perhaps a Zishan, but we don't know about his fitness. 9th over.
So Ketapal, he's fired himself up. Look, his first over went for 22, 23 actually came off that over.
Yeah.
As you pointed out at the time. This is a bit of a risk because it's the same 2 batters. And they took him apart in that first over. Big roll of the dice from Harsh this. And short, shouts to catch it, and it has been caught. And he does get the wicket. It was a short one, it was there for the shot, and Britton goes for it, trying to bring up his half century with a boundary, but falls too short. It's a wicket, a partnership that had to break. And that could be so important because I really think if these 2 stayed together, the 130 plus was on. Now getting that wicket, well, they may be able to contain him to less than 120.
Yeah, breaks partnership of 64. I think Britton knows this. Seeing as he hits it. So good comeback from the protractor in the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, as we say. And that was a quick time, wasn't it? And then a really good knock by the captain. Skipper makes 48. Won't make the half century, but he's put his team in a very good position. Score now 109 for 3.
Yeah, he'll get a good ovation. He's done his part in trying to get his team into the final. Remember, the team that wins this will make it through to the Group B final. And, well, not a bad replacement, really, is it? I mean, you see Britton goes, and then Hussain, who I feel has just got better and better as matches have progressed in the group. We'll see him do his good work in the field as well with the ball. Terrific fielder. And, well, he can give the ball a good whack as well.
Ketapal.
It's a dot in, so what a turnaround, what an over this is so far. 2 dots and a wicket.
Keep it 120s here. Keep it 120s, and you've got the firepower if you're the Tigers, don't you?
Yeah.
You got the Tigers, and they'll be really keen to get out there and book a place in the final themselves. So, haven't batted them out of this match just yet, Brigade.
And they do go and take the one here. Won't mind that. But Hussain, I think, needed to do this because at least it gives McDade an opportunity to try and get something productive out of this over. So far, just the 1 run, 2 deliveries to go. He'll be looking for boundaries here. Got to be careful though. He doesn't want to give his wicket away because I think if he falls here now, well, then they're definitely not going to get to that 120.
Still got the Rubik's Cube of trying to work out who's going to bowl the last over though, Royal Tigers. They have to go to another option.
Well bowled. You can see he's fired up for this one. Abhishek Ketapal didn't like what happened to him in the first over, but he's got him and his team back in this.
Yeah, good comeback. This over's gone. Wicket, 1-1.
And it could be another wicket here. He's wants it of his own bowling, and no doubt he will get it. He does. Hussain falls. This is a terrific over. 2 wickets from him in it. And, well, Ketapal does what he does best. He's always, I think he's on average, taking 2 wickets every time he bowls.
Yeah, well, this is what champion players do. They had a bit of a setback. Not over back in over number 6. It went for 23. Only 2 singles come off the 9th and 2 wickets. He removes the 2 batters that were building that partnership. And that 130 looked a certainty, but now, not even the 120 necessarily is a foregone conclusion. Not an easy catch either. It's very, very high. Had to deal with it. Called everyone off. Did the business. That's the end of 9. Now 111 for 4. Good over by the protractor.
Yeah, the Nelson bringing up the wicket. It was a very good over. Terrific. And that means that 6 balls to go. There'll still be 1 in the 120 here. And thing is, though, you've got another new batter come in. But at least, I suppose, you've got now who's set on strike, and he'll want to probably face as many of these balls as possible, which brings the question, will he take the single if it's on?
Yeah, I think take what you can, I think.
Go with Deldar, and there's going to be work to be done by the fielder, and that's, I think he does touch the rope. The question is, does he have contact with the ball when he does? It's a really good stop from Jayaraman.
Yeah.
The question is he in contact with the ball?
The ball ejects once before he hits the rope. I just want to see if the ball comes and touches him again, because it's so I mean, so I just think this is worth a second look. See there. See, there is some rope in it. This will be the best look we've got, I think. See, that's fine. The ball's gone. Keep going. The ball's fine, gone here. But just keep it rolling here. He touches the rope.
I think that's for once.
You think so?
Yeah.
Is it touching his body?
Is it touching
Have
the
we got
ball?
a shot of
Maybe
the...
touching his body.
Got a shot of the rope when the rope is touched. We can go have one more look at that, because these runs could be crucial. See this one here, where's the ball now? Because you need to look at 2 things at once. You need to look at the rope and his body there. See, I think the ball's gone by then.
I thought maybe the ball had just rolled under his side, but it's very difficult to tell.
Yeah, because the ball looks like it might be in control with his body. Inconclusive, goes to the fielding team. So, in the end, it's a good stop.
And this one is up. It's catchable. Who wants it? The bowler says, I want it. Deldar. Well, he's had a mixed bunch out there. But that's another wicket called and bowled.
Yeah, another caught and bowled. And it is Deldar that's come on to bowl.
Now it's McDade.
It's Deldar does get the last over, gets the wicket. Nice bit of catching, another catch for him. He's been busy in this innings.
He has been busy. It's a nice one today. I think, who's that coming off? Looks like that's Ketapal. Maybe he's damaged his own hand when he took his caught and bowled. Off he goes, so the 12th man. So one will be back on again. But yeah, good wicket to get at this time, because you know they're targeting that 120. McDade has gone. He's made a good contribution. And remember, in that great partnership with his captain, he goes for 29 of 12. So 4 deliveries. 7 is what they'll want on the board. Brigade, the 120.
Yeah. It's been a really good comeback last couple of overs, hasn't it? Say quick hello to Sam Houghton, who's in the chat as well. Bit of Croatia chat in there.
It's pretty well, sort of walks into it, and just keep it to 1, think about the 2.
Yeah, it's been an innings of fits and starts. I mean, when you consider that 50 of these runs have come in 2 overs.
Yeah.
And what does that mean? You've got like 63 have come in this other 7.2 at under 9s. So they have held them at bay for a lot of this innings. Royal Tigers.
Swing and a miss, and that's the bit of disappointment there, Murdoch. Yeah, needs to get back onto ball.
Murdoch, did you hear what happened to him yesterday?
No, go on, tell me.
Tripped up the stairs, needed stitches
No way.
at the hotel. Yep. So anyway, didn't stop him getting on the park. It was a pretty tough unit, but
Stitches where?
you gotta watch yourself. Wasn't specific. Oh dear.
Gandhi. And well, look here, you got missed opportunity for the batters here.
Yeah.
You've got to be running this.
Yeah, you're not expecting to see something like this. But I think, yeah, a bit of lack of experience here. I think that's worth running on. You see how far Bar is already. As soon as you see that bounce, I think I'm calling yes and running.
Yeah.
And you're probably making it. It's one thing for a Hooja behind the stumps to even just stop it. Never mind pull off a run out. There's still 2 to come, 115 on the board. And hard here. Probably try for 2.
And I think they're going to get there as well. Are they?
He's out. He hasn't made it.
Yeah,
Look at this.
I think he's made it. That bat, I don't think the bat actually goes past the line, does it?
No, it jams. I don't know how it was slid or attempted to be slid. There's a bit of a guilty smile on the face of Murdoch. Well, he tripped up the stairs. He almost tripped over his bat. This time, it's not a pole vault. Let's have a look. He's out. I can already tell you he's out, as long as the stumps are breached correctly. Look at this. He's gone. Let's see. He's
Where is the bat?
batless. Never kept a 7 or kept it.
Oh, there it comes.
Yeah, there it is.
Play there.
It's a little bit of amateur pole vault from Murdoch. Have a look here. He's running away from screen here. And it's not really the best bat side. There you go. It's the old jam in. See, I told you.
It's a big divot there.
Off the pit. You got to try and slide your bat on the pitch. Otherwise, pay the penalty. And I'm just glad. It's a matter of time till someone jams their bat in there and, you know.
You wait for the old somersault.
Well, I'm just worried about the old impaling. Impaled by a cricket bat. It's not one you want. Anyway, had to push for 2. Would have made it if you could have held on to the bat. As it is, he's going to have to go for just that single. And the score now is 116 for 6 with 1 ball remaining in this innings. So a boundary will bring up the 120. What a good comeback this has been, though, when you consider they were 109 after 8.
Yeah.
Only 2 came off the night, so 111, and now on to 116 for 6 with a ball remaining. As we're going to come and see Ryan Barr will join his brother for the last ball.
Down with the left hand, so Dildar is going to get his radar adjusted. And no doubt that Ryan Barr will be looking for the big shot. Maximo gets him to the 120. Boundary, the 4 will mean that 120 is what's required. But whatever does happen, hit it or not, he'll be running.
Trap yourself in.
He does hit it and chase off for the fielder, and a marvellous effort, but he can't stop it. So it does go to the boundary. They do finish with 4, so 120 will go on the board.
Yeah, nice even figure. 122 a ball required then for all Tigers. Nibble can place in the final brigade. I think that's the kind of score they would have been aiming for when they were asked to bat first. I think they probably would have batted first anyway, if I'm honest. It was a good effort, but you see the ball ending up the other side of the rope. So that was no doubt about the 4 runs there to finish the innings. And the Irish will be coming out defending. A nice little kick up for them at the end. As Brigade, well, they're hoping to join Tunbridge Wells as qualifiers for week 6. And I think they've got a good score on the board. Certainly, Royal Tigers, they have the kind of firepower to be able to chase down a 2-ball score. Which Royal Tigers will we see? That's the question in the second half of this, the first qualifier. Match 21 of Group B.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be pretty happy with their work, because I think at one point, especially after the 8th over, they probably were thinking it's going to be 130, maybe 140, but T10 does what he does best. He bowled a terrific 9th over. The 10th wasn't too bad, but they do end up with the 120. So both teams, I think, at the moment here will be relatively happy. Yeah, well, we're loving it as well. Have a look at the highlights early on. Well, it was some good, entertaining, attacking shots being played by MacArthur and Macbeth, both of them hitting the boundaries. But Macbeth was the first to fall, and I think he'd be disappointed with his shot selection when he got bowled. I mean, this one flew over. Well, that was Andrew Britton when he was out there. And we said that he does have a little bit of luck to start off with, but once he gets going, he can be dangerous. I think today was probably the first time we saw him at his best. Well, that was a nice catch there, taken by Deldar. And Harsh, well, you know what the captain of the Tigers will do. He'll give 110% all the time, but we saw 110% as well from Andrew Britton as well, from Brigade. He played shots all around the park, including 1 or 2 big sixes, but then when he was eyeing up a 50 himself, it would have been his first in this championship. He's getting caught on the boundary, and with that wicket going, and then McDade following soon afterwards, after this great over, that one there, that was over number 9 for BET2BALL. The Tigers, they did get themselves back in it. This one, well, was very difficult to see if he did have contact with the ball or not once he touched the rope, and in the end it was given not as a boundary. And then Deldar came in, and same as BET2BALL, caught a bold opportunity for him. He took one, then we had this run out as well. But that boundary off the very last ball, despite the efforts of the fielder, and to the joy of course, Brigade, means that 120 did go on the board. And in summary, 48 scored off the first 5 overs and 72 off the second 5. So Brigade have done exactly what they would have liked to have done, got the acceleration in, but they'd be disappointed slightly as well that the likes of Hussain Murdoch weren't able to just register a few more runs in there, and McDade and Britton falling pretty close to each other, so weren't able to capitalise as much as they would have liked to in the last 2 overs of their innings. Bowling figures there, well, some of the bowlers did take some stick. BET2BALL's first over went for 22. That just goes to show how good his second was, but he did take 2 wickets once again. Deldar bowled a good one there right at the end, just 9 runs coming from it. But all round, I think it was a nice steady performance. I think the opening bowlers, Araman and Prashar, I liked him coming into the attack as well, and that's what made it difficult for Brigade the first 5. And you can see there was the acceleration. That was the overs that we were talking about. We're in 2 overs, they doubled the score that was scored in the first 5 more or less. Andrew Britton, 48 of 22. I think he was solid today, hit the ball really well. Adam McDade has always contributed. MacArthur, disappointed, I think, the way he got out. He was going at a good rate. Bad shot selection from him. 120 on the board. Is that enough to get Brigade into the final later on today, or are we going to see something amazing from the Royal Tigers again, the champions from Hungary? We know that they're an attacking force. We know they like to attack. We know that's what's going to be on their mind here again, but they will also know that Brigade, they haven't been able to get past them so far on 2 occasions. Will it be third time lucky? Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, in about 10 minutes time when we come back to the conclusion of the very first qualifier, and we will learn which team out of these 2 will make it through to the final later today. Bienvenidos al campo de Cartama. Eso es the Liga de Campeones de Cricket. Hello and welcome back. Lovely aerial shot there of the surroundings and the landscape. And the Sierra de Cartama, the mountain range that surrounds this beautiful location. The home of cricket in Spain and, well, the home of the European Cricket Network for the next 6 weeks. It is, of course, the BET2BALL European Cricket League. We're into week 2, so Group B, and well, we're close to finding out which will be our first team to make it through to the group final later here today. Royal Tigers, you see there, their opening batters making their way out to the middle. Plenty for them to talk about. Zishan, Cookie Hill and Zahir Safi. Safi made a superb start yesterday as an opener. 121 is what they're chasing for victory against a Brigade side who, after losing and badly losing their first match against Griffins back on match 1, day 1, by 53 runs, have well, been inspired and just got better and better. Certainly the informed team at the moment. They're unbeaten since then, and they're looking to continue that all the way through to the final and, well, maybe and beyond, and be the team that joins Tunbridge Wells when we return for finals week on the 14th of March. To do that, they're going to have to contain the Master Blasters, the hard hitters of this Royal Tigers team, the champions of Hungary. It will be Zishan Hill that will be on strike, and it's up in the air. Opportunity first up, and oh well, I cannot believe that. I was just about to say, I don't think this one is going to be dropped, and it is. Simon Alford, he has been so good. Can't believe that. That is unbelievable, and I'm almost speechless. No, he's got to put that at the back of his mind. Alford, he doesn't even get gloves to it. What a opportunity that is. Well, that's quite amazing. Andrew Britton, look at this. He just totally misses it. And, well, that's what happens. Cut goes down, and next thing you know, bang, big hit. 6 runs. That's going to hurt. That's going to sting. It's a cruel game sometimes. And Zishan, he's in trouble. He has got an issue. We saw that when he was fielding. I reckon he's got an issue with his groin here. Groin strain. And gritting his teeth. Beats him outside the off stump here. Got to get back in it. I mean, certainly Simon Alford, I think that will play on his mind for a while. It could have been 0 for 1. Oh, look at this. It's just, I mean, I don't know. I can't think of any reasons behind it. And look at Andrew Britton there. He can't believe it either. Another chance maybe. Maybe not. That's going to go all the way. Well, what an interesting shot this is. Once again, Zishan is in agony, but he still manages to get enough power in this. This is, well, how does he get the power into this shot? His body is nowhere. This is just all brute force. I can't believe that's gone over for 6. Zishan struggling, but hitting big. There may be problems with his lower body, but his upper body and the upper body strength is strong. This one is a chance. Will it be held? And no mistakes. So Zishan does go. Well, he's hit 2 big 6s. So, well, I tell you who's breathing a big sigh of relief. And that's Simon Alford. And, well, I don't know, he and the captain. Well, here we go. They do have a little smile to each other. Well, that's nice to see. You're all forgiven, Simon. Don't worry. You're all forgiven. It's only cost you 12 runs. I say only. Sometimes it's only a matter of runs. that decide these contests. So that still could prove to be a big moment, but no mistakes there. That's exactly what they needed. It needed that wicket early. Zishan does go. And, question marks will be over Zishan's fitness now. Now, whatever the outcome here is, we know that it'll definitely have 1, possibly 2 more matches to play. Is he got the fitness? They want him to have the fitness. That would explain why we didn't see him with the ball. David Barr taking the catch to remove the aggressive Zishan. New batter has to go and strike. After that law change earlier, or later last year I should say. Stan Ahuja comes in. Well bowled from Britain. And that's what I like to see. Sometimes you see the first ball to a new batter wasted, but that one was perfect, right in the block hole. Stan Ahuja has to get enough bat onto it, takes us a single. And that is the end of the over, so he will go back and strike. 13 on the board, but the crucial thing is picked up that 1 wicket, so they're all right run-wise. That wicket of Zishan will hurt, but they've still got, as you like to say, plenty in the tank. And good opportunity. As we see new bowler just marking up his run-up to welcome into the commentary box once more, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Well, bit of action straight away in the second half of this qualifier number 1. Yeah, Alford, not a good feeling, especially when you see the next 2 balls disappear for 6. And Zishan, though, the big story there for me, he looked in lots of strife, didn't he? And the Royal Tigers, they will not want to have to play another match. They will want to go straight through to the final. He looks like he's on his last leg. Here's Macbeth.
Beauty. Absolute beauty. Beats him. All ends up outside the off stump.
Really good ball. These Kookaburras have pretty pronounced seams. They're always fairly new. Being a 10 over match. Have a look at that. Just a bit of a weight. Stan Ahuja feeling for it. Yeah, so Safi's at the other end. He's one that I think they would have wanted to get a lot of balls in the power play. That's what he did so well yesterday.
He's waiting.
He's still a spectator though. This will be the 8th ball of the innings.
Edge, will the fielder be able to stop it? And does really well. That's really good boundary patrol. Good work.
Yeah, really good. That's Oisin Reynolds, who's down there, and that flew real quickly. So it will be just the one. So Zahir Safi will face up. They went with the double dynamos at the top of the order. Zishan and Safi. Macbeth, he's a good cricketer. I think he's well suited to this type of the game. Bowls well, hits the ball cleanly. Here he is bowling to Zahir Safi.
No surprise, his very first ball, you know he's going to go for this one.
Yeah. It's a real borderline call. These are the calls that can matter. I mean, that's maybe inside half the line. Umpires were saying, you know, as long as none of the ball's outside that tram line, probably going to let it go this week. So I guess that's perfect or a wide, depending on what your interpretation is. Safi really does give the ball a wallop.
Anything he gets hold of just goes flying for 6. We know that. We've seen him in action. And there's another that goes down. Well, this one, again, it's a big let-off. This time it's Nick Gray. That's straight in his hands.
Yeah, that wasn't hit that hard either. I mean, that's just partly the conditions. I mean, it's still not exactly boiling out there, 14 degrees. But yeah, you'd think these lads out of played in colder conditions.
That is 2 real surprising drops, and Safi been dropped on 0 as well. This one is called a wide.
What? Yeah, Macbeth would be disappointed. Well, there's RT. And I'm sure that all the wags, the mums, wives and girlfriends, and all the other supporters, nice to see them in. Nice and early. I'm sure they've got a big day ahead.
Better.
Then good to Safi here, not getting too straight, not bowling into the wheelhouse, and this power play is just evaporating ball by ball, and I think Safi will be frustrated. And it's good to see the teddy bears. I think it's a good addition. I'm pro teddy bear in the crowd.
Now,
I like everyone in the fan zone, human or otherwise.
I had visions of you taking RT back with you yesterday.
You know, I spent some time with RT.
Well, there's the shot, and that's what he was waiting for. This time it was in the slot, and Safi, the same way as Zishan did, though not straight away, after being dropped, does find the boundary, and it's 6 runs. End of the over. He needed this one, they needed this one. They're just falling behind here.
It's a better shot. You still see that left foot clears the front leg. I think hitting that over mid-off is a better shot than trying to whack it away on the leg side, because you know what they're going to try and bowl to you. If you're Staffy, they're going to try and bowl wide of the off stump. That is the end of the second over. It's 21 for 1, and you can see this is our program for Championship Week, Week 6, beginning on the 14th of March. Tunbridge Wells, the only name on there so far, but they'll be joined by somebody in Group B today, one of these 4 teams, and really you can't say which one it'll be. It's been a really competitive week of cricket. Then we have Group C, D and E to come. As Britain comes back to bowl the third, and it's a classical shot from Ahuja, who holds the pose and gets 6. Maximal! Top shot by Stan.
Oh, this was a beauty. What a shot this is. This is sensational. Just like you said, the position, look at that. He says, short to be marunga, meri photo wicket there, please. Well, this is about bang, wait, click, 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 smile, please. 6 runs, 6 of the best. What a shot. Absolute mega hit.
That was pure, wasn't it? That was pure cricket. Bit of away movement from Britain. Stan Ahuja. It's a classical cricket stroke, no matter what form of the game. This isn't.
You can see the plan and everything that sort of sneaks in outside that off stump, keeping it close to that the wide indicator for the umpires ends up being a dot. Anything that's there in the arc, there for the drive, ends up going for 6. This time just slides it away. That's clever. Can't really be affording dot balls here at the moment.
Safi's faced 4 balls out of 15 now in the power play, which I think is his go-to. He's going to have to bat a bit longer, I think. They're going to get closer to this target, 121. You've got some other good hitters, of course. I mean, that's what makes them good T10 sides, Royal Tigers, but already a quarter of the innings has elapsed. Another wide, so just overcooking it a little bit. The captain, Britain, who batted very well today, 48, he scored in the first innings. He really got things moving in the middle of that innings for Brigade. The All-Ireland champions, who are here on account of winning their region, and then a series of qualifiers, including beating Cork in the All-Ireland final last year.
The wides, and just trying to get it back just inside that sideline there, the wide line, but not able to do so. Just getting a little bit too much movement, perhaps. But if he gets a bit fuller there, you see, he doesn't want to go fuller because he doesn't want to put the ball in that slot.
Safi needs to think to go over cover here. I think he's too conscious of trying to go on the leg side, and there's a deep mid wicket back there anyway. Yeah. And you know you've been bowled the same ball now 5 times. He has literally been bowled pretty much the same ball 5, probably more, including the wides. He's got to try and just not overdo clearing that front leg and try and go over the offside because there's no one back there.
Opportunity, Andrew Britton, caught and bowled opportunity. Oh, and he puts, does this, it hits the deck, doesn't it? Hits the deck before it lands up in his hand. That's 3 drop catches. This is, well, would you have thought it? You would not believe this. I can't believe this. And that's the second time Safi's gone down.
Wow, the Irish couldn't catch a cold at the moment. Unbelievable stuff. And Britain, well, he's got no... Oh, this one's going to be an easy one. Well, this isn't going to get dropped, Rico. This one is taken. And Iftikhar Hussain says, well, watch me. I've been doing this my whole life, almost half a century. And this one is going to be the end of Ahuja, who's upset. He just gets this slightly wrong mistimed. And he hits a beautiful 6 in his innings, but he doesn't even crack double digits. He goes for 9. And Ireland catch a break in this one as they end the power play in a pretty good position. Royal Tigers 31 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, Brigade, I think that wicket's just gone down there. Yeah, they'd be delighted for it. It was not a good shot, but I think there's time for them to regroup very quickly and say, come on, guys, what are we doing here? But look, credit to Andrew Bannon because he did stick to his task. I mean, that's the one that goes down. But he thinks he's got it, and then right at the last minute, just eludes him.
He almost gets it. It just bounces up into his left hand. And Ahuja just mistiming this, closes the face. And Iftikhar takes it going to his left.
Look, you said that's an easy catch, and as soon as you said it, I said, oh, you know why it's not an easy catch? Nothing to do with the ability of Hussain, but from seeing what's happening around him, he's probably thinking, oh, God, is it my turn now? You know what I mean?
Yeah, starts to play in your head. To be fair to Andrew Britton, didn't give his keeper, Simon Alford, heaps after the first ball. I think privately he was dying a little inside. And then he had the shoe on the other foot when he got his opportunity. Anyway, here's Ryan Barr to bowl over number 4.
Struck firmly, and this is exactly what you were saying. That needs to be done by Safi. He needs to be looking at other parts of the ground as well. He's a strong hitter of the ball, powerful man. This one was really wide. Really does hit this hard, and it goes all the way over.
Body weight just a bit better that time to hit over cover. It's a bit of a loosener from Ryan Barr. He's been good with the ball. I think he's also going for that kind of wide outside off stump tactics. They're obviously trying to stay away from Safi. If I was using my baseball terms, I'd say they're just trying to throw on the outside of the plate. Not throw it into the wheelhouse.
Safi going back to his normal approach.
Can get away with that, really. I mean, that was the one that Safi was looking for. Sometimes when you get the one you're looking for, you're just a bit too excited. He might have been. There's a big whoosh as the bat went past the ball on that occasion. Set the protractor down there, number 4, Abhishek Kettapal. Non-strikers end at the moment.
Strike should be stopped, and there's a bit of fielding there.
A lot of runs to chase, though, when you get 120 plus to a ball. And a lot's got to go right in your innings. Most things have to actually go right for you. And a few things have gone right for Royal Tigers with the drop catches.
Oh, yeah.
But when you think about that one, didn't really cost them with Zishan. 12, I suppose. Yes, that could have been a lot more. I think these are the 2 biggest hitters still available for the Tigers.
And this is another one that's going to go all the way over. Bowl! 6 runs, 6 more. And, well, it's 12 required. You see there Zishan still struggling as he sat there watching. And this one tries to hurry the batter into the shot. That's a quality shot from a quality player, Kettapal.
The faster the ball comes in, the faster it leaves the bat. And I've seen a few of these this week. Going behind the keeper for 6. Kettapal off the mark, first ball. Remember, it used to be such a strange thing if you saw someone hit a 6 first ball. Now we see it several times a week.
After almost 2 years of watching T10, not anymore.
Around the wicket now.
Opportunity taken, great catch, and Reynolds, he's been superb. We've seen him make some stops over there, but this catch was not easy. And well, the little man, he's showing the others the way to do it. That is sensational, and I know he's got some supporters out there as well in the fan zone. They're going to be extremely delighted with this. This is a quality catch, Vinny.
Outstanding catch coming forward. We've seen some sitters drop, haven't we? As wide of the crease. You see, comes in. No, it takes it comfortably. Really, really good bit of fielding from Oisin Reynolds. And the protractor goes 6 and out. Another edge flying away. And that could be the catch, which books them a place in the final because it does remove Cartama. And that's 3 wickets down now in the first 4 overs. 44 for 3.
Yeah, that is a great catch. You beauty. That's what you say to that. And the technique was spot on as well. The way he takes it and then just make sure that he doesn't crash into the ground with his elbows and the ball flick up. Really, really good catch. And well, it's been a mixed bag, hasn't it, from Brigade out there. But they've taken it when it matters.
Fantastic work by Reynolds. There's a bit of a hot spot down there at third man. So Ashmandian comes to the crease. Well, he's no slouch with the bat. He'll be facing up, of course. And Safi, he's still there, so I'm not going to count them out while he's at the crease either. The Irish, not often that you do get repeat opportunities. And they have been given a couple that they've put down, but still, there's particularly 3 they've taken. So Oisin Reynolds, fantastic piece of work by the youngster. Fielding so important. And all the kids here that are watching, make sure, keep practicing your fielding. You get to do a fair bit of it if you end up playing cricket, so you might as well enjoy what you're doing. As Barr's gone for 13, last ball of his over.
Well, similar approach. Even though it's a new batsman, big swing, big miss. So we end up the 4 overs, 44 for 3.
Yeah, so that angle working. Just trying to kind of replicate what a left-handed angle might be. It comes wide, goes across Manjian. So 44 off the first 4. Hope you are well wherever you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on Fancode in India, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, I can say it, it's a bit cold, or one of our partner networks all around the world.
Yeah.
It's great to have you with us. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. This is only week 2 of 6 weeks, so we will be back on Monday, of course. Don't forget, we will find out our qualifier from Group B today, but I'm really looking forward to some of the teams next week. We'll see Carlton from Scotland. First time we've seen a Scottish team on ECN. A bit like Ireland this week, first for them. Let's see Turkey on ECN for the first time. There's Ethan Brenner Zafar. And we're going to spend most of the weekend just practicing our pronunciation of some of those names, if you've had a look at them. But then, yeah, the other teams we have seen on ECN before. So a few familiar faces too. Should be good.
This is a good start, isn't this, from David Barr? But you'd expect nothing different from him. He's probably been one of my pick of the bowlers in this group, actually. Him and Cartama have been really good. Goes down the leg side here. I think this was probably maybe part of the plan, actually.
Yeah, good keeping.
This is all about trying to get this little cheeky stumping.
Just notice the keepers when they do good things too. That was very, very well done by Alford.
Oh, there's a little edge on this. And I think maybe here, Alford again, just
Bottom
good
edge.
stop.
Yeah, it's
Good
bottom edge.
stop, because that could have gone all the way down for the boundary.
It's not a chance. That's a good bit of blocking.
Fuller, and this will go to the boundary. He's let himself down with a full down the leg, full toss really, which well, the slider's put a bat on it, is going to give you 4 runs, and they do. So they pick up another boundary here, but you just keep an eye on that rate now. It's just going up a little bit all the time. It's about 13 here now, and they really want to try and stop that getting to around the 15, because once it gets to 15, so early on as well, trying to go 15 all the way through the innings, it's not going to be easy.
This game's not over though. Absolutely not. There's Barr. Delay.
It splits the field, I think, but doesn't have the power. They do get around. 2 key fielders out there, of course. The same.
Lucky that was into the gap, because that was catchable kind of distance. Matching on strike.
He's got a little bit more cautious than his first ball that he faced. End of the over. Nice, quick, tidy spell. Just that one loose delivery, really. Goes for 9. Score moves to 53.
Yeah, so halfway point. Yeah, halfway point, Rico. So they're ahead on the comparison because there were 48 in the first half of the Brigade innings.
Yeah.
And they got 53 off their first half. But we all remember what happened next in over 6 and 7. They scored 50 runs. And well, you feel like Royal Tigers, just magical over or something just to kind of get them back on what I would call even Stevens in this chase. They do fancy themselves to bat all the way down. Iftikhar Hussain is the man that's going to come on now in over number 6.
Good start from him. Gets the York length delivery in. And slight misfield, so the batters will turn and get the 2.
Good running from the captain, Manjan. Often you see teams just walking one there. But, yeah, once the fumble came, he's back very quickly for 2. Expect many fumbles on here, but that one just got away from the fielder.
Straight down his throat. There you go, that's another disappointment. And the fielder saying, it's as easy as that, with a smile on his face. And, well, Makata will be saying, that was all part of my plans to give him the 2, get him back on strike. I knew he was going to play this shot. And I think this is all about not really thinking and having a look with the fielder's eye. It was a nice enough shot, but there's a man out there and he's waiting just for that shot.
No good deed goes unpunished, really, because Manjan did the right thing. He hustled, got back for 2. And next ball, he's out. So Irish, they stumble upwards once again. First the misfield, but then it creates a wicket, and Manjan's going to have to go for just 4. He's scored out 55 for 4.
Yeah, disappointment for the El Capitan. He's seeing his troops come and go. They're failing. Nobody's really able to make the sort of contribution that he would have wanted early on. It's an awful lot of pressure on Safi now. And it's a question of, I mean, like you said, with the innings of Brigade, there was those 2 overs, wasn't there, where they really did accelerate. The same could happen here. The question is, though, it's the number of wickets that they've lost already.
It's concerning. Mark Ahuja's out there. I think over the last couple of years, as he's played more T10 cricket, Mark Ahuja really has found another element to his game. He's a regular kind of opener in a T20 match or longer. But he's come out here at number 6, so certainly still 2 specialist bats at the crease. Safi is still there. He's on striker's end.
Again, some Hussain just darting in. That Yorker length delivery. He's been good as well, hasn't he, Hussain? I mean, he's impressed every time he's bowled. He's been good there in the field as well, taking that pressure catch when the others were going down.
Yeah, true. He's a steady influence, I think, in this Brigade lineup.
And this one almost gets through and almost gets chucked onto the stumps as well.
I was waiting for Safi versus Hussain because I thought that Safi would have had about as much patience as my parents probably had with me in my teenage years. Not much.
Look how close this is. Oh, it's very good over. And, if you look at to finish it well, 4 from it so far.
Yeah.
That's the wicket as well, thanks to the catch from McDade on the boundary, catching Harsh, the captain of the Tigers. He's out towards mid-wicket, finishes well, I was saying. And that certainly, I was saying about that rate, that they won't want it to get to the 15 mark. But when you get an over like that in, well, that's exactly what is going to happen. And I'm pretty sure it's there. Yeah, there you go. You'll see it probably coming up on your screen now. It goes past the 15, and this is really going to take some doing now.
Yeah, really good over. Only 5 off it, including that misfield, which went for 2, but then 3 singles in the wicket. Haven't had a boundary in 8 balls. Only 1 boundary in the last 15. So just try it up here. I need something to happen. Like I say, we still have Zahir Safi out there, who's only faced 14 balls in 6 overs. So 2 and a bit balls and over. Needs to go big. 4 overs left. Get the strike now. Now's where they don't really want him to just sneak away with a single here. Marco Hooja's a good support and will hit the odd big one, but Safi is the man that can basically hit them back into this match, Rico.
Yeah, and David Barr, though, it's not the easiest to get away. And, that's one way to do it. I think it may just stop this, and it will be stopped. And no guessing for who does stop it. Reynolds again. He's given us buys this one.
Yeah,
there was certainly some sort of noise, wasn't there?
Maybe I thought he might have got an edge. He might have just hit the ground. Mate, just flicks off the keeper's gloves, actually. That was the noise. It's a good bit of fielding. So that's why it took a bit of pace off and didn't go to the boundary.
Full and will be put away. Look, every bad ball, you can see, I mean, that's credit a little bit to how well Brigade have bowled, because anything that is bad does go to the boundary. It goes all the way. That's 6 more. The full toss, it was a loose delivery, is punished.
Good timing. Yeah. Really good timing from Mahuja. He's got his role to play as well. Can't just leave it up to Safi. Gets it on the full. It would have been a low full toss, but he made it slightly higher. Easier to put away, get the middle of the bat on. I think Safi could take a leaf out of Mark Hooja's book, because Safi's swinging real hard at the moment. Just trying to keep more timing into his strokes.
Well, Vinny, talk us through that one.
Now, it was all the composure that Mark Hooja showed. Just must have used it up on the last ball, because this one is not a stroke, and that is the batter will want to look back on. He won't look back on it fondly, and Barr gets full, gets straight. And this is a much better delivery. It splays the stumps, and that's 5 wickets down for the Royal Tigers, 66 for 5.
Yeah, and this underlines just what I'm talking about, or what I was saying when that ball was hit away for 6 by Mark Hooja. And I was saying there that it's just credit to how well Brigade have bowled, because every time a loose ball is bowled, a team with the attacking force of the Tigers is going to punish you, and we've seen that. All the batters have probably hit one boundary, but there haven't been too many, and that's reflected. And the reason because of that is because of the bowling brigade being so good. Barr knows he bowled a bad delivery there, and he knew bad ball is going to go for 6. You heard it as soon as he let go of it, but he knew he was going to come back with a good one, and he does. That's what he does. That's what he does so well. That's why he's consistently been good.
I think that Mark Hooja pretty much yorks himself as we're there, because he's on the walk again. This time it doesn't work for him. If he'd stay back in his crease, it's probably the kind of length he can pick up. But Prashar, new addition to the side, he's the new batter.
So pushes this out, and you can see this field is pretty defensive. They're not worried about the singles. They don't, not really too concerned.
Safi, what's he going to do here? Let's pull the over.
Out. I think that Safi, if he hits the ball as well as he's hitting the pitch, he'll do okay.
I mean, that's the worst case scenario really for the Royal Tigers, because Safi doesn't get any contact. They really would have liked a boundary, but at least a 1 would have kept him on strike. As it is, it'll be Prashar facing up in the 8th, as after 7 overs, the score is 67 for 5. Coming up next, the Eliminator. Eliminator 3 technically, because we had our 2 Eliminators yesterday, but it's the 3 versus 4 match. Griffins from Guernsey against Bjørvika from Norway. Hey, Luke Letitia is having a great week, but he will be feeling a bit sore. They've actually lost more than they've won this week. 3 and 4 record versus Bjørvika 4 and 2, although Griffins had their top of the table opponents a bit more often. That game is coming your way in around about 25 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network.
Nice shot. Straight down the ground. Prashar, we haven't seen too much of him. I like his bowling. I like what he's brought to the Tigers. Hussain. We know all about Hussain, don't we? Top campaigner. Look at those figures. Full toss, and it gets dispatched, and once again just highlighting that that point I was making earlier. Any bad ball, it will go to the boundary. But unfortunately for the Tigers, the Brigade haven't bowled too many. The full toss. He's going for that little Yorker of his again, but this time he's keeping the pace off it. Hussain, that's what he's tried there. He's darted the Yorkers in. Just trying to slow that one down a little bit. Ends up being a full toss. This time it's worked away towards McCarter. McCarter still has got that little niggle as well. He's not 100%. We know that. He's another one that's feeling the wounds of what has been a tough week for some of these players.
Certainly not an army of one. There's a few of them out there, as you can imagine.
Shah goes for it, and it's gone. Balle, balle, balle. Inna sona shaka lagya.
Well, they need something from somewhere. Prashar adding a bit of X factor to their lineup today at Royal Tigers. This one just perfectly into the swinging zone of the big burly left-hander. Sends it out of here. They need more of that.
Every batter, apart from the captain Harsh Mandian, has come in there and hit a boundary. But unfortunately for the Tigers, hasn't been able to stick around. And it may be the same with Prashar. It goes up in the air, but he may get lucky. This one just dropped short of the two men coming in. But you can see how high that went up in the air. I mean, it stayed up there a long time and just drops as it comes back down, still inside the 30-yard circle. And gets lucky. Prashar, Hussain.
Still need another boundary this over your field. Just stay in touch.
Firmly struck to the fielder, and just on the back foot there, and not able to get the throw in straight away. And now, well, just another niggle here, and this time it's Ryan Macbeth, just feeling his knee. See here, takes the ball here, yeah, the knee, sort of awkward angle as he goes down. He looks to throw, and the knee just gives way. They wouldn't want another injury. Certainly somebody like Macbeth, who's been key all-rounder for him. Now that they've found he's a place for him in the batting lineup as well, up the order. End of the over, 8 gone, 83. Another good one from Hussain.
What do they need here? 19 and over. You need a magical over. That's what you need. It's been a funny old game of ebbs and flows, hasn't it, Rico? I feel the Royal Tigers have left it a bit too late.
You say that. As we see, this one doesn't quite time. You say that, but if they have those two overs similar to what Brigade had,
oh yeah,
they win the game.
Oh, they'll do it easily. We'll finish early. But I don't think it works that way. I think you just dial it up. The last two. Everyone would love 50 runs in the last 2 overs. We'd see a lot of different results. That's Ryan Barr. A bit of an odd couple, the bars. One pace, one spin, but both very effective so far this week.
Yeah, they've been very effective, and haven't they been handy to have? And both always in the wickets as well. Round the wicket to Prashar, the left-hander. Hits this firmly. A really good stop. And surely not another injury here. It may be. Just checking his fingers.
All right, there's 10 balls left. I think you need 5 sixes. And here's a man that is capable of that kind of thing, but it's funny how cricket works, isn't it? Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. I think he's in great shape after that, McDade.
No, he's examining is that called the top part of the nail. Still as he goes back to his mark there on the boundary. A bit of concern over his hand. Safi has to go here now. Staying around the wicket to him, so again, going to use that angle. Drags it. Hussain as well. Throw in.
I mean, I don't know about the round the wicket, to be honest, to Safi. It's going to make it tough. I mean, I'm surprised he didn't put that one into the bar, to be honest. Anything pitches outside the leg stump, I think he wants it there. Probably going to try and push it outside the off stump, but then you've got the margin of error there. Yeah, a little bit tough to avoid a wide call like that.
Well, that was the attempted slow delivery. It comes out all wrong. So that was one that will have to be bowled again.
Paul Zargreb in the chat. Very good question. Is there a Welsh team? Well, no, actually, because the Federation of England includes Wales. So essentially the English champions are English and Welsh champions. That's why we don't have a standalone Welsh team. But really good question, Paul.
Full toss. Struck firmly, but not well enough to beat the fielder out there.
So if you told me that Safi will bat through 8.5 overs and be 33, I would have said you need to get your head checked. But he just hasn't quite had his timing today. I think they bowled well at him early on, keeping outside the off stump. But even when they have bowled in areas that you'd expect he'd smash it, just hasn't had the timing. That last one was a good example. Prashar on strike.
Throws everything at this, but loses his shape. Head is nowhere when he plays his shot. And he's found the boundary once. He's been lucky as well a couple of times. Ryan Barr maybe try slow delivery once more. The last of his spell, 1 for 19 so far, ball to go. He does get a slightly slower ball in and it gets past. Prashar is another dot. The dots are gold dust. And the reason they're gold dust, well, very simple. Every time you get one of those in, especially when you're in a run chase, the required rate just gets higher and higher. And you see now, after that over, it goes, well, to almost 28 required. So, well, if they are going to do this, we're going to see something incredible.
Be a record.
6 deliveries to go, 89 for 5, and it at the moment looks like once again Brigade are going to get one over the Tigers.
Do you know the most runs off the last over? It's 23 required, 26 were scored in 5 balls. Do you remember the game? We did it together.
I know we did it together. I remember the game. Give you a clue. See this one. That's a nice shot, and yeah. Nicely played, but these are the sort of shots that Safi, and I know you were touching on it at the time early on in his innings, that he wasn't playing. He was trying to hit these over mid-wicket, and he's just showing here that he can play these shots. Times that beautifully, but that's 4. Okay, which game was it? Oh, now you got me thinking.
I think first game of a tournament in Italy last year.
First game tournament Italy last year, so we're talking Rome.
Not Rome.
Not Rome. So was it Bologna?
It was Bologna.
Bologna. So
Kings 11.
Kings.
Yep.
Yeah. And Vikash, right?
Yeah, Vikas Kumar.
Yeah.
I think they got something like 66 off the last 3 or something like that.
Correct.
It was crazy against Baraka Prato. Gulam Daskia, remember that?
Yeah, and that Vikash, it took an age to get going.
Yeah.
He wasn't getting bat onto ball, and then all of a sudden, it just went wild. Safi needs to go wild. 4 of the first. And this one goes through, and that was quick. That was Macbeth. Just raises the level a little bit. Well, he's got a smile on his face. He knows the value of that dot ball, especially after the first went to the boundary. 4 deliveries to go, and Brigade look like they are going to be sitting and waiting to see who they face in the Group B final. Well, this one's gone a long way up in the air. Where's it going to drop? It's going to drop. Well, it drops and it bounces. It's being cheeky. He wants to go into the bar. 6 runs. 6 big runs. And just coming just a little bit too late here from Safi. If only he could have found his gears and found his rhythm a little bit early in this innings.
It was so high. Really high. A question in the chat from Dan, which I might get to in a second. About the pause in the spinners bowling action. I know you were talking about it yesterday a bit. I've got to admit, and he says, he's got a quote here, which I hadn't seen before. It said, the pause before delivery has not been specifically outlawed, but each incident of this nature will be judged on its merits and will be dealt with under law 42.2, which I assume is unfair play. I actually don't mind. I actually don't think it's that effective. I don't think it's that... I don't have a problem with it. And then you're having to judge what's a pause and what's just slowing down your delivery. I think it's fine. Leave it alone. It's innovation.
Picks it up, but who does he find? Oh,
There's a bit of a throwback to earlier in the innings.
it's not Hussain, surely. I mean, even Hussain's dropping one. Well, all right, this one won't matter. He saves the boundary, but Hussain, normally safe hands. Well, what's going on out there today, Brigade? Well, look, he has this, and then out it comes.
Yeah, like I say, a bit of a callback to earlier. But 2 to come now. Yes, I don't know. I don't have a problem with the pause. I mean, batters are allowed to play reverses, and you're losing all your momentum as a bowler doing it. So I don't have a problem with it at all. It's all about disrupting timing. Same thing in baseball. Pitching has come in the last couple of years as well.
Yeah, I've got a question. Yeah, I agree with you. It was what I said to Corey yesterday. But we'll go back to that one maybe a bit later, because that is the end of this one. They finished exactly on 100. It was a good finish there from Macbeth. A couple did go to the boundary, but he got those dot balls in. It's well, you've got to say it's been a comprehensive display from Brigade once more. They keep their winning run intact. Did lose their very first match against Griffins, but since then they've never looked back. And to me, they look a team that's have adjusted to this format really well. And also they're finding form. You've got players like Macbeth, and also the captain himself there, who's congratulating these players, Andrew Britton. He's found his form as well. And there are some injury concerns, but they've done themselves a big favour, because what it means, though, is that they've got a number of hours now to just sit, relax, nurse some of those injuries, and just wait as they watch the cricket and see who they will face in that Group B final. The Tigers, well, they're going to have a tough game now.
Yeah, they sure are. And it wasn't a copybook start, was it, for Brigade? He dropped a bunch of catches in this 10 overs. That was one that was taken, but that was the exception, not the rule, early on. The thing was, Royal Tigers, they didn't punish him for their mistakes, Rico.
Yeah.
That was the thing. And Oisin Reynolds, we couldn't criticise his fielding. He was excellent. And this is another one that went down. See, that was great that time. A bit of roly-poly style, but didn't come up with the goods. Well, RT, he was probably wondering what was going on with all those spilled chances. Zishan would only make 2-6 where he gets out. The Royal Tigers, they were fired up. They wanted the easy route into the final. And then Britton himself, well, he dropped one. And when the captain's dropping them, what can you say? Off his own bowling. And no one else to blame. Iftikhar Hussain, he pounced one. But in the end, I think their bowling plans, they executed pretty well. They certainly kept away from Safi. That was a good catch taken there by Reynolds down on the third-man boundary. In the end, they just left their run too late. And Safi just never got out of second gear in that innings. Although he would ultimately make his way to 44. They needed a few more out of the big opener if they were to run down this target of 121.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. All the batters came out, they played their shots, but they weren't able to get partnerships together. And that's one thing that's critical. You're not going to be effective either setting a score or in a run chase if you don't get a partnership together. And that's one thing that Brigade did manage to do. And just kept plucking away, didn't they? Bad balls were punished, but they bowled a fair number of good balls as well. And the other thing was they're a little bit lucky really as well, that in the way, the style that the Tigers play. I mean, against a team like Brigade, say for example, if you drop one of their key batters, they will go on to punish you just because of the way, the nature of their play, the style of their play. The Tigers, well, they had their chances, but they never change. They can't change the way they play. They're sort of do or die attitude, but on this occasion, it didn't work for them. They had the opportunities, they were given lifelines, but they weren't able to capitalise on it. Solid performance from Brigade. I think, well, based on form, I think they deserve to be in that final. But now they have to enjoy themselves a little, rest a little, and wait to see who they play.
Yeah, they've had to earn it, haven't they? See, Royal Tigers, they'll play the winner of the Eliminator, which you see coming up next. This is the Eliminator, number 3, Griffins versus Bjorovica. It's going to be a really close game, Rico. I think, see, Letizia, 10.5 it'll cost you to get him in your fantasy team. You can see why he is He's been outstanding this week, over 500 points. But Burevica, they're a team on the rise.
Yeah.
And they looked very, very professional yesterday in disposing of Indo-Bulgarian in Eliminator number 3. You see the Costa del Sol, beautiful place. And just look at those cars on the screen there. They are in the hot zone as well this week. As we see Safi batted through the innings for 44 off 27, but just not quite that 200 plus strike rate you'd expect from him. Dozen for Kukagel, who got dropped first ball. That wouldn't last too much longer. Prashar came out and whacked one at the end, but no one else hit double digits. And in the end, yeah, Royal Tigers 20 short. You felt that if they had gotten going, they could have easily found those 21 runs they needed. As far as the bowling went, Britain 2 for 23. Had a couple of spills off his bowling as well. Singles for the bars and Iftikhar Hussain. Macbeth went under 10. So you see, all the bowlers consistent, went between 17 and 23 off their 2 overs, and a pretty good team bowling effort, I think, from the Irish.
Yeah, it was. I think they had a plan, and that's the key thing. I think they've got a plan. They always do have a plan, and they're stuck to it. But you see there, those 2 overs from Brigade, it's when the acceleration came in. Yeah, it did.
I think it decided the match.
And also, don't forget, both those overs were against good bowlers that perform well. And normally you see that the 5th bowler is the one that teams target, but they targeted BET2BALL in his first over, and then also I think it was just the top of my memory, Bashrat, who bowled really well yesterday as well. And like you said, you're quite right, they almost doubled the score that they had in those 2 overs. And then well, even though, give Royal Tigers their credit, they did fight back well to restrain them. You just thought that once the 120 was on the board from Brigade, that they were going to go on to hold on to this. They needed something big and a good power play from the Tigers. It just didn't happen. Safi, yeah, he'll be pleased with the 44 he scored, but he'll be disappointed with all of those shots that he missed early on in his innings. Look, going back to what you're talking about the spin bowler, just very quickly about holding the pause. I made the same comment to Corey, that saying, well, look, it's no different than a batter changing his stance as the bowler's coming in the ball. But here's a question for you, one for people in the chat to think about. What about if you remember in boxing when you had the boxer just waving his arm around and then punching you with the other? What if a bowler comes in just waving his arm around like this and then releasing the ball?
Sometimes you already see
Never seen it though.
You see Abdul Qadir used to do that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do what you want. I like the idea of being able to bowl either hand as well, but that's a story for another time. Look, we are running out of time now because in 9 minutes we'll have the first ball bowled. Back in just a few. Corey Ruckers, he is here and will be joining me for the Eliminator, which is just around the corner between Griffins and Burevica. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hope you're having a great Finals Friday, wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more BET2BALL European Cricket League.
How we play cricket
on the Costa del Sol.
And welcome back to the sunny Costa del Sol, and it's aptly named. We're here on Finals Friday of Group B, and now it's time for Eliminator number 3. This is basically the team seeded 3 and 4 here on Finals Friday. It's Griffins from Guernsey against Bjørvika from Norway. Of course, the loser of this tournament, they will be out of ECL 22. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the giant coin and the 2 captains. So the toss has been won by Bjørvika, and their captain has decided that he wants to field first. Well, Usman Haider, interesting decision from him. He's a key player for them. He also will be behind the stumps and has been kind of floating in the batting order. He's been batting better and better, I think, as this tournament has gone on. And, well, also they've got some tall timber. Usman Arif, he is one they can unleash with that new ball if they like. Sometimes they like to hold him back. But also I've really like the work of some of their hitters who've come into their own as the week's gone on. Sufyan Salim was good early, but looking at players like Karam Shahzad as well, who last time these two teams met had a very influential role in chasing down a fairly modest target set by Griffins of 71, which Bjørvika, they passed in the 7th over. Griffins, well, they've got a few injury concerns. I know the personnel would be a bit sore at this stage. And yeah, like I said, last time they batted first, only made 70 against Bjørvika. So I think that might be what was behind Usman Haider's decision to bowl first. But Griffins, their captain, Luke Letitia, is sore, but I think he's going to have to pull out a big effort. They'll be looking to him as well as the Martells. And of course, as always, I'm looking forward to seeing Jason Martin behind the stumps. So all to play for in Eliminator number 3. Let's go over to the commentary box now, where Corey Ruckers is waiting for the first time today. 2 teams show, one will stay and one will go. Let's go over to the commentary box as we get ready for Eliminator number 3.
Thank you, Vinny Sandu, and welcome everybody. It's Finals Friday. I'm excited, and there is the gorgeous picture of Cartama Oval here in Spain. It's a perfect day for cricket. It's sunny, it's warm, and we're here for the Eliminator, the 3rd Eliminator in this tournament. And this is going to be a really exciting match. We've got Griffins from Guernsey. They've had a good tournament. They've been a little bit up and down in the last 2 days or so. Versing Bjørvika, well, they're starting to hit their stride, and I love watching them play this T10 format. I want to welcome all our viewers around the world. Welcome back, and looking forward to this one. We look at the 2 lineups, and Griffins 3 and 4, and Bjørvika 4 and 2. So and well, looking at some of those names for Bjørvika, I sort of feel like Sufyan Salim with his 2 overs and batting in that top 3 is very important. Expected score, maybe a little bit surprising. Griffins expected to score 5 runs more, which would mean they would get the W. But really, this is a tough game to call. This is where you want someone stepping up, playing a good finals day for you, and, well, potentially getting your team through to the preliminary final. Gives us a good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India and fan code, and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. It's Peacock Friday, Friday's final, and I'm excited. So it looks like Sufyan Salim, he's going to start with the ball. He'll be bowling to the dangerous Letitia. Here we go. Short, wide, fielding. Good fielding. I thought that was going to go away for 4. And really good dive. That's Mohammed Imran there in the covers. Gets a hand to it. He saves 3 runs for his side. Nice shot by Letitia. He's off the mark. He's drowned by Hooper. David Hooper has been finding a bit more form later as the tournament goes on. Full ball high. It's going to be out. Oh, he's gone for a golden. Well, you give him some raps and it doesn't work out. And that goes back to that piece of fielding on the first ball, which could have been a 4. He keeps it to 1. Then takes a catch the next ball. Mohammed Imran in the covers. Well done to him. And well done to Salim, the bowler. It's 1 for 1. Didn't look like an innocuous delivery, just a floaty half volley, but he spooned it straight to that man who's been in the action. And that's a big wicket early in the Eliminator 3. The old crocodile style of catch. Doesn't matter how you catch him, just make sure you do. And he's gone. So, big wicket. And That's going to bring the dangerous Jason Martin to the crease, who looks like he's got a bit of a limp as well. And he'll be disappointed with that hooper. Won't want to look back at that replay. That does take me back to that first ball. That could have easily been 4 through the covers. He dived on it, saved 3 extra runs, and then takes a catch next ball. And for me, fielding wins a lot of T10 matches. So you don't see this too often. The Griffins have 2 injured batsmen at the crease at the start of a match. Did hear reports Jason Martin has a groin injury, and Letitia has that leg injury as well. So I dare say you're not going to see too many 2s. Difficult situation. They don't have too many reserve players here, so it's pretty rare you see this. He hits that into mid-wicket, and well, what I dare say would have been a 1 at the start of this tournament is just a dot ball. So this is where it gets a bit tricky for the batsman. Probably going to have to hit more boundaries than working the ball around. So, gentle delivery outside off stump, but Martin respectfully pushes into the offside. So that early wicket obviously puts a bit of pressure on them in this power play. But these two have had a sensational tournament at the crease. Can they go once more for their team? Oh, it's in the air. Oh, it's landed in a pocket of space. And instead of it being 2 runs, they'll just have to settle for the 1. Oh, that was very, very lucky. There's an inner ring on that offside, and it just landed right in the gap there. Good to see you all in the chat as well. Maya, welcome back. Harrison, welcome back as well. I apologise for yesterday, Harrison. I know you were pretty upset. Oh, the reverse. Well, he loves this shot, but that's got an underneath edge, and he'll miss out on that. So that'll bring an end to the first, and it's all Borvika so far. And the score is 2 for 1. Gives me good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator, yellow suit wearing, Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, good to see you.
Morning, Corey. Nice to have you here. Well, I'm happy to spend time with you. I know that not everyone in our team is, after you railed Harrison on the on-field mic yesterday.
Easy pickings, wasn't it?
That's pretty good, though.
Yeah, it's gone viral, I think. It's been shared to some cricket teams.
I bet it has.
Well, when you've got control of the buttons up here, it's
this is why I'm
hesitant
to let you touch the buttons.
You're on the bus on the way home. I had all the power.
Yeah, I know. Well, I won't be leaving you alone again. Anyway, got a first over for Borvika. Griffins losing Hooper in the first. And he's gone. Yeah, it's always a risky shot. And Martin just tries to get funky. Just got so far across. When we see this on the replay, Corey, I've got a feeling like this is dead in front.
Yeah, Martin's loved the ramp shot, the scoop shot, whatever you want to name it, all tournament, but you've got to get bat on it, and that is hitting the base of middle stump. You can see he's sort of looking at his bat, but I think he's more in disbelief he hasn't hit it. He actually got the perfect ball for it. It was a low full toss, and when you're playing this shot, that's what you want, but his head, his line, just got a little bit to the right. And that's 2 big wickets, Vinny.
Yeah, and I think sometimes when you got a slight injury, you can play on your mind and even your decision making. Martin has played that shot well, but that is why it's a risky shot. I mean, even if you play it well, when you get a ball that length, that's full, it's a hard one to get under. Martin, well,
he's hampered. Look at him.
Yeah, I mean, he's
85 years young.
The stairs are almost cruel, aren't they, when you get out like that? But I mean, he'll have a job to do behind the stumps. Let's see if he's able to carry out his duties.
They're light on personnel, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, due to various factors. They've essentially used the same 11 every match so far. And the war of attrition, these tournaments, sometimes it's not just the players you got, it's the players you can put out. When we get to Friday, Isman Arif starts with a wicket. This one's called wide.
So, Vinny, do you think, obviously with their injuries and being light on personnel, do they have a chance of winning 3 games today? Because that's what they're going to have to do.
Yeah.
Is that too big an ask?
In short, yeah. I think, I'm happy to be surprised, and I am constantly surprised, but, I mean...
difficult.
The thing is, in this form of the game, all you need is maybe 1 or 2 standout performances. I think let's concentrate on the players they still do have that are firing, like the Martells, like okay, Luke Letitia, who is struggling physically, but he's a match winner, isn't he? Oh, this one seems back. Stuff from Harif. So I wouldn't count him out, but my instinct says that Griffins just on the slide a bit compared to the team that we saw. Shock brigade basically on the opening morning of Group B.
It is tough. It is tough with so many injuries, but I've got a little story for you, Vinny.
Okay.
They will not be going home losers no matter what.
Okay.
They will
You got a little cheeky grin on your face.
Yeah, you're going to like this as well.
Making me suspicious and a little bit nervous, but let's look at a riff now to Jordan Martell. Seems back. Just one. All right, come on, spill it.
Well, I was having my morning coffee watching match 1, having a nice chat with the Griffins boys. So last night they went to the casino.
Oh, yeah?
They put all their fines money on black.
Did they?
It was black.
Is that right?
Doubled their €450, and they're very happy because free dinner and enjoyed the last evening's night. Well done.
Gamble responsibly. So I'll say. Well done, though, I guess.
So
goes back
side note to this story.
Okay. What number was it?
8 people said black, 7 said red, and then the 8 people said, can we do black 10? That was a no. It was a black 10.
Is that right?
So they would have won 14,700.
Yeah, that would have been handy. That would have been real handy.
I would have been.
Oh,
with
look
it.
up. There's a guy who sold all his possessions for cash, including all his clothes, and went and put it all in one colour.
Once again, gamble responsibly.
Gamble responsibly. But it's a documentary about it. Very interesting. Look it up. Flicked away, finds the square leg. This is a position that Letizia got run out from earlier in the week. This time he does make the single. Yeah, it was fascinating. And he actually had all his followers say, well, what should I go, red or black? I think it's from the UK, actually. He went all the way to Vegas, and at the last minute, he changed his mind from what the people had voted.
Really?
Yeah, and he won. Anyway, lots of bad stories
So
as well.
You can't lose doing it. Is that what we're saying?
Oh, that's not true. This will just be a dot. And geez, so far, it's about as bad a start as possible for Griffins after 2 overs there. 5 for 2. Well, if you want to hear more of Corey's ramblings, and you'll be here for 2 hours. But at the moment, we got 2 overs down. 5 for 2. Yeah, but that's.
The Griffins are a good team. I mean, obviously Letitia's still there. If they can get themselves to that 100 mark, they've got a good enough bowling attack and they field really well. They're still in this game. Letitia probably has to produce something special. I wonder if he's going to try that reverse Malachi again. A really efficient shot for himself.
There we go. I was going to say, if you want to hear more from Corey, get it on Instagram as well as Twitter and Facebook. I'm sure you've got a bit of attention on there. As we see this first one blasted by Letitia. Now this is just a bludgeon length ball from Salim. There's enough's enough. We've got to get this moving. This one is the first boundary of this Eliminator number 3 going to the Griffins captain, Luke Letitia.
Yep, injured or not, he's very, very dangerous. Great shot, first boundary.
Yeah. This will just be one.
It's a fickle game sometimes. Usually the third man's been in the ring for them, and that would have gone straight down his throat. Not this time, though.
And follow us on European Cricket at the bottom there. You can follow me at Mr. Maximo as well. As I always love the engagement from the fans.
Of course.
Really like some of the messages I get. People watching from all parts of the world. Actually, 1 to Jordan Martell. And like I say, it's T10 cricket. You need your match winners to win your matches when it comes to Finals Friday, especially when you got some of these injury and fitness concerns. And this is a key partnership now.
Letitia, he is key, isn't he? Even if he's injured, he's still a talented player. He's had a great tournament.
Third man back for him. Frustration in the call from Luke Letitia. It works his off the back foot straight to point.
Well, you've got that finals pressure as well. So, I mean, if they can get themselves to, say, 90, 100, Balvica, that will be in the back of their minds. I mean, there's no second chances now.
No doubt about that. They've got some good bowling options, Griffins as well. Martells. Letitia gets 1.
So far, Borvika, though, they're landing the ball in the right spots. Good length, 4th, 5th stump line. Nothing too short, nothing too full.
They've been right up there, probably the most improved side, or one of them.
Do you think they're the quiet achievers in this group?
Yeah.
Because day one, I rode them off. They've come back strong.
Great. Top ball, just doing what's required at the moment. So not too much power in the power play, only brings a dozen. As after 3 overs, Griffins, the Guernsey champions, they are 12 for 2.
Yeah, a little behind the 8 ball, and that's what 2 wickets in the power play will do. And well, Salim, he finishes with fantastic figures of 1 for 9 off 2. And he's a very important batsman as well. He's been the star player for Borvika. I mean, if he has a good day, he could take them all the way to the final, if not win it.
Yeah, well, I would say this group is wide open. Brigade, they impressed this morning, but
Brigade have been, they're going sky high.
I think Brigade deserve favouritism now, based on what we saw this morning, and then also the fact they get that layoff. I looked at Zishan, for example, for the Royal Tigers. He looked like he was on one leg. He was really, really struggling with a groin injury. You've got to look after your groins, don't you, in cricket? Here's Wasim Abbas. And there's the reverse Malachi. Picks out the fielder, has to hustle. And it wasn't a good throw. It came back in from Butty.
Yeah, good work from the keeper, actually. He dived at full length and got a hand on it, and he ended up saving an overthrow.
Yeah, look at that. Now you see him, now you don't. Loves that reverse. Leticia plays it so well. Plays it with power. That's what I really like about watching him play that stroke. Now Jordan Martell will be facing up. This one just drifts in. Could be a chance. And it's spilt. And what is it this morning? It's like they're playing with a bar of soap out there on Finals Friday. We saw the Irish drop a bunch of chances. That was a fairly simple one. But it goes down. And Jordan Martell gets lucky.
Yeah, he gets very lucky. That was an absolute sit-up. He'd be disappointed with that. Should have been 3 for not many.
Zahid Ashraf down there. This is a moon ball. Just drops at the last moment. It's only 1. Maybe lucky to get away with that.
Oh, he's lucky. We did get away with that. He's lucky that didn't go into the bleachers. That should have been 6.
It does drop at the last moment, though.
Oh, come on.
That's why he mistimed it, though. Looks like it might be about chest height.
Takes all the pace off the ball, doesn't the bus?
Yeah. It's been a wicket-taking machine, though, for the Norwegians. Another full toss.
How would you play that? It is so slow. It might look easy on camera, but obviously it's not.
I think when... I know, I'm not joking. It does dip, even the full tosses. I think I'd be trying to punch it straight down the ground, play the percentages, so that I'm covering the potential misjudgment of height. I'm still getting the full face of the bat. I think when you're trying to swing across it like this, yes, you can do it, but there's less margin for error. So I think I'd be looking at this field and I'd be trying to go straight over the umpire's hat.
You just sort of feel that tension getting to Letitia. He hits himself on the pad there at the non-strikers end. Hasn't been able to get going, really. Mustn't be easy with that injury. Good over from a bus, though.
5 off it. Last ball coming up. Length right finally. Martell will get 1 and will retain the strike. So still all quiet at the old mill. 4 overs down. And the score is 17 for 2. And really sound to hear Mr. Maximo along with Corey Ruckers. And well, I see we've got, give me a hand here. Yep. We've got the Guernsey flag here.
Yep, they wanted to show all their viewers around the world.
There we go. Yeah, so right? which one do you want to take? There you go.
I'll take that in.
That's Guernsey. It's very interesting. Put them in a basket with Jersey and Isle of Man about, they're basically controlled by the UK, but they're self-governing dependencies owned by the Crown.
Yep.
And it's nice to have them as part of this European Cricket League for the first time. So, Guernsey, we like that you've represented so far in Group B, and wishing you all the best. They certainly have had to tough it out. They need some boundaries now. Another dot ball, and here's another guy, Fark Razul, who has had a very good week as well. Rarely goes for runs.
He's my favourite bowler in the tournament for many reasons, Vinny. He just does the right stuff.
There's just something a bit different about him. One gets away from him though, overcooks it, that'll be a wide. Umpires out there, that looks like Suleiman Saeed, who's out there with Shub Navjot Anand. And Shub, well, he was, no surprises, posting that catch of his yesterday, took in the fan zone as he was cruising past. bounce a bit more than Martel thinks. And do you think there's a slight change in approach from Martel, who's scared to be a bit too aggressive? He just seems to be prodding at a few here.
I think those 2 early wickets are just playing in the back of their mind, but they need to get a bit of a move on here. They don't want to let this slip away.
This isn't slipping away. This is straight up in the air, and it could be a chance, and it's held. Now the jinx of the drop catches is over. Martel, who was there, used up 11 balls. But this time, when he tried to up the ante, he couldn't get a good piece of the wood on it, and he's going to hole out for 5. Big trouble for Griffins in the 5th over. They're 19 for 3.
Well, it's like Borvika are taking all the pace and all the air out of the ball, and they've got nothing to work with. This was slow, outside off stump. Tries to mow it over mid-wicket. Probably would have been better off trying to go over cover. But a good catch. He made some good ground. And another wicket falls. And at the moment, it's all Borvika in this eliminator. And that was Ejaz out there.
Kamar Ejaz.
Yep.
He's a key player for Borvika. Again, he's improved a lot as the week's gone on. So 3 wickets now in the first half. Just not too many runs. 1-4 so far in 4.5 overs. And Borvika, last time these two teams met, it was a simple win for Borvika, who were only set 71 for victory by Griffins. And they got it with 7, well, basically in the 7th over. They actually bowled out Griffins in the 10th over. There's 1 ball to spare. So a bit of a bogey team, Borvika, for the men in pink. Goes after this. Didn't get lucky here. Falls in the Bermuda Triangle. Just get 1.
Good intent, though. I mean, he's come out and realised, well, we're striking at less than 5 and over.
Yeah, well, these two regularly open the innings together as well. Wallen, call the babysitter because he's in his 40s and all the others are in their 20s.
Yep.
I don't know how his body's feeling, but he really does like to have a go. So these two, probably the most 2 attacking, all-out attacking batters. So you see this one down to deep point or deep reverse square leg.
So you might see him trying to do that because there's not enough pace on the ball to go straight.
Yeah. And he's trying to get that less square. He's trying to get it more 45, isn't he?
Yep.
And ideally over. There's 2 fielders there at a short third man. There's a backward point and a 45. But yeah, just not quite finding his straps. And Letitia, he's the kind of guy that could just click for him here in the last 5 overs and they could still get something on the board, but it's a long way back. Wallen hits it hard, hits it straight, good option, gets 4. Quattro Carreras stands and delivers. Rasul, still pretty good over, but leaks the boundary off the last. He goes for 7. Halfway into this first innings of the Eliminator number 3. 25 for 3.
Yeah, well, maybe that boundary will get the Griffins going. Bit of a swat, but he hits it dead straight. Not many teams put a fielder there. And a much-needed boundary. The dangerous Letitia is still there, though. You can see he's 12 off 12, hasn't got going. And Wallen showed yesterday, and Martel showed yesterday, who's still to come, that they can clear the pickets.
Yeah.
But it's up to Letitia, isn't it? He's going to have to play a captain's hand.
Yeah, I mean, what's the best case scenario from here? Maybe 14 and over or something like this.
Yeah, 15 and over if you can.
Yeah, maybe get him 100. Out. And this is a big blow. He reverses it, but he picks out the fielder, Butty. He doesn't drop too many, and he wasn't going to drop this one. And the catching's been a little bit hot and cold. Now this one really hurts Griffins now as they lose their captain on the first ball of the 6th over. And it's 25 for 4.
So you feel a little bit hard done by when you're a batsman and this happens because you've got a backward point and a short third and you're thinking, I've just got to break it through. You either go aerial or on the ground, but he hits it flat. He hit it well, but he couldn't have picked out the fielder any better. And that is a huge, huge wicket in the context of this match. He never really got going. You just feel that he's been hampered by that injury in the last few days and he'll be disappointed. But, well, not if you're a Borvika supporter. They're well on top, Vinny.
Yeah, maybe so. But, yeah, that really hurts. He probably hit that one the best of the lot that he's tried today.
Yeah.
He hit it pretty well, but he just picked out the fielder, Butty.
We talk about teams timing their run in tournament play, and you just feel like the Griffins were slowly going the wrong way after their electric start, and some teams are going the right way.
Seems like they've reverse timed it. And when you think about the way that they came out of the blocks on the opening morning, 129 versus 76 against Brigade. Those two had contrasting gradients of their week. One leg side. This one, Either leg bys or wides. I'll wait for the signal.
Yeah, leg binds, Vinny. Just skimmed his pad on the way through. Just dropped on him. You're right.
Yeah.
You said he gets a bit of drop. He does, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. It's all because of the lack of pace in it. That's why I think it's a bit dangerous when you're trying to swing across it.
It's always good to see bowlers around you with that lack of pace. So maybe it's a tactic.
Yeah, and he doesn't really turn them. They just curve in. Wallen, well, he is a real key now. He's been joined by another Letitia, Glenn Letitia. Glenn Letitia, pretty interesting character himself. Plays for Guernsey FC, who play in the English competition for football.
Oh, okay, wow.
Yep. Very decent level of football there. There's a few of these guys do. Population's about 70,000 or so in Guernsey. Also got Jason Martin, who's the keeper. Well, he's the national football team goalkeeper as well. So he's a real keeper.
Wow.
He won't be diving to his potential today, judging by how he's walking up those stairs. Goes for it and gets it. And this is going to be the first one in the innings. Maximal! 6 to Wallen. Guernsey trying to mount something from the ashes. And this is a nice shot by the veteran who gets 6 and takes his team up into the 30s.
Yeah, well, since Wallen's been there, he's trying to hammer every single delivery. He got a few away yesterday as well. Good shot. Will that kick-start this innings?
Hits this hard. Oh, I thought for a second it was going to carry. It almost bounces over. That man, Kamara Ijaz. That's something, if you ever go to the Bulgarian ground, that's definitely it's bouncing over your head. It's super bouncy. It's impossible to field.
I'm glad we've got good turf here in Spain.
Oh, I think it's interesting. Anyway, 6 overs down. Score now 35 for 4. And now 6 over check-in time. They're not quite at run a ball pace at the moment. Yeah, from here, I'd still say, 14, 15. Let's say 15 and over. I'll get you to 95. All the bowlers have been really tight.
Oh, Razul again. He's just chipping away. He's having a good tournament. They're all having a good tournament. This style of taking pace off the ball has been working for Borvika the last few days. I mean, that is slow. That is real. I know it's a wide, but that is slow. And as a batsman, we all want to face pace in the ball. I mean, Conrad Greenshields does as well. He's very slow and difficult to get him away.
Hello, Conrad. This one could be more trouble. And, well, this one's easy for Butty compared to the last one. And now Wallen has to go. He was looking good over the first few, but that lack of pace again, I think, which is causes a false stroke as it skews away back behind point. Now it really does feel like a miserable innings for Griffins as they fall to 36 for 5.
Yeah, it's just not going right for the Griffins at the moment. You feel for them. We know they're a little bit undermanned in this match with injuries, but they're just not finding a way to cope with the slowness of Borvika. And it's clever bowling, and they're just doing their thing at the moment. Another wicket falls, and you've got to feel a little bit for the Griffins. They just seem a little bit undermanned at the moment.
Yeah.
But credit to Borvika as well. They've come with a game plan, and they're executing it well.
I've learnt, though, I don't start calling games halfway through the first innings because a lot can still happen. And I have to say, at the moment, it's not looking particularly good, though.
On a technical way of looking at this, would you be using your feet more? We usually talk about people going back in the box a little bit to get under the ball, but would you use your feet here to get some power into it?
I think I would, and I think I'd, again, try and use a straight bat. Swing and a miss. This is Adam Martel out there. Got to say hello to some of the fans, the Norwegian fans in the crowd here at the ground. Musa, who's on the Norway cricket board, as well as Tanvir and Eram here from Norway, supporting Bjørvika.
Well bowled.
They're loving the sunshine. Do you know why? Right now in Norway, it's minus 15.
Sorry?
It's minus 15 degrees. And here,
I could feel that from here when you said it.
Plus 18 degrees. It wasn't earlier. Tell you what, did pretty well to avoid the first game this morning. It was freezing. Afzal. It's a good, quicker one. Uh-oh. And he decides to have a pop at him.
See where the keeper's glove is there. If he throws that onto the keeper's glove, what happens?
5 penalty runs. Because he's deliberately discarded his glove, you see?
Yep.
It's a bit like a hat. Becomes like a hat.
Really?
Yeah. So it would have been. Ball would have been dead. And then he runs crossed 4 would have counted, but they didn't cross for any, so it just would have been 5. They need something like that at the moment, Griffins. Wide. Have a bowling though.
Well, they've just taken, it's like they've taken the air out the ball and said, if you're good enough, Griffins, try and get some power on this. And they haven't been able to find a way yet.
A lot of people are wondering why everyone's going at Corey in the chat. Corey's gets people talking. You're a conversation starter as well, I think. I like it. You bring something different. Didn't get to talk about your shirt yet.
Not yet.
Peacock Friday. Oh, this one. Big appeal.
Oh, did he slide his back foot? Did he slide it forward a little bit? It's quick hands. He's out there.
Ooh, I reckon
let's
he's gone.
slow it down. I think he's out here.
We'll have to get the freeze frame when the ball hits the stumps, but I think he's gone. Just eyeballing it. He's gone. Yeah,
Yep.
Really good work. And wow, that is super work from the captain, Usman Haider. It had to be quick.
Yeah, just drifting away a tad. And, well, you said it. Quick hands from Usman Haider. And he does exactly what he needs.
Here's what the umpire sees. This is normal speed, and you can see how tight this is. That's why they do go upstairs, and it's going to be another one for Afzal, who becomes the first bowler to date too. And at the end of 7 overs, the score is 38 for 6.
Maybe they left all their hope in the casino last night because it's not happening at the moment. How can they get themselves in this game, Vinny?
You need to try and scrape a 70 here. If you can do that, we've seen those kind of things defended, especially in an elimination game. I'm not saying it's likely, but they've got some good bowlers, and if they can have a good start and push that rate up to about 8 and over, well, suddenly you're in the game again. We saw the Australian Cricket Tigers defend something in the 70s earlier. This is where we're at on finals day. The loser of this match will be out of the tournament, and the winner will have to play the Royal Tigers. There will be a 1 hour break between the end of this match and the next. Similarly, between that and the final, where the Brigade side from Ireland have already qualified for that one, as we see Adam Martell starting the 8th with a single.
You're thinking, obviously, look, they're 39 now off 7.1. What's that? 17 deliveries, going at 10 and over. Get to that 70 mark.
Still got to gamble. I mean, you can't be too defensive here. There's no point.
2 wickets in the power play, and then you're back in it.
Yep, good power play. Try and do what they did to you. Burivic have improved a lot with the bat, but remember how terrible they were the first morning, where they swung and missed at more balls, I think, than anything I've ever seen in the first half of an innings.
I think they're the most improved throughout the tournament. Out of all the sides, I think Brigade's improved as well, and so have Royal Tigers Budapest. But for me, Borvica have improved the most.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Found their feet in the format. Small ball. Sending it back, so I'm not so sure about that at this stage. We've got Daniel LeMessurier at the other end.
Why did the Griffins come a little bit undermanned? Why don't they have a fit 12th and 13th? Do you know?
A mixture of issues, I think.
Just travel?
No, one of the biggest things that they're missing is I'll wait for this first. We'll see a boundary. Adam Martell. Let's get this one away, which is handy. But again, they'll need more of that. Well, I know one player they're really missing is Ben Fitchett, who unfortunately, COVID situation.
Oh, really?
Last minute, so you know it wasn't in the plans, but you know, you have to say they've given a very good account of themselves this week. I've liked some of the innovation. They seem to take to the format straight away, despite not playing any T10 cricket. But yeah, into the last quarter of the innings now. This is hit, but how well? It's hit just well enough to get over the top. Martell gets 6. Maximo. That brings up the 50 for Griffins. Like I say, I don't call games in the first innings because I've just seen too many things, Corey. I've seen 63 defended before a couple of times. Although it's not often, especially in such a crucial match, you have to keep fighting. Goes again, and he's going to get 6 more. So this is the resurgence they needed. Adam Martell rolls the dice, comes up double sixes. He moves to 18. Maximo.
Yeah, brilliant batting. It brings an end to the over. It's 56 for 6 now, and that's exactly what they needed. A bit of injection of pace. He goes edge for 4, then 6-6. So 16 off the last 3, and that's exactly what they required at this moment. And that means they've got a little bit of a platform to work with the last 2. You called it. If they get to 70, well, can they get to 80, Vinny?
Yeah, well, yeah, it'll be a bonus. deep in the crease. And that's where he gets the length to work with.
Oh,
So-
shock. The worm's going up. We got to, come on, Vinny, you got to change this for
See, the worm, it's all about the gradient.
It makes it look like they've had a flyer.
And also, the scale is 60 on that graph.
Yeah, no one looks at that side.
It's, I do like the heart rate. I'm going to work on that, Corey.
Thank you.
I'm working behind the scenes. All right. 9th overtime. Afzal. They really want 2 here.
Do you think they do? Or is it better to get Martel back on strike, who's just got his mojo
They
going?
hustled for 2. Yeah, I would have thought one's plenty.
Yeah, I think you're happy with a single there. Martel's got a little bit of momentum now in his innings.
Got to go with a hot hand. Now he just has to relax a bit, not overhit here, because he's going to have ants in his pants, wanting to whack it. And he's gone, and he chops on. Couldn't get the timing right. Afzal gets the 3rd, and unfortunately, Martel, after impressing with some hitting, 2 6s and a 4 in his knock, and he'll go no further. And well, Griffins just can't catch a break. This could have gone anywhere off the inside edge, but it crashes into middle and off. And the score now 57 for 7.
Well, you can see exactly what Borvica are trying to do. Slow and wide of off stump and making them drag across the line. And that's exactly what he's done there. And unfortunately for him, he gets an underneath edge. Some days they trickle away for 4. On other days, you get cleaned up. And he has to go. Another wicket falls, as Vinny said. And well, as soon as it felt like they were getting themselves back into this game, they lose another.
Yeah, disappointment for Adam Martel. They have to bowl out of their skins, Griffins, if they're going to make a game of this. But finals pressure, elimination match pressure, sudden death. Only one team will be able to meet Royal Tigers in that next match, which is starting in around about 2.5 hours from now. Driven. Make some hustle.
See, I know a lot of players would rather face something that like 120k an hour coming onto the bat than rather facing this, myself included.
I'd be one of them. Definitely. You've got too much time to think about it. We'll measure it out. And he's knocked over as well. He's played all around this, little inside edge. And would you believe it? Mohamed Afzal's got 4 for 5. We haven't had a 5-wicket haul this year. 5-wicket haul this year. And how's the measure? Played all around this. Can't believe it. Tries to turn the corner. Is Norway on fire? Well, it might be minus 15 up there. But here, they are heating up as another wicket goes down. And that's 58 for 8 now.
Well, he's just running through them at the moment. 4 wickets, and well, he can smell a Michelle Pfeiffer here. It's coming on, isn't it?
This is his figures so far, ball by ball. Mohamed Afzal, wide wicket, wide 1 wicket, 1 wicket, 1 wicket. So I haven't got more than singles off him.
Have we had a Pfeiffer this year?
We haven't had a 5 for this year.
How many balls does he have left, Eddie?
He has 2 balls left.
Well, if you ever had a chance, if you ever wanted to go shopping and bowl an even bigger moon ball, this would be it.
I mean, how do you approach this? Are you happy just to now bat out the overs, or do you gamble for more runs?
How many down are they?
They've got 8 balls left. I don't think taking 1 ball and taking 66, I don't think that's the play. No. Take it.
It's like he's taking the oxygen out of the ball. It is so slow.
It's true. One with a flat ball.
He's got one more chance at the...
Can we have a 5 up?
Yeah, I hope so for him.
Had a dropped hat trick last week. Won't get it. But still, that's a very good spell of bowling from Mohamed Afzal. He takes 4 for 5. That's 9 overs down now. The score's 59 for 8.
Yeah, credit where credit's due. He came in with a game plan and he basically said, try and hit these and try and put all the power on them. And he ends with 4 wickets. I'd say that's probably the best bowling figures of the week.
Yeah, would be. 4 for 6. Very, very good figures. Now, last over coming up. Probably Usman Arif will get it. Big man. And he conceded 3 when he bowled the 2nd over. At that stage, Griffins were 5 for 2 and they desperately needed something to happen. We'll see. We'll just mention some other people in the fan zone in a second, but first let's have a look at Usman Arif. He's bowling to Bishard. Leg side, look at this, flicks the pad. Flicks the pad, I heard that as it went past. And, you know, sometimes when you're down, you just can't catch a break. next one. He just flicks that back pad, I think, from Bishard. So that will be a ball they won't get back. I was going to say, everyone from the Sir newspaper. We got a good write-up in the Sir newspaper, Sir in English, last week. I was on a radio interview on Global Radio last Saturday as well, spreading the word. So welcome to everyone from the Sir. Hope you're having a good day.
Oh, that's a bit of a jaffa, Vinny. Just going in with the arm, slight seam in, and pretty unlucky not to see the 9th wicket fall. Oh, that jagged.
It did too much. And a good bounce as well that he gets. And, you know, when you're down, it's not easy when you face a lot of people who think it's their best bowler. Usman Arif, Norwegian national team player, played in the T20 Tri-Series we broadcast last year in Krefeld. It's Germany and France. One here. But yeah, that brings up the 60.
It's tough.
Now I think you've got to at least have a stab at getting a boundary. I think
Yeah, absolutely.
one's not enough.
Well, you're probably not going to get bowled out now, or at least you'd hope not. So can you set yourself deep in the crease and get under one? I mean, get one more big boundary, another 6, get them to that 67, 68 mark. Something to defend.
Won't be easy against the big man. Steaming in. Let's go. Misses.
Well, you can't really blame these two. You don't expect to be batting in a T10 match when you're coming out at 9 and 10. I mean, they'd even take a little edge for 4 at the moment. They'll take anything, the Griffins. They've been a bit shell-shocked in this Eliminator. But credit to Borvika. They've bowled well. They've fielded well.
Yeah.
They're doing everything right.
Afsal's figures confirmed the best figures ever in an ECL. 4 for 5.
Ever.
We only had 17 matches before this year in the ECL.
So in the
not all ECL.
inaugural event, no one took a 5 for either.
No 5s.
Okay.
Just scramble one here. So the big borrower is still 6. Last ball coming up. 61 on the board. Let's see what sort of Griffins fielding unit comes out. They need to try and find one big last effort to be competitive and try and pull off this miracle. Last ball coming up. Smiles in the air. Well, he should have time to get under this. Doesn't quite. Well, might as well keep running. There's 2. And there's no one home. And they won't even try for a 3rd. I would have thought maybe it's worth it because you need all the runs you can get as it is. It'll be 63 for 8. So if they were to defend this, it'll equal the record, which is held by Men in Blue, who defended it against 11 Stars in Barcelona last year. Also, the decathlon side in Corfu. I know you remember that. Against, remember who it was? Against Forge.
Yep.
They defended 63 as well.
There was one in Croatia as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, it wasn't quite 63. It was 64, I think, that one. But, yeah, 63 is the lowest total we have seen defended. But I tell you what, those boys in that beautiful shade of yellow, they'll be the happier of the 2 teams as we look back at the highlights. Well, Guernsey, we were flying the flag for them here in the commentary box. Well, let's just say, in the middle, it was a different story. Hooper went for a golden, and the wickets just kept tumbling. And also, no boundary shot selection there. Trying to show the bat, saying he got a bit of bat on it, but pictures told another story. That was Martin that was gone on the ramp. And although they kept their captain there for a while, and there were a couple of spilt opportunities, really, Griffins didn't make them pay, because there were plenty that were taken, and in the end, this innings was a mess. 63 of their 10 overs.
Yeah, and you have to admit credit to Borvika here because they just took all the air out the ball. We mentioned it a few times, took the pace off it. Letitia, he went to his favourite reverse Malachi, but picked out the fielder perfectly. He would have felt a little bit hard done by, and well, the wickets just kept tumbling. There was a 6 or 2 in between, and we're thinking, is that the injection of pace they need to get up to a score that they're going to be able to defend? But unfortunately for them, they just kept losing wickets in clumps. And it was this man who ended up taking 4 for 5, and the best ever figures we've seen in the Champions League.
Yeah, exactly. Champions League, European cricket, love a bit of wicket keeping as well. Had to be super quick there. Usman Haider, he's gotten better as the week's gone on as well. Jurevika, they're going to have a lot of confidence, especially because assuming they knock these off with a minimum of fast, they're not going to have spent too much energy. They just had the one game yesterday, and it was a fairly comfortable win they had. And right now, the biggest threat is each other. There's a bit of aggression going into the huddle there, but smaller measure. He played all round this one. Top of all, 4 for 5, the best figures in an ECL. For Mohammad Afzal. And at the end, we can't really blame the lower order of Griffins. They were trying their best, but yeah, the madness let them down. Mixture of fitness and injury concerns just creeping in at the worst possible time for the men from Guernsey. Gurvika will be very happy where they're at in this match. Eliminator number 3. And now see Martel, 18 of 10. He got out at a key time. Roland got to double figures, as did Letitia, but no one able to crack 20. And not too many extras given away as well, just the 4 wides in there. 63 for 8. And with the bowling, will be dominated by one man. I said Rico, Corey, but all the bowlers really were effective during this 10 overs for the Norwegians.
Absolutely. I mean, Mohammed Afzal, he finishes with standing figures of 4 for 6, but at the top there, Salim and Arif with the new ball going at economies of 4.5 and 3 is fantastic. And you can just see on the wickets and score column there, they just kept losing wickets in clumps, and unfortunately for them, they never really got going. There's only one skyscraper there, and they just needed a few more of those to get themselves up to a high enough score. So they end up with only 63, and Vinny touched on it a few times. We have seen this score defended before. This would be one of the more remarkable wins if Griffins can get into there, but scoreboard pressure, maybe 1 or 2 early wickets, you never know.
Yeah, this is what I'll say, is that if you know ECN, you know that you can never expect anything. So anything's possible, and when we return in just a few minutes, we will be back, and it will be Griffins trying to defend that score. But Bjorvik, they'll need 64 runs off their 10 overs if they're to schedule a meeting with the Royal Tigers in qualifier number 2. Join us shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Rutgers. You're watching ECN, and this is the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Hello and welcome back to the European Cricket League. It's the Champions League of European Cricket, growing from 8 clubs back in 2019 to 30 clubs here in 2022, playing over 6 weeks of action. 144 matches at the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol on the southern tip of Spain. It's great to have your company on the European Cricket Network. It's a unique and special cricket experience we haven't had for 2.5 years, but it is back. Kicking off the ECN season in 2022. That should see us broadcast over 1,000 matches of live cricket to all over the world, thanks to our partners. Broadcast on Fancode in India and the subcontinent and elsewhere on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and all of our partner networks as well that you might be watching this on. It's great to have your company. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN today, as we head into the second half of Eliminator 3. This is the 3 and 4 seeds battling at it for the right to meet the Royal Tigers in the next game. The winner of that match, they will meet Brigade in the Group B final later on today. And so now we are getting ready for the chase, and it was a pretty disappointing first half for Guernsey. They're only able to manage 63 runs. A team that started so strongly, they actually beat Brigade in match 1 of Group B, 129-76 on Monday morning. But here on Friday morning, a bit like the working week, your energy levels can dip a bit as it goes on. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And joining me in the commentary box is Corey Ruckers. And Corey, well, you feel like Guernsey, they're going to have to pull out something superhuman if they're going to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to do something pretty special that you don't see too often in the T10 format, but everyone loves a low-scoring thriller, and so do I. So I do hope they get themselves back into this game and give us spectators and viewers around the world a bit of a contest.
Well, we'll be throwing absolutely everything at the Norwegians here, starting with teenage prodigy Luke Bichard. First ball is hit pretty confidently by Ayaz Bhatti. Does pick up a single.
Basically, you need to hold on to every half chance. You need to create chances. You need to get a run out. You need everything to go your way. And if it does, you never know. You'll still be in it. Scoreboard pressure in a final as well.
That's right. Runs on the board are good runs. They do have some. Got a slip in. Luke Letizia hunting for early wickets. Yes, Bish is the call. This one just ties up the batter. So, no run here. Score continues on to be 1. And Ejaz on straight now. Kumar Ejaz, who's had a pretty good week. Look, a lot of the batters seem to have found their feet as the week's gone on for Bjorvika.
Yep, that's true. I mean, credit to them. They have really improved throughout this Group B. And they're one step away to getting to the prelim and then one step away from the final. So they've had a good week in the end. There's still a bit of work to do here.
This is the thing, though. You can be afford to be quite selective. I think also you've got to be a bit careful, though, with a target like this in this kind of 60 to 80 region as a batting side, that you don't get too conservative. Sometimes you can just bat yourself into a bit of a hole thinking, that there's not too many runs. You can kind of overvalue wickets still. What do you think?
Yeah, completely agree. Sometimes when it's a low chase, teams go a little bit more sedate at it, when really, if you throw your hands at 3 overs of power play, you probably win the game. Yeah. So it's a funny balance.
Driven nicely, 4 runs. And this is just well timed from Kumar Ejaz. Bichard, I think at times he's bowled these length balls, which I suppose in the longer form of the game, may induce an edge or something like that, but is risky. This time it's just a nice looking drive. Not too much effort for Ejaz, but he gets 4.
See, I'd punt on a few things here. I'd bring out my fine leg, put someone under the eyes at short cover. I'd take some chances in the field here.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, this one's in the air.
Exactly where short cover, exactly where I said. I mean, I think you've got to have catches in front of the eyes here. I think fine leg, get rid of fine leg, get rid of third man, and let's try to take some wickets, because that's looped up to exactly where I would have had someone, Vinny.
Yeah, well, Corey Rutgers, that's why the coach, I suppose, of the Spanish national cricket team at the moment.
Well, the way you've got to look at it, you've got to create 10 chances, and you're not going to get chances down at third man and fine leg usually. So can we take some extra risks here to get ourselves back in the game?
Goes after it, picks out the mount deep mid wicket. One hopper to Hooper. Remember the first day he had with his catching, and he had so many catches hit. He was giving a few off by the end. Into the first over, 7 for no loss. And despite there not being too much drama in that first over, still, Burevica, they got the 7 runs they need to stay ahead of the rate.
Yep, they're just doing what they need to do at the moment. And if you're the Griffins, you just need to get the odd wicket here and there. Send a few shutters down that batting lineup. All the supporters back in Norway would be tuned in at the moment. And in low-scoring thrillers, it does take a couple of brilliant moments in the field. Maybe they can manufacture a run-out. Yeah. Maybe a good stumping. We know how good he's been up to the stumps all tournament.
Yeah, true. Sometimes it's better being up to the stumps. I know he's carrying that groin injury and just won't have to move sideways as much as he'd have to if he was back. That's Jason Martin. He'll be a lot more comfortable up than back. Anyway, here's Hooper for over number 2. That's good by Martin.
So he keeps for Guernsey as well,
yeah,
the national team.
Yeah, and he's their goalkeeper, the national team goalkeeper in football.
Yeah, that's what I just asked.
Yeah, you said keeps, you weren't specific. I do like reading your mind, though. Goes after it. This one should be out. There's Glenn Letitia, takes the catch. Well, he's been solid, and there's the first wicket. They need plenty more of that. Guernsey, do they believe? That's the question. As Hooper was a length ball, trying to elevate, but couldn't get over one of the Letitias. It's Glenn, the older bro, that takes the catch. Hooper gets a wicket, and 7 for 1.
Well, game on all of a sudden. You can sense it in the air. He goes for that swipe across the line. It's a poor shot. It was wide of off stump, and I still think batsmen, when they see the ball wide of off, they're still thinking mid-wicket. He should just hit that through point, surely, but he gets the early breakthrough, and Griffins, maybe a little bit of a lifeline here, Vinny.
But he's a bit disappointed, but I suppose he doesn't use that many balls up. Goes for 2 off 4. Bring the captain to the crease, Usman Haider. I think Usman Haider is a batter that fell for one of the tricks that I think sometimes batters do in this form of the game when you haven't played it before. He was just swinging at everything on Monday. He swung and missed at 6 in a row from Jayaraman from the Royal Tigers. But I think he's just settled a bit now. It's an ideal man to come to the crease at this point. Hooper. Can he be a hero for Griffins? Comes into bowl to the Burevica skipper. Just leans on this one, gets 1. I suppose, not to be too much of a negative Nancy, but even if Griffins were able to somehow pull this off, you worry about...
Don't say it, Nancy. Don't say it.
You still worry about what kind of shape they'll be in when they have to meet the Royal Tigers. Carved away nicely. This one gets over the infield, and it's 4 more. So, Ejaz, a couple of boundaries. Just workmanlike this performance so far. Again, economy of movement, isn't there, from the batter?
Quick hands, real quick hands. Sort of snaps his wrists at the point of contact, and that raced away for 4. So, a couple of boundaries help out the Burevica side. And even though they lost that early wicket, they seem quite calm at the crease. Slight adjustment to the field now. Looks like someone from the leg side's coming over as we get a new ball. That one's lost in the bushes. But another player coming over to the offside. And that's a good decision because Hooper's bowling nice away swing at the moment.
Is the point's going to go back or not?
No, I wouldn't send the point back. I would ring it up on the offside. Maybe have one tight for a catcher.
Yeah. I think this is where you can get
funky.
What's the word? Get your depths, mix up your depths a bit with your 4 offside fielders, or 5 now, that are inside the circle. So only 3 fielders on the leg side. Will be an off-stump plan, I'm sure, from Hooper. Overdoes it, though. Take by Martin.
Yeah, I agree with you. You could get a bit funky with where you put those people. I'd have one tight, maybe one floating halfway to the boundary. I'd bring my backward point really tight. Just trying to manufacture something.
There's a leave. I don't see too many of those. I think maybe something to do about this target.
Bit of a 50 over chase this, isn't it? You don't have to do anything crazy.
True, but I still think you should be trying to go 10 and over. Pretend you're chasing 100. I think that's good advice. Leans back and pulls this. And everyone comes around and does the work.
I get what you're saying, but 10 and over is probably a little bit overly aggressive when you need 60. I'd say 8 and over.
Yeah.
It's 10 and over. You have to take
10 and over.
No, you still have to take a fair few risks to go 10 and over.
A lot has to go wrong for you to miss out on this. You don't want to contribute to your own demise. Anyway, that's 2 overs down. The score is 14 for 1. I certainly know that those of you that are tuning in, you'll be aware that this tournament isn't just this week. It's going to be 6 weeks, and this is Group B at the moment. Group C, very interesting. Next week, Corey, 6 new teams. What do you think?
Mark my words. Prague CC Kings to progress from Group C. Remember this moment, Vinny.
I'm remembering. You've already said it. I remember that moment as well. Have some competition though. Brescia CC, they'll fancy their chances. Cluj, they're very much improved from the team we saw in 2019.
Do you know how to say the name of the Turkish team?
Zettenberner Zafra.
Well played.
We're practicing that on the weekend, don't worry. As we've got Kamara Ijaz gets another boundary. And once again, it just seems like he's almost batting in slow motion when he's there. Seems to have so much time. But again, it's all in the hands. Perfect timing and 4 more runs for Bjorvika.
Well, that's the best of his 3 boundaries. He gets just a ball on his hip and he only just touched that. It's good batting from Ijaz. He looks like a man at the top of his game at the moment.
Yeah. Economy of movement and economy of energy from the Norwegian champions Bjorvika over the last couple of days. Only had to play the once yesterday. And now it goes over cover point, and this is going to go all the way. Maximo! Again, he just pats the ball on the head, doesn't it? Doesn't he? Ijaz, and he moves to 20. What a remarkable stroke.
Yeah, well, a little bit of width on offer, and we said he's just on the top of his game. He just taps the ball, and that flew away for 6. He's gotten himself off to a bit of a flyer, and Bjorvika, well, they're streaming ahead in this match. We're going to have to see something remarkable if Griffins are to stay alive in this tournament.
I mean, for a guy that's 20 off 9, I mean, he almost looks bored. He's got so much time out there. This time he doesn't get his own way. Good comeback from Bichard.
Yeah, good comeback from the young man. He's had an okay tournament as well, and good to see a young seam bowling prodigy come from Guernsey. And a little adjustment to the field, and I like this. Third man's coming up now. They're going to put someone at deep cover. That means point and cover should come tight as well.
Yeah, so now he has to think twice about elevating over the offside and playing that lofted cover drive.
It's going to be a wide. No, it's a good adjustment because for me, I find third man's a negative field setting. Third man, the ball is just there to maybe save the 4, sorry. Whereas if you have him in the ring, usually those splices you can get a catch, and then you can put someone at deep cover where the ball does get hit to quite a lot.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's always negative. Sometimes it's a catching position, and when the bowler's got a bit of pace. This next one's cut. Field at backward point. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I think that third man can be a catching position in this form of the game. Depends on the wind as well. I think when the wind is strongly behind the bowler, like we saw a couple of times this week, I think it's probably worth putting the third man back. Because it's less of a genuine shot than cracking it actually over cover. That's why I think you don't mind that. He's feeling for this, Bichard.
Good comeback. Good comeback after being hit, taking a little bit of tap.
But yeah, the issue is there's not much to play with. If they had 100 plus on the board, it'd be a very different feeling about this start from Bjorvika. But right now, you have to say still in pretty good shape to progress to the next match.
Short, wide, cut hard, and he's not going to be able to get around to that. Well, doesn't matter if you put a sweeper in. When you hit it as hard as Ijaz is hitting it, it's going to go for 4. And, well, they win the power play as well, do Bjorvika, and they've got 1 foot heading to the premium. It's 29 for 1 after 3. Really good batting from Ijaz.
Just do what they need to do, and there's your 10 and over. See, we're almost at the 10 and over after 3. And just want to welcome everyone, no matter where you're watching from around the world, whether you're watching on Fan Code on the subcontinent or you're watching on our YouTube channel. And yeah, what's the story of this match so far?
Pretty contrasting power plays, Vinny. And you see it on the graph there. And, well, for the Griffins, their tournament, hanging by a thread, you sort of feel for them a little bit. I mean, they came out the blocks in Group B like a bullet from a gun. They shocked Brigade. They looked like a really good fielding unit, batting unit. Their bowling was quite good. You just sort of feel like a couple of injuries have happened and they haven't really recovered from that. And unfortunately, their tournament's going south, while for Borvica, or fortunately for them, it's going north. They're timing their run perfectly. If they play the prelim versus Royal Tigers Budapest, that's going to be a doozy of a match. So it looks like we're going to have some left arm seam now. Change of angle.
Yeah, we will get. Mountain's had a pretty good week with the ball. Jordan Martell. Well, jinxed him. Good keeping by Martin, who I know is experiencing a bit of discomfort with that groin injury. Martell's got a lot of slow balls this week. He's been a clever bowler.
Yeah, a lot of cutters, a lot of into the pitch bowling.
Guzman Hyder on strike. Appeal. Not entertained by Solomon Saeed. Foot did lift just for a second. It was back down. It's only a, what was it? A Yepto second?
Yekto second.
Yepto second. Yeah. Well bowled. Martell. Again, nothing simple at the moment for Griffins.
You can't question their commitment.
No. I certainly wish Griffins all the best if they are bowing out in their domestic series.
Calling it.
This year. I'm not calling it, I'm just saying. It's really enjoyed having them around this week. This one's going to be a wide. Frustration for Martin, never easy when they're that full. Again, doesn't quite have his feet moving. Doesn't get a little shuffle side step there.
So he's got a groin strain, does he?
Yeah, that's Dr. Maximo diagnosis. This one could be out, and it will be. So Wallen takes the catch. And this one just, I think, just bites off the seam. Came from outside the leg stump, and Wallen does take the catch. Maybe a bit of an off-cutter from Martell. Seems to hit him almost on the gloves, very high on the bat at least. And so they do get a wicket here. Second one now, as it's 32 for 2.
Yeah, good call, Vinny. It was the off-cutter, and it sort of just plugged in the wicket. And Ejaz, well, sometimes he can look a little bit laboured when he's playing his strokes, and that was another one. He didn't really get any piece of that, and in the end, it was caught by Wallen at 45, and another wicket falls. That'll be consolation wicket, but Ejaz, he's done some damage there. 24 or 14, striking at 171.
Yeah, put them in a good position to progress to the next match. Gonna say hello to Shazad in the chat, as well as Joe Foster, who says it's a shame for Griffins. The first 2 days, they looked like the team to beat. Have injuries really hampered them?
Yes and no.
Yeah, mixture of injury and maybe other teams catching up.
That's what I think. I think some of the other teams just improved a lot throughout the week and sort of figured out the T10 format, whereas on day one, it felt like Griffins had played T10 for a lifetime.
Yeah, they looked great, didn't they? You don't win the group on day one. Sufyan Salim comes to the crease at number 4. Likes to give it a whack, and now we'll get to see Martin just labouring. After that, gets one.
Is there any chance? 0.1%?
I have seen a team lose 8 wickets for 4 runs when they needed 12 off the last 3 overs to lose the match. I've seen them go from 2 down to all out in 2 overs.
Wow.
I've seen things. I've seen things that make you blush, Corey Rutgers.
I know you have.
But do I see it happening?
Have you ever
here?
seen it at this level? What percentage chance do they have right now?
0.4.
0.4?
There you go. It's all right. 0.38. But these things happen. You need something to happen. What? How can you possibly win from here? That's the question. You've got to try and find a way to get the runs above the balls. Again, as we get to the end of 4, and it's 35 for 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Rutgers. Well, it is Friday, and you know you like your Peacock Friday. Talk us through your shirt today. That's a very interesting number you've got there.
It's an absolute shocker. Let's be honest. It's one of the worst from the wardrobe. I think it's quite nautical. There's a compass and things on it.
I was going to say, there's a bit of kind of, yeah, medieval explorer about that.
You
So
know,
have you got any more information on your shirt? What landmass is this? Is it a real world thing, or is it one of those?
I've got all the
fantasy
teams on it. There's Guernsey. I had Norway, Borvika,
Okay.
and I'm getting a shirt for each week.
Can't
And
really decide what it is. You've got some sort of weird currency on the side. Well, it's Corey Rutgers here anyway. Enjoyed your work again, Corey, this week, and I know we've got you still for a couple more weeks, and I'm sure that you're looking pretty with a bit of interest about this. Of course, with your role, I think Guernsey, it might be a team you might run into this year at some point, right?
well, that's not been announced yet, so let's get back to the cricket.
I'm just saying it's possible.
Yeah, no, it's possible. They're doing good things at Guernsey Cricket, and yeah, it's been really a pleasure to have them here. And it's been a pleasure to have all these different teams from all over Europe coming. It's a pretty amazing thing what we're offering, Champions League of Cricket.
I've told you, you've got to put the top secret stamp when stuff comes onto my desk. Anyway, that wasn't specific. Well, that's Corey, soon to be ex-national team coach of
I'll take that 0 from 0.
national team of Spain. This is Adam Martel. He's had a good week as well. Another one of these ones, a bit like Abbas, but a bit quicker. But he doesn't really spin a lot of way. He's just got, it's a one-finger nudie. Is that what you're going to call it?
It's called a nude nut. It sounds a bit rude, but it's not. That's what they call it. You keep one finger on the seam of the ball and it sort of swings in. You almost have to play him like an in-swing bowler. Not that one, though. And then he does that. That's the variety.
Yeah.
He slows it up, and that's the traditional off-spinner. And
Yeah. Couldn't decide what to do with that, the batter.
tell you, get another wicket here, Vinny.
Oh, great keeping.
Oh, brilliant keeping. I tell you what, for a
Right.
man that's got a groin
Big hat
strain,
9.
that is phenomenal keeping, and he just couldn't reach the stumps in the gather. Vinny, you'd appreciate this.
Really loved it. For a guy that can hardly move, to get down there so quickly. And look, he has to throw his hands because his body's still going that way, so he has to reach. Can we get? It's outstanding work by Martin. This time just be one. Got to say that Terry in the Czech Republic, he's watching. He said, that's my tombstone quote. I've seen things. I think that's true. And Keanu, he remembers that collapse. It was Malmö that fell in a heap against the Helsingborg Royals in Sweden last year. And that will be the end of the over. Well, at the moment, Perovica up halfway through this chase, 40 for 2, so I haven't really blown him out of the water, but still in a very, very good position to make it through to qualifier number 2.
Well, you're still clinging on to a lifeline here if you're a Griffin supporter. 40 for 2 after 5, we're halfway there. You'll still be ruining the fact that they didn't make 80 or 90 and give themselves more of a chance. But if you can go bang bang, you always say in a fielding team, can we add 2 wickets on the total, and imagine that. Can they go bang bang back to back?
On Martel for another, and this is out, caught behind. Well, we tried to hide it with a scorecard, but there's no hiding the fact that Usman Haider himself has been caught behind. One keeper catches another. Again, up to the stumps work. It's a wide one, slashes at a little edge, and well, springing his step now as Martin pounces that one. Again, great wicket keeping, and also clever bowling, pushing it across the batter. So there's one of them. And Bjorvika lose their captain at 40 for 3.
Well, Vinny, I said if they go bang bang here, you add 2 wickets on the total. Pretend that it's 4 for 40. It's now 3 for 40. You never know. And sensational, again, I mean, we talk about him a lot, but Jason Martin showing why a keeper can be so valuable in the T10 format.
Yeah, and I've got a question for you. Let's say Martin couldn't bat at all. Say he was a genuine number 11. Do you still have him in your T10 team or not?
Not when you get bowled out for 60 odd.
Okay, take that aside.
Okay, well then yes.
Asking for a friend.
Yeah, I think so, yes. He saves runs.
Yeah.
He saves at least 10 to 15. He creates chances
He's
as
an
well.
attacker behind the stumps. That's what I like
There's
about
not
him.
many keepers at this level that are that good.
Yep,
But can they go bang bang, Vinny?
I'm picking him, but I'm biased. I am actually that though.
I'll tell you what, I'm
Got
feeling
3.
something here. What I asked you
You're
two
kidding
overs ago,
yourself.
you said it was 0.4% of a chance. What is it now?
1.4.
So it's gone up.
Yeah,
You're the
Gone up.
what do they call it? The wasp?
buy low, sell high. Yeah, the WinViz. Yeah, it was, but WinViz is another one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've brought cover and point tight. Another dot. Now what's it at? 1.5. Go up
This
every
is
ball.
This is Karem Shazad. Now, last time these two teams met, he whacked 39 off 10 balls.
Oh, that'd be pretty handy now.
2 dots to start, though. Well, he won't do 39 today. He wants it.
Oh,
I don't think that's an edge, though. It's the noise. He just felt the bowler wasn't particularly interested. Just big noise, something related to the swing, I think.
tell you what, Vinny, you got to believe here.
Got to hit that over. Got to hit that over cover if you want to go after it. Wasn't there to swing over mid wicket. That's what Shazad likes to do, though.
He's having it. This over perfectly illustrates why he is such a good keeper. He's taking them outside off. He's taking half volleys, taking low full tosses. He's caught one. His energy's up, and this is all while he has a groin strain.
Yeah. Need to escape out of this over to have any chance. They've almost got that runs versus balls back. That's what I was talking about. Still don't think they can quite get there. This is in the air. Now this is going. It's going. It's gone. Maximo. Shazad, 5th time lucky for him as he sends Martel out of the ground. And frustration for Guernsey, who are building something. And then the house of cards falls down off the last ball of the over. 6 down now. 46 for 3.
Yeah, not sure I can hide my disappointment there. I really wanted to get a little bit of a contest going, but that 6 alleviates all of the pressure. And, well, Shazad just does what he does. 46 for 3. What's the percentage now, Vin? It's gone back down, hasn't it? It's lower.
Yeah, it's
Tell
down
me.
lower than Barry White. I think after that, 18 of 24. I think I'm back at 0.4 again.
Yeah, back to 0.4.
Loving the 4s. I mean, from here, you need a really good over. He's a good bowler to bowl it, though. Martel.
I love what he does.
They seem to between a rock and a hard place here, Burevica, their hitters. Because they're like, I really just want to hit. But, you know, they could be picking up ones here fairly easily.
Not too sure what I think about the 3rd slip / gully. I think I'd be going at 1st slip.
That's it. I'm injured. I need to stand somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, you're better off being at 1st slip than a floater there, surely.
Maybe for some sort of slash.
Oh, he's dropped him. Oh, well, we said everything has to go their way. It was hit hard, but he did get 2 hands to it. Oh, it's a chance, Vin.
Yeah, and it was mishit. It was catchable. I mean, it wasn't softly hit, but also that's one that I think Adam Martel probably catch more often than he drops. A little bit shorter and swung away. This one will be out of the ground. Maximo all the way up the stairs into the bar. And the fan zone filled up today. Good crowd in. Well, they get a good look at the Kookaburra there. And this is why, you know, they have a lot of chances to score these runs, Burevica. They've just put a couple away and now big trouble.
Oh, and there's James Cantor. A bit of poor fielding from him again.
James hasn't played cricket in a while. Too busy in the office, head of operations. As we see, next one, single following it up. So, yeah, the score now is creeping up. 55. There's only 9 more required.
It's over, Vinny.
I need more decimals in my prediction now.
So it's looking like Borvica versing Royal Tigers Budapest in the 3rd eliminator. Or is that the 4th eliminator? Or the prelim? Do we call that the prelim?
Yeah, I would call it a prelim. We call it qualifier too. He's the subcontinental nomenclature. There you go, Chase.
Yes, Jay.
Chase this.
Yeah, boys.
Well, I think with 1 ball to go, in fact, that is over. So 56 for 3 off 7.
So give me a little thoughts on the prelim coming up and
Yeah.
what you sort of think.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, isn't it? I mean, Royal Tigers will play the winner of this, and it seems certain now that it will be Burevica. And Burevica just seem in better shape than Royal Tigers, but Royal Tigers, I think, you know, their experience could be really important. But I worry about things for Royal Tigers, like Zishan did not look fit at all. Do they open with him? Do they gamble him even playing? That's the question. But I still think Royal Tigers, they've had the game off. You would favour them, but it's no foregone conclusion.
Who are you picking?
Burevica.
Really? Wow.
Instinct. You know, sometimes I don't have a reason. I think Royal Tigers are favourites, and they deserve to be favourites. A sneaky suspicion
that Tigers on the slide a bit today. I could just be doing what you do. Well, I say the opposite thing, so that no one remembers it unless it comes through.
I'm thinking Royal Tigers today.
Okay.
I still think they'll make the final, and I think one of their explosive batsmen will have a good final and get them over the line.
Yeah. Got me wanting to change my mind now. Leg glance, as before, gets a little bit of a toothpick on this, and it gets away from the fielder. And it's going to be 4 runs. And so, seems like a matter of time now. See Mullen coming into the attack. Just his line straying a little bit. Quite rocking at us. Yeah, Royal Tigers. They've got a lot of weapons though. They shouldn't be so obsessed with the Zishan situation. Don't think Safi could bat in the same manner as he did this morning. Here you go. Is that 8 if this goes to the boundary? 4 over throws? Throw missed the bowler. Yeah. I'm just caught. I suppose the fact that I said Bjorvik there shows me an upset is possible. Very, very realistic possibility. Hit him in line, but I think this is going down the leg side.
Yep, sliding down the leg side, Vinny. Definitely not out. So almost ending here is this match, and good to see the Griffins fighting right to the very end. They'll rue not making 90 to 100 though. Really disappointing batting performance this game from them.
Talking about the chances of Griffins winning this game. Tell you after this ball. Oh, this is a wrong one. It's going to tie the game. The second bounce completely does the fielder. And there's Glenn Letitia there, who cannot believe what's happened. It's gone right, it's gone left. And it's just been completely frozen. This one ties the scores at 63.
What's good to see is they're all having a laugh out there, Vinny. They're not getting into him too much. They're all having a good smile, and they've enjoyed their week here. They really have, and it's been exceptional to have the Griffins.
Chances, according to Phil G, of Griffins now lower than a pregnant ant's belly button.
Wow.
That's what I like, this chat. All right, any score will win it now. That's one way to do it. They bring it up with the Maximo, and that will swing the Norwegians into qualifier number 2. They get there with 13 balls to spare. It wasn't the most convincing chase I've ever seen, but still, they did what they needed to do. Unfortunately, it is goodbye for ECL 22 to the Griffins side from Guernsey. They really played the game in very, very good spirit. I know they're a bit banged up come the end of the week, but they showed a lot of aptitude and innovation the way they played their cricket. I liked some of their bowling options as well with the Martells. I've loved the keeping of Jason Martin, of course. Luke Letitia has had an outstanding tournament as well, but unfortunately, this is the end of the road for them.
Yeah, it is, and they can hold their heads up high. They've had a good week, and they played some really enthralling cricket. They'll be disappointed with their performance in this one, but sometimes it happens like that, and they'll go home with some good footage, some heads up high, and a little bit of extra cash for the trouble last night.
Well, look for that silver lining, Corey, as it was 64 required for victory, and he's rocking the shirt. The finger guns were out. Now, I always got to forget that camera's always on, but as we were looking at this chase, they needed early wickets. They did get a couple. Glenn Letitia has had pretty good hands this week. Apart from that, just knew that any sort of half-decent start would be enough for the Norwegians. Ejaz, he impressed me with the way he went about his batting. He seemed to have so much time to play his shots. And then any mistakes were capitalised on. Well, I don't think that was quite in the middle of the hands, but he was able to hold on to that. Martin, well, despite being hardly able to walk, he was keeping fine. That was a nice catch off Jordan Martell. But ultimately, Corey just knew that in all likelihood, the 63 wouldn't be enough runs on the board.
No, absolutely. And there was James Cantor enjoying himself in the pavilion, but yeah, it wasn't going to be enough in the end. And well, Borvica did everything they required. They found boundaries pretty much with ease. And well, it was a matter that they bowled so well before that for this batting group, chasing a low score of 63 was never going to be too tough. And they did what was required. And more importantly, they've had quite a nice, easy victory, because if they are to go on and progress from this group, they're going to have to win 3 on the trot. Now that sets up a pretty enthralling qualifier 2, Royal Tigers versus Borvica.
Yeah, and it starts in about an hour and a half just to tick over. So it starts at 1 p.m. GMT, which is 2 o'clock in Central Europe, and 6:30 p.m. in India. The toss will take place shortly. Stay tuned to our live chat, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube, or also you can catch us in our website, europeancricket.com. and we'll let you know what the deal is in that toss. Looking forward to that match as we have a look at the beautiful surrounds of this Cartama Cricket Oval on the Costa del Sol, a beautiful region of Andalusia, the south coast of Spain. And just new that Biurrica, they were in good shape. They become the first team from the bottom three to make it through to the last three after last week. We saw the top three hold their places. Unfortunately for Griffins, it wasn't to be. As Karim Shazad, well, he did get going after a slow start, swung and missed at the first four, but ends up 27 off 12. And he was the destroyer last time that these two teams met. Sufyan Salim was pretty quiet by his standards, but Kamari Jazz got things moving with 24. In the end, they do it with over 2 overs to spare, so fairly comfortable. They did say they did have to work for their runs to an extent, Corey, but Biurrica deservedly so. They're into the top three, and they'll have to pull off a couple more big scalps if they're going to qualify, but who's to say they can't do it? They're playing well. 2 for 12 for Jordan Martell, best of the bowlers, the other wicket to Hooper. Ultimately, Griffin, unfortunately for them, we say goodbye, but certainly we look forward to them, wishing them the best for the domestic season, and maybe we'll see them again in ECL.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've enjoyed their week so much, and they'll be going home telling all their friends about it, and it might give their team a little bit more of a spur on in their domestic comp next year to make sure they win it again, and maybe we'll see them again next year. But it was great having them, and well, you can just see the difference in the power plays here. Unfortunately, it wasn't a good batting performance, but that can happen under the finals pressure cloud. But it's been an exceptional week for them, and I'm sure they've enjoyed all their moments. And now they'll enjoy the afternoon. I'm sure they'll sit around and they'll watch these exciting 2 matches coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. So, well, it's been great to have you in the box again, Corey. Give me a little fist bump here. And it's been great to have all your feedback as well. I said a fist bump, don't push your luck. But Corey, yeah, we're looking forward to seeing you next week. I know you got the afternoon off. You'll be watching very keenly. And from the fan zone, got a few fans to interact with today, so enjoy that. And yeah, Corey will be back on Monday for Group C action, but we will be back on ECN in about 90 minutes to start qualifier number 2. It's going to be the Royal Tigers of Hungary versus Biurrica of Norway for the right to meet the first qualifier brigade into that final. So it's all to play for. See you shortly on ECN. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. Rico is lurking around as well. We'll see you shortly for more BET2BALL European Cricket League.
On the Costa del Sol.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. I'm here with the kids from the British International School of Marbella and we are ready for the qualifier number 2. And it's going to be the Royal Tigers versus Burica. And how about it, guys? Are you guys having a good time today? Yeah! Well, they are, tell you what, Burica are as well. They're still live in the tournament. They're going to have to take on the Tigers. Let's go out to the middle where Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, is with 2 captains.
Your call. Back to ball. Back to ball. We like to bat first.
Well, there you go. BET2BALL was the call, but Kiba was the fall, which means that the Royal Tigers, they've won the toss. They've elected to bat first. Good, confident move from their captain, Harsh Mandian. Zishan, is he fit? We'll have to see. And Safi, will he hit the ball better? That's the question. And Royal Tigers, they lost their earlier match by 20 runs, as opposed to Burica that come in on a host of good form. So I think we're about time to get ready to go up to Rico Full in the commentary box. And well, kids, what are we going to do? Let's get ready to play. Over to you. Let's get ready for qualifier number 2.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome back. Well, I hope you enjoyed your little break there. Well, we were getting things ready here. Preparations are on the way. It was so nice to see the British International School of Marbella and the kids that came along with some of the teachers go out there in the middle and hit a few balls. And the umpires involved and Vinny and myself as well. That was nice in this pleasant sunshine. But now it gets back down to the serious business. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League, the Champions League of cricket. And now this is where it all gets spicy. And your Vika, the Norwegian champions, they take the field of play. As in this match, it's the Royal Tigers that win the toss. It's their captain, Harsh Mandian, deciding they're going to bat first. He's done pretty well with bat and with ball. Look, there'll be question marks over Zishan. If he can get going, well, they can put a big score on the board. That's what they will need, because one thing that we've seen from Burica, they've got better and better. Now, this is what that our computer tells us. They reckon that it's going to be the Tigers that will get to a score of 98. That'll be a blow below par, my feeling is. And Burica will just fail to get there. And you can see there the average runs for and against, and the average runs against there, so that just gives you an indicator. That's what that's based on, of course. And a big moment for both these teams and the players. Remember, the winner goes on to face Brigade, who await, no doubt, there somewhere. I reckon they're probably at the top of the hill behind us, looking down and watching with intent. Given the chance, maybe they would fancy that it's the Tigers once more that are victorious here, because they've got a good record against the Tigers. Burica, a little bit of the unknown, just getting better and better. Had a chance to talk to both teams during that break, and at appropriate times we'll bring you some information on that. Zishan will be opening with Captain Harsh. Zishan to take the first ball. And it will be bowled by Sufyan Salim. He's had a good championship. And Burica will want to be getting some quick wickets here. Play, says the umpire, Nilkesh. First ball. And doesn't quite time it. But we'll get runs on the board straight away. So off the mark, the very first ball. Good afternoon to everybody on the chat. Maya's on there, enjoying the cricket. And also, a very warm welcome to Prakash Mishra, the captain of the Indo-Bulgarian side. What a good day they had yesterday in one win, but just couldn't repeat that magical performance against Zagreb when it mattered. Captain Harsh takes his time to mark his crease. Wonder what will be going through in his mind. Has he played in a bigger match than this? Everything to play for. A place in the final awaits the winners of this match. Salim goes up in the air. This is an opportunity. Is it going to carry to the fielder? No, it doesn't. And it drops in no man's land. One or two of the fielders not too impressed with the effort or the intent, you should say, made by that man out on the long-on boundary to get there. But I think in all fairness, that was always going to drop short. You saw Usman Arif, he's pretty quick, he couldn't get there. Zishan playing the cut shot. Now Zishan, this is what we saw against Brigade. Every time he played a shot, whether he hit it or missed it, he was in agony afterwards. He definitely has a groin injury, groin strain. So there you go, you see, this is painful to see. We've all played through injuries. Sometimes we know it does certainly affect you. Well, he goes and hits this one. Well, the ball goes past the boundary along the deck, and somebody else who goes along on the deck as well as Zishan. He really is struggling, and you just have to ask yourself here just how much of this can he bear? Because every time he's hitting it, he's feeling the pain, and I'm just wondering if pretty soon he may decide that enough is enough. He's had a little chat there with his captain, the non-striker, Harsh. And for now, he's still there, and he's deciding to go through the pain barrier for his team. No! This one goes straight to the fielder, shouts no. And, not really his call, I suppose, but I think Harsh knows that Zishan is struggling. Probably is not going to make him run too much. He'll be thinking, if he can hit 10 balls for a boundary, then he's done his job. Well bowled from Salim. Doesn't give him any room this time. Dot ball. And that's the end of the first over. Big hello to everybody that's here through the newspaper. It was lovely to have them up in the commentary box during that break, and you know, they were having a nice chat with Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, and of course very warm, and it is a very warm welcome to everybody else that has joined us here. This magnificent setting, this magnificent ground at the Cartama Oval. Remember, we are in the host region of Malaga. Thank you to the Ayuntamiento, the Andalusia and Malaga for all their support in putting this event together, and Cricket Hispania as well. And on that note, it's Mr. Maximo who comes into the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back. A really interesting clash. Yeah, for the right to meet the Irish champions Brigade in the final. Over number 2, here's Big Usman. Down leg side, this will be a wide. You saw the bat versus ball wall. Only had a couple of runs separating these two teams. This is a hard one to pick. You feel like this team on the rise versus the team maybe slightly on the slide. The Tigers, particularly, I know they're concerned about Zishan. They haven't gone for Safi at the top of the order. They've gone for the captain, Harsh Mandian. I'm guessing we'll see Safi at 3. Goes with this one, goes with the angle, and this one's going to carry the fence. Maximo! Now the captain's up the top to do a job, and he hits this one sweetly, 6 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. You saw again the Usman Arif just not getting his line right, drifting down the leg side, and if it's anywhere near there, well, if they get a sniff of it, it's going, and it's going the distance. 6 more.
Yeah, just using the natural angle. There's the sheriff, Charles Croucher, out there in the middle.
He loves to rub it in, doesn't he? To the fielding side when the ball goes to 6.
Signal.
He's yeah, exactly.
How about a smiling out signal? Did you ever do any of those as an umpire?
I used to give the nod and then just a little smile before the finger went up. Yeah, got to be done.
Dangerous. If you're smiling when you're giving it out. Pitched up, wants to go again, and this one, you forget it, 6 more. 6 más, 6 carreras. And it is Mandian who's getting things moving at the top of the order.
Good shot, wasn't it? Because he just look, gets the foot right in the right place, and like he does so often, goes down on one knee and he puts it away. Stunning shot.
It's a really good shot. It's the kind of shot you'd play to a spinner normally. That's not the case with Arif. He's coming from 6'6" kind of height. So to be able to get down and sweep that over the fence is very, very skillful indeed. Oh, this one hits a wide, basically. This one would have been a wide. Instead, it'll be a dot ball.
Yeah, went for the slow delivery, change of pace. Full, slow. And you see how wide it is. Yeah, you're spot on, Vinny. That would have been called.
So quick hello to Richard Plant, who's back with us. He's doing a bit of isolation, cricket watching. Richard, regular in the chat. He wants to go again. Well, slightly different script. This time it's 4. He gets across and just uses that natural angle. There's Corey. Well, he's hunting a catch. Tell you what, he's in the hot spot at the moment as Royal Tigers move into the 20s.
Oh, it's always a worry when Corey's over there next to that big ball because, well, we know what happened around this time last week. He ended up wearing his refreshment and going into the big ball.
This time last week he did that,
Exactly.
wasn't it? A week ago.
It was indeed.
So watch out for that, the giant ball over there. Stephen Gooch has arrived. I think we'll see him out there in the umpiring outfit next week. We'll be watching intently as a key person in Hungarian cricket as well. He's pitched up just to drive for 1. So yeah, Zishan, the big question is his groin injury. It looks like a groin injury. I don't think we'll see him bowling. And I think he's there to swing and swing hard. I think that's basically what he's going to do. How long he'll last, I don't know. He's facing a riff who's got 1 ball to go in this over. Well, maybe not. Wants to strike, won't get it. Interesting choice. At the end of 2 overs, the score is 24 for no loss.
Yeah, 24 it stays. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? I mean, every time he has swung and hit the ball, doesn't matter what position he's in pain. So
yeah,
it's a case of I wonder that if that's going to play on his mind now. He's probably thinking, yeah, I can hit it, but if I hit it, it's going to hurt as well. But that's why I'm thinking about. I mean, you've mentioned that we haven't got Zahir Safi who's out there. Maybe it would have been better to go with him up front. Just leave Zishan on the bench and say, look, Zish, if Safi gets going, he can do the job just as well as you can. He showed that yesterday. You just rest it out and maybe go in a little bit later if required for now. Salim comes back.
Yeah, so Salim, pretty tight first over. And yeah, it's just how long can you keep the Tigers quiet? That's the question. Mardian's been good at the top of the order. I suppose they're thinking Mardian's kind of a steadying influence. They expect Zishan to kind of swing hard and get out, and then he can be replaced by a similar player in Safi. That might be the thinking with the top 3 in this match for the Tigers. Pitched up. It's a nice shot from Mardian. Well, Stanton and Olive picked up the length really quickly. He realised it was half volley, so he stood straight. He didn't really go forward. If anything, he just props, because he realised if he goes forward, he's going to york himself. And what he does is he caresses it through the covers for 4. Nice batting.
He certainly looked the part, hasn't he? He's played some really nice shots. So we have a look at the Group B's final stage.
Yeah, see right now, winner of this game will play Brigade for the right to represent Group B in Championship Week. So stay with us. This one gets past the outside edge of Mardian. So I think when you're bowling to Zishan, you've got to get him reaching. I think that's the key. He wants to stand there and hit. I think they bowled well to him so far. Just making him reach wide of off stump. But Mardian, at the moment, is the man who's had the lion's share of the strike, and he certainly has made the most of it. On the walk, hits this wide of long on, and it's going to get to the fence. So, cuatro gradas más. And it's the captain once again. Mardian, 26 off 10. And he's turning this into a very healthy power play now for the Royal Tigers.
Healthy indeed. I mean, he just here, you see him in the picture there. He didn't have to go too far, but this has just been hit too well. He's really stroked the ball beautifully. You know what's dangerous here for Puerto Rico is that he's hit the ball to all parts of the ground.
Yeah, he has. What does he do this time to Salim? Goes back. And I think it's one of those cases where you've driven a bowler down the ground, so Mardian's kind of expecting this to be a bit shorter, so he gets deep in his crease, but wasn't actually that short from Salim, and he misses out.
He gets too low here, doesn't he? Look, he's crouched down. I think if he had stood up straighter, would have had a better idea, a better chance of hitting that gap between square leg and mid-wicket.
Mardian takes the last ball of the power play, and he puts some power on it. Watch out in the fan zone. That one's going to part the Red Sea. What's the Green Sea over there? I think it's the Irish supporters. Anyway, that's the end of the power play now after 3 overs. Royal Tigers, 38 for no loss. Mardian finishes it with a big Maximo.
Big shot, short. It was there to be put away from Salim, and it was put away. And, well, be careful out there. There's going to be a few more coming your way. And, well, hold on to your drinks. That's what I say.
Beautiful Friday afternoon. And Really healthy crowd in today. Why wouldn't it be with the weather the way it is? What are we at about now? 22 degrees. Very, very pleasant. Much warmer than the first innings this morning. Don't mind saying that. Now, here's a big moment now. I mean, Wasim Abbas, he's been taking wickets for fun this week. See how they handle the change of pace. Zishan, he'll be loading up. And he does, hits it hard, but he might have picked out the fielder, and he has. So Zishan can't get anything going here, and he goes off the first ball of Wasim Abbas, who does it again. He goes for only 5. The gamble to play Zishan, not paying off so far, as Tigers lose him at 38 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say. You got in there before me. Whenever the captain, Usman Haider, feels that he's under a bit of cosh, the ball goes to Wasim Abbas. And Abbas, well, I think the best way to describe it is he just floats it up there. Hardly any pace on the ball. The batters, in this case, Zishan tries to hit it as hard as he can. And they've got a pretty decent fielder out there as well. Usman Arif, national team player, and he doesn't drop those. That's a good catch. Good time to get a wicket.
Wasn't a bad shot by Zishan. I think that was the area to hit, but he just doesn't quite get the elevation. Steps as well as he can, and he gets a fair piece of it, but he does pick out the fielder. So the catch is held there by Usman Arif. It's fresh from his bowling. The 8 for 1.
Well held, and they needed a break for the have. Zishan, as we said, not at his best, so he makes way. I think the plan there was just to say to Zishan, okay, only 2 men out, see what you can do. He wasn't really able to get going, but thankfully for the Royal Tigers, the captain is looking in invincible form here at the moment.
Yeah, exactly right. And now they do send Safi out at number 3. And he just couldn't really get going this morning, despite batting his way through the 10 overs. 44 of 27. I know it doesn't look too bad, but a bit less than what they needed from the big man. And he thinks about putting this one into next week instead. He just pushes for 1.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because, look, all right, you could say, well, Wasim Abbas is a wicket-taking machine, so let's respect him a little. But more on that after this.
Goes for it, gets lucky. He's going to bounce right behind the keeper. Just get one. You need a bit of luck too, I suppose. Margin moves to 33.
Yeah, and here's the but. The but is, well, they also got Rasul, who's been very good as well. And, well, don't forget the efforts of Mohamed Afzal in the last match as well.
4 for 5, best ever ECL figures.
Yeah.
Safi's not letting another one of these go without trying to whack it. There you go. It'll just be 1 though. There's no way Safi is thinking anything sensible. He's saying, if you're going to throw that up to me, I'm going to try and put you about 3 fields over. And he bottom edges that one, kind of chunks it out to long on. That last wicket from Abbas brings him level on 11 wickets. Leading wicket taker with a couple of others. Goes for this one, and this one's going to go comfortably. Well, watch out. This one's almost taken out the Bjorvik bench. Luckily, most of them are out there, but it crashes off the railing. 6 runs to Manjin. Another Maximo.
This is a big hit, isn't it? I mean, he just waits for it, steadies himself, gets low, gets down as he likes to on that favoured knee, and he smashes this over. Shaka-Lagia.
Last ball, the 4th. He wants some more, and this one is high. The fielder goes back to the Val. Maximo, 6 more. Manjin into the 40s. That brings up the 50. And a very fruitful over. Abbas does get the wicket to Zishan, but he goes for a few as well. And, well, in the end, 15 off that over with a couple of Maximos. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rigo Full. That's a big 6. And hello, kids. We got some of the kids here from the British International School of Marbella. Last day, we've got the kids from Marbella, so it's been great to have you guys, and here you are. And I saw you out there in the middle hitting a few around, so how did that go? Looked pretty good. And Rico was bowling at you as well, so I mean, you're learning from the best there.
It's my worst bowling figures ever. I was thumped all over the place.
Yeah, they were getting a good piece, but it's great to have the kids involved. It's part of the Cricket School project, and there's some big hitting on display here. You've got the best seat in the house up here with us, guys, and Samir's been looking after them, and Your teachers have been looking after you as well this morning. So I'm wishing you all the best for the weekend. Hopefully we see you again because there's a lot going on here. There's this first one from Rasul. Says it's okay.
Rasul, like I was saying, it's not just Abbas. Rasul, he's been picking wickets for fun as well.
Gets a bit of shape. Sometimes you get cricket balls that just swing more than others. You know that as a bowler, Rico.
Yeah.
Assuming they gave it to you before it was completely ruined. But
A new ball specialist.
yeah, exactly. I thought so. Yeah, I mean, Rasul's really getting this to hoop right to left on your screen. This is a standard delivered job. Not sure if it gets to Salim on the full. He's now saying it bounced, which is always a good defence, but I wasn't so sure. Maybe a quarter of a chance.
Does well. I think, I think this is just dipping. I think for me, these saved runs here, we'll probably have a better look at it here, maybe. Really quickly as well.
Guided. Arjun won't get one here. Tell you what, sometimes captaincy is a bit about instincts or a gut feel. Margin's put himself to the top here.
Yeah.
He probably just saw there was something missing in that first game with the opening partnership. Maybe there was a bit of a sameness between the partners, between Zishan and Safi. So he wanted to come out there and he's a bit more of what I'd call a classical batter, but still with good power. It's turning out to be a good option here. Goes back and slices this way. 2 consecutive dot balls. Rasul just has this knack. He just doesn't go for runs very often, does he?
No, he doesn't. I think he probably puts the batters off a little bit when he runs in, because you think he's going to be probably quicker than what he is, because look where he starts from. That's a fair run-up. Deceives them.
Margin's going over cover here. If he gets another outswinger. Goes straight instead and hits it pretty well. This is another one over the fence. Maximo, and this one brings up the half century for Manjan. The Tigers skipper, he's been uncaged here in qualifier number 2. Brings up his 50 off 18 balls with his 6th Maximo. He's also hit 3 boundaries, striking the ball very, very nicely in this huge contest.
Well, what a shot that is. He hits this one on the walk. He's walking down and he smashes it straight over the bowler. That's a quality shot. It's a quality innings as well. And he's got his half century. Both अच्छी batting की थी, बहुत बधाइयाँ कैप्टन नु हाश नु.
Keep up to the stumps as Hyder. Manjan goes leg side now, moves to 52. One thing we haven't seen so far is a century in 2022. Manjan, he's made 50 in the first half. Just saying, at the end of 5 overs, the score is 62 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's batting very well. I'm not going to say anything on that. All I will say is I did say that we will see one this week. So far, it's not happened. We've had close. And there's been a few hat-trick alerts as well, which hasn't quite happened. Look, this is what Royal Tigers need. When they bat, they need this. They need one of the big hitters to go past the 50. Then the others do their bit to help out. If they can do that, then that 120-plus score is on, and maybe more. And that really is going to put pressure on whoever the opposition is.
With Manjan going, then Safi becomes a bit of a wild card, really. Oh, it's probably just a wide. I mean, you're dabbling with it any time you get some of that blue line. It's just an indication line. But you see this one almost coming back off the pitch, which is what he does. But see what Manjan thinks of Abbas. Oh, he hits it hard, but finds the fielder down there, just one. So you know what I'm saying? Like, you'd expect Safi to be the real goer out of these two, but with Manjan going at this kind of 2.5 a ball pace, and Safi, well, it's just a bonus what you get out of him. You just don't want him using up deliveries. I think he'll be trying to smash this one. Does, hits it, and hits it well enough. That's maximal time for Safi, gets his first, and out, both guns blazing out in the middle for the Royal Tigers. They hit 69 in the 6th over.
Yeah, look, Safi in that defeat in the first qualifier this morning against Brigade, he was in there a while, 27 deliveries for the 44 that he eventually did make, and he didn't start well, but he did finish well. So he's the ideal partner here for Harsh.
70 actually, include the wide, goes again, and this one is going to be, caught and released. Oh, that riff. He was the only man reaching that, I think, and then it'll be a long single, as I think you'll see. He saves 5 runs for his team here. It's a pity he couldn't find his balance. We'll get a good look at it here, Rico.
Costa del Sol Sunsea Sand and sexy cricket. That's fantastic. He's done really well there. Really, really well. That's great.
Yeah, that does say 5. He was just never going to stay inside, was he? Manjan decides to go on the hit. He's fielded, but doesn't cost him a run. Still just a single. That's where you actually flick that one pretty well. If you're quick enough, you can kind of flick it up in the air and just hope for the best that it might land near a teammate, but he just released it and he's happy to concede the 1. And now it goes again, elevates, and 6 more. Maximo! Well, Safi, he's heating up now. And well, if he gets going, then I think Bjorvika, they've got some real problems as this second wicket partnership grows and grows through the middle of this innings.
Yeah, much better from Safi compared to match 1 today. He waits for it, and rather than targeting the leg side and trying to hit him in mid-wicket, he's hitting straight, and he's hitting hard.
Yeah, tries again, bit of a miss hit. Yeah, Abbas gets a wicket. Al-Zishan, but ends up being expensive. He goes for 32 here in qualifier number 2. The score after 6 is 79 for 1. 6 over check-in time. The pace they're going at the moment, it's 130's pace. It's pretty good pace, and especially in a sudden death matchup. I have to say that Bjorvika have had some good hitters, but one thing we haven't seen them do is chase down a really big target. They've been good chasing down targets, kind of double digits, high double digits, but yeah, someone would have to have a real blinder if they were to be able to chase down 130 plus.
And Musa from the Norwegian Cricket Board, along with Tanvir and Iran, they're out there watching this, and they'll probably be, maybe perhaps just a little bit worried about this start so far. They will know that their boys have to pick up a couple of wickets there to get themselves back in this match. Because otherwise, for a couple of overs of this hitting, this power, well, I mean, you saying that 130, it could be even more. It could be looking at the higher score in this Group B.
Now this could be trouble. He's mishit this off Rasul, but he's lost it.
Oh,
just did not pick that up in the sun. And Safi gets a life. Sufyan Salim, yeah, just doesn't see it. Need that sunglasses sponsor sooner rather than later. It's pretty high, to be honest. Yeah, it'll just be a single. You know who I'm looking forward to seeing? Mohammad Afzal coming off 4 for 5. And what are these batters going to think of his floated up off spinners? Probably, I think we'll see him in the next over. The next one bites back off the surface from Rasul. Just a single. Partnership growing and growing. 43 off 19 now. I'm a bit surprised I haven't bowled Afzal yet. Coming off 4 wickets. Now into the 7th over. Oh, trouble down the leg side. I think maybe just got a bit of leather on that. Just slow it down a bit, but the result's going to be 2 wides.
Yeah, not the best of deliveries. This has come out wrong, and it's eluded Usman Haider as well, the captain, behind the stumps.
The best case scenario now seems like if you can grab these 2 and somehow keep it to around about 110 to 120, you have to really put the brakes on. And this one is high, really high once again, not an easy one. And it bounces straight out of the palms of the fielder. And that is Zahid Ashraf down there, who's had a horrid time, and he can't blame the sun. This one almost bounced all the way to the square leg umpire. And at the moment, the Royal Tigers having a charmed life. Another catch goes down.
Yeah, that was a critical one.
It's great when you're fielding in front of the big hill as well of the crowd. Probably remind you. Goes again, and no one's catching this. On the field anyway, because that's blasted by Safi. So makes them pay. Brings up the 50 partnership as well. And the Tigers hit 90 with a third of the innings left. This is looking really dangerous, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, look, both these batters being dropped. And they're going to look to make it count. Safi and Harsh. Look, this is where I think it went wrong for them against Brigade. Similar situation. They were given lives, but they didn't make the most of it. Here, they must do that.
This one hits keeper's pads, I think. Might be a bye. Wait for the umpire. Bye signalled. So, let's see. Marjan hasn't had much of the strike, to be fair. Just want to put the kibosh in him. when he was 50 at halfway. Well, now we're almost at the end of the 7th over. He hasn't made too many more. Hasn't had the chance. Oh, but he'll get 6 here, and he leans back. And watch out. Oh, 12 veces, por favor. That is a big shot from Mandian as he swings his way into the 60s with a big Maximo.
Yeah, this is a great shot. Here we go. Waits for it. Gets his foot there. Gets down on one knee. Boom. Shaka Laga. Well, this one, I think 1 or 2 off the boys from Griffins, the champions of Guernsey. We're probably eyeing up this one, and then we're soon to realise this is going well over them. Big hit. And, well, these are all the other groups. Remember, we're coming to the conclusion of Group B next week. We've had Carlton coming in. So teams from Scotland, Italy, Romania, the Czech Republic, Switzerland and Turkey. That's what we wait for. Cluj. We know about the strength of Cluj, Brescia as well. We've been to Italy a lot. Carlton, a bit of an unknown, but we're hearing plenty of stories from them. The Prague Kings, and 1 or 2 people are saying to me that they're going to be pretty useful as well. And Alton.
Now we're going to see Prague CC Kings next week. The Beast, Sinesh Gramasekara, and Arun Ashokan. Remember those 2 names from ECC. Czech Republic had some good performances in there. Bowling probably let them down a little bit. But batting, had some big weapons. Well, here we go. They've left him till the 8th. Almost 100 have been rung up already. You can go full attack mode, beast mode, if you like, on Afzal. Man who did only go for 5 runs, picking up 4 wickets, but they can play him fearlessly now. And I think that Mandian, he'll be hoping to get down and play that slog sweep to him. He'll be trying to bowl to the left, I think. Stay away from him. There you go. Too much.
Yeah, but look, I spoke well to both these teams during the break, and both had similar stories. So I'm just going to sort of conclude with some of the points that both teams made after this delivery, maybe.
For this 6. Well, it's not. It is miles in the air. Well, this has gone into no man's land. Mandian, he'll move to 63.
Not for the first time. Yeah, look, both teams said the same thing. Said it's very difficult in their own respective countries, so Norway and Hungary, to play the sport. A, because of the weather. B, the facilities, not too many grounds. Big wide again. So preparations, well, were difficult for this. But one thing they said that we try and practice whichever way we can, whether it's in the park, whether it's indoors.
Goes for it, and there's your 6. Big hit, powerful over mid-off. That's 6 on any ground, Rico. Maximo, and Safi moves into the 30s. Yeah, big shot.
Lovely shot, beautifully played. And that touches on nicely to what I was going to go on to. But they said, we may, because of all of those restrictions, tactically, we may not be the best. But we play with a heart, we play with pride. Yeah. And when we're out there, we go to do damage, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here. Hit the ball out of the ground. And I have to say, one thing that both skippers said and both teams said is that the tournaments like this, so the European Cricket League as well as the European Cricket Championship, just makes them so much better. They learn so much from the other teams.
Yeah, really good point. Quicker one, and it comes quick off the bat. It pierces the gap, and it's 4 more. Mandian, he is getting going as well. So he had a little dead spot where he didn't have too much of the strike in the middle, but he hasn't lost anything. And this was the quicker one from Afzal. He's finding things not so easy in this match. This score just keeps climbing and climbing. The Tigers, they are looking strong, hunting as a pack. He changes his mind, goes back and punches this for 1. See, Afzal really trying hard to stay away from getting too straight, even if he goes for a couple of wides and over. I think he thinks, well, I'd rather go for a couple of wides. Sometimes the batters hit him as well, for example. I'd rather go for a couple of wides than get too close and go for 6. Anyway, that's 8 overs down, 113 for 1.
Yeah, look, I've really been so impressed with the batting of Harsh Mandian, the captain of the Royal Tigers. He's just looked so comfortable out there. He's moving. For me, the key is how quickly he gets into position, how quickly he gets to the pitch of the ball. He's moving his feet really well. And sometimes we say, don't we, that the batter has not moved his feet, he hasn't got into the right position. He gets into position really early and then, basically just dispatches it.
Give you a stat, Rico. In the first over, there was only 6, and there was a boundary. There was a boundary 4 in there from Sufyan Salim. But every over since has had at least 1 6 in it. That just shows you the scoring's never really let up.
Yeah.
And quite a few have had 2 6s, but they've been pretty consistent. The only other over not to go for double figures was Rasul's over in the 5th that went for 9. So yeah, they're sitting pretty. They're going at 140 pace now.
Yep.
And they're bringing out the big man, Usman Arif. Beats him for pace. It's a bit of extra bounce there. Margin can't catch up with it.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be, it's going to take a bit of adjustment, isn't it? Because if you think back to over number 4, since then, it's only been spin. Now all of a sudden it's the first time really you're getting a seamer and a quicker bowler in. So just going to have to get their eye in once more.
Bit harsh on Rasul, by the way. Oh, steps across and caresses this one. You can forget it. Well, this one, it's a little bit of a message to his teammates. Marjan saying, well, wake up, guys. He only cracked the 100 this morning just, but another one out of the ground. Maximo, 6 to Marjan.
Yeah, lovely shot, beautifully played. It's that timing and the positioning. Like I said, he gets into position so quickly.
Once more, he just gets one here. This is what we said might be dangerous if Safi gets going as well. So you really don't want to bowl to either of these guys at the moment. Safi's played his part. He's striking it better than 200, which is what we expect from him. 32 off 14. He just couldn't find his mojo this morning, but let's just say he's woken up. He's looking very, very powerful now. And this one he has to reach for, but it is called a wide.
Usman Arif just trying to keep this in that corridor outside the off stump so the big shot can't be played. You can see he's targeting the line, but unfortunately for him on that occasion, he just goes too much towards the other side.
Well, sometimes you get lucky as well, and Safi not where he meant to put it, but it does get enough bat to take it over the keeper. Usman Haider just has to watch as it flies for 4 more runs.
Sí, hay veces que tiene poquito de suerte y hay poquito de suerte porque eso es 4 carreras más. ¡Qué fuerte, qué genial! Esos dos jugadores de momento tiene un intento muy bien.
Already an imposing target with 8 balls to play. 125 and climbing. Arif's gone for 30. It's pretty much right here, but good fielding. Really good fielding.
Say 3 runs that.
Rasul, he hasn't put a foot wrong really, has he? He's just been steady. He's been workmanlike throughout this Bjurvika campaign. Does well to get down to that. Yeah, it does save 3. Last ball of the over. Last ball for Arif. Well, he leans back, and guess what? It's going to send the crowd scrambling. That's another one on the roof, Rico. Maximo! And what a shot by Manjin. It moves up to 81. What a knock, and there's Shub. Oh, he's hunting another catch. Andrew there as well. Loving the shirt, Andrew. And at the end of the over, Royal Tigers 132 for 1.
Oh, he's just awesome, isn't he? I mean, he's plays his shot epically. He's brutal. Well, this one, come on. That comes off the roof. I don't think that one counts.
Was it one hand? I wasn't watching. One hand off the roof?
I didn't see. And maybe Shub didn't either. But Andrew, look, good shout out to Andrew. He's been a man who's been around. I mean, he does a lot of work in Argentina, would you believe? He spent about 8 years in Argentina with coaching and umpiring cricket out there. So well done to Andrew. And now he's here doing a bit as well. And he's hoping to, of course, if he can, once the cricket season is over, in the UK, he'll be going back there again.
Well,
no restrictions, so it's always lovely to talk to these people that have played or coached or umpired cricket in other parts of the world.
Andrew umpired our Gibraltar series, which actually kicked off the year about a couple of weeks ago now, I suppose. Now, here's the thing. I don't think Afzal gets another bowl. So that's changed pretty quickly, hasn't it? Afzal went 1 over for 16. So now they're going to go to their death bowling specialist, Zahid Ashraf. He'll just get the 1 over the 10th. It's blasted back, flat bat. It's a lot of work for the man on the boundary, but he won't stop it. It's going to be 4 more. This partnership still growing. Wow. It's now worth 98 of 36 balls, and this is just a flat bat smash to start the 10th over.
What a good shot. Feeling it काफ़ी कोशिश की थी, डाइव भी मारी, पर बॉल नहीं स्टॉप हुई, लग गया चौका.
Short, he's waiting for it, and I think this one has gone clattering into the fence, and that's Maximo 6 more. Now that partnership exceeds 100. They're 142 and climbing. I think that 149 highest score of the week is under attack.
हाय किन्नी गुट पैरी या बॉलर ਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਾਟਮਾ ਓਵਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਛੱਕੇ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੇ. ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁੰਡੇ 2-3 ਪਰੌਂਠੇ ਖਾ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਆ ਆਲੂ ਵਾਲੇ.
Burevica had a nightmare time in the field here. This one's hit hard, and this one is going to go as well. One bounce, 4 runs, and that one brings up Safi's 50. Well, he wasn't quite able to crack it in the last game, unfortunately for him, but I tell you what, he's come good when it's mattered. 51 off 19 balls with 5 sixes and 3 fours. Good knock.
Oh, good knock. Well, it's a good knock. Could it also be the way this is going goodbye for your V-Cup, because this is really going to be some incredible chase. Fireworks all around the ground here.
3 to come still. And this one, I'll probably push for 2 here, unless it's clean pickup. Well, it's not. He's booted it. Well, you get 2. If you run hard, you might get 3 here if you manage it. And they say, no need. They get booted into an open space, so takes them up to 148. Yeah, that top score of the week, 149. It's actually Indo-Bulgarian.
Yeah.
That scored that.
The second highest, I think, was around about 129.
Yeah, 130.
133.
Yeah, 133 from Guernsey on Tuesday morning against Croatia. This one could be out. I don't know if it's going to carry. It doesn't. Do they come back for 2?
They have to. Oh,
Manjian's saying, well, enough's enough. You've had your go. And Manjian's sitting there on 81. He won't get close to the ton in the end because he just doesn't have the strike, but hasn't needed it the way that Safi's batted in the second half of this innings.
Yeah, it's been a good knock. Now look, something for you. High score, ECL 137. Scott Edwards, second highest. This is played about just for a single. Second highest was 105 from Nabi. And the third so far was 83 for Musa Mahmood.
Won't quite get there.
He had the opportunity, didn't he?
Yeah, in the end he'll finish on 82 not out. I don't think he'll be too bothered at all because the Tigers have mauled Bjorvika. They're the first team to bring up 150 in Group B. They finished 150 for 1 thanks to that unbroken second wicket partnership of 112. After Zishan left, they were able to do that in 41 balls. So it was outstanding hitting once again. So every over had a 6 in it, except that first over. We went for 6. Now look, you don't see too many 150-plus chases about Burevica, the Norwegians. That's what they'll have to do to stay alive here on Finals Friday. Well, Zishan, let's just say he's on 0 good groins. And he was out there to try and make things happen. No, that one didn't hit him. But no, it was going to be a gamble. The main point was Manjian, the captain, set himself up to the top of the order with devastating results.
Well, he kept on going on one knee, and every time he did, he hit it right on the money because it was going over, sailing over for 6 runs all the way. Well, Corey, he was hopefully going to be in the hunt for 1, but it wasn't to be. He's desperate, isn't he, to take that catch to break that, was it 7 on the trot? He's dropped now, but anyway, going back to this was really, you've got to say, it was some of the cleanest hitting you will see from Harsh Mandian, and then he was joined there by Safi. Safi, well, just carried on from where we left off.
I mean, it looks like golf, Rico. Look at some of these scenes of the ball flying through the sky. I mean, you could be at the British Open. The amount of balls flying through the blue sky you'll see here. I mean, in the end, they were able to strike 14 Maximos. That would have been 15 if it wasn't for that effort from Arif. But after Zishan left, it was just going to be carnage as Safi finally got going. This one just clanged out of the hands of Zahid Ashraf. That was an opportunity, but the Tigers think they'll be feeling pretty relaxed going into the second half of this qualifier number 2.
Yeah, they certainly will. But look, you know what? They gave chances against Brigade. Brigade didn't take them, but they didn't capitalise. Here, Safi, he was dropped on 17 by Salim, and he went on, as you can see there, to get his half-century. And then, well, Harsh, he was dropped on 55, and he goes to 82. You've got to take your catches against these kind of players. If you don't, they will punish you.
And the Tigers, they are feeling very good about themselves. Like I said, 150 on the board. First team to crack 150 in Group B, just off that top score so far. 161, I believe, ACT in Group A. The high score of this ECL. As we reflect on what we've seen, it was the Tigers who were a bit disappointing with the bat, I think, in the first match of the day, scoring 100 against the Irish champions Brigade. But here, they scored 50% more as Mandian, the captain, 82 not out off 32 balls. What a captain's knock that was. 9 sixes and 4 fours, and he was assisted by Zahir Safi, who does crack the half century, something he couldn't do this morning in a lot more deliveries. 54 not out off 21 with 5 maximos and 3 boundaries. And the other thing, wides, okay, they pushed a few wide to the off stump. There were 8 wides in the innings. They had to be re-bowled, and a lot of them were punished. Wasim Abbas, the only wicket taker, 1 for 32, but he was expensive. All the bowlers in double digits. Salim, the best performer, who only went for 10 and over. But yeah, whatever they did didn't seem to work. I think the batters, they were in, their eye was in, they were seeing it so well. And we saw some destruction in the first half of this contest.
Yeah, I mean, look, as the first half, that is a very, very healthy skyline, isn't it? You know, like you said, it was only 6 in the first over, and then after that, they just went to town. And I think the Royal Tigers probably only the first team that we've seen that have really been able to go after the likes of Wasim Abbas, Rasool, and also Afzal. I mean, whatever they put at them, they just, like the Tigers do, they just roared, ripped into them, and hit the ball big.
Here's something, that might be the highest score I've seen that didn't have a magical over. They had no overs of 20 plus in that entire innings, just a lot of consistent high teen overs. Usman Arif's 9th went for 19. There were a couple of 18s, 3 18s, in fact, a 17, a 15, a 16, a 14. So you can see a lot of high-scoring overs, and that's what the story tells you from the urban development chart that you saw a second ago. So we're going to leave you for a few minutes. When we return, Bureau Cup, well, they're going to have to throw the willow. They need 151 to book a place in the final against Brigade. The Royal Tigers, they'll be on the prowl, hoping to restrict the men from Norway. Join us then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. On behalf of all of us at ECN, hope you're having a wonderful Finals Friday. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more Bet2BALL European Cricket League.
Hello, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from our global cricket family. Welcome back to the BET2BALL European Cricket League. It's a Champions League of cricket. And, well, that's our home, that's our base. Well, we've had, coming up to the end of 2 weeks, 4 more weeks we shall be here. This is the home of cricket, the home of European cricket in Andalusia, in Malaga. This is the beautiful, picturesque Cartama Oval. Nice to see so many people have made the trip down here. Remember, it's on the road between Cartama and Coin. So coming down and, near the road that goes all the way to Marbella. Well, there's a few cricket balls that have ended up in Marbella today because the Royal Tigers in this match were awesome. They posted 150, led brilliantly by their captain, scoring 82 of just 31 deliveries, supported by Safi in a partnership that was well worth 112 runs. The champions of Norway, Qualifier, they have it all to do. They need a good start. It's going to be a tough ask. They need 15 and over from the first. Barty will be facing the first ball. Jayar Rahman with it. Hits it well into the ground. We'll get a single. And of course the Royal Tigers, they know that singles will not hurt them. The field, the 2 men allowed out in the first 3 overs. That's the power play. And those men are on the offside to the right-hander. You've sort of got a man on point, then a backward point, and also a 3rd man inside the ring. And this is too wide. Good stop there by Stan Ahuja, the wicketkeeper. The tailor. I think he makes somebody suits. Somebody who will be coming into the commentary box pretty soon. Good old Stan. Jayar Rahman, he's been good. Oh, and that's a beauty. And every time there's a single, every time there's a dot ball is gold dust, then that rate is going to go up. Need a good power play here. The Norwegian Giants, they need to capitalise. Well bowled again. Starts well, full, straight, accurate, and not too much at the moment that both these openers have been able to do. Just 2 singles. And the wide on the board so far. This one goes through again. You see, it's a different ball game when you're having to chase the ball. Qualifier, the last few times we've seen them, they've been able to time that chase. It's not been a big score they've had to get. They've been able to play the odd dot and play singles. Here they've got to change tactic. They need to hit boundaries, and that's the first of many, they will hope. That's a nice shot. Good shot to play inside the power play. You're hitting over the top of the infield, and once it goes over, it's going to stay hit. Remember, those fielders are sort of behind the bat on the offside, so anywhere else on this ground, hit it cleanly, it will go to the boundary. Barty gets the first boundary for his team. And then he gets the second as well, similar shot, and same result, 4 more, nice shot. So 2 back-to-back boundaries to finish the over. And that means that they do get to double figures at least. It's 11 off the first, but you see there, even with both those shots, they're already behind where they need to be. And that's where the pressure comes into play. 11 off the first. Be interesting to see who will bowl this one. Will they go for Harsh, who's had a brilliant day so far, and each day could get even better? Jayar Rahman. We've got 4 good deliveries in. And the last 2 did go to the boundary. From Barty, Ijas, he needs to do the same. He needs to go big here. I have to say, I'm probably a little bit surprised that they didn't go for one of their bigger hitters in the power play. They could have gone for Shazad, they could have gone for even something like Usman Arif just to try and capitalise. Down the leg side, a very good stop from Stan. And this is where you need a good pair of hands behind the stumps, because this one could quite easily have gone all the way to the boundary. Good stop, clean hands. Now wide to start from Bashar. Coming back into this with injury. That's why we didn't see him earlier on in the group matches. Got injured while warming up while he was here. And he just didn't feel right here. Yeah, so just going back to the point that I was making, and Borrica looked, Ijaz, he's made 33, not out of 19 against Indo-Bulgaria yesterday. But they weren't under any pressure because Indo-Bulgaria only posted 70 on the board. And very much the same when they played the same team earlier in the week, match number 15. Indo-Bulgaria on that occasion posted 92. On that time they needed something like Mohammed Imran to go big. He scored 24 of 11 when they needed it, because they only won that with an over to go. That was the game that Rohit Dhiman took 4 for 10. He had the best figures in ECL until today. It's well struck. Hits it well, straight to the fielder. Wild throw. Unfortunately, it does go to a orange jersey. He gets the single. Just so Barty, who's the man that's hit the 2 boundaries. Now looking to capitalise. That's why, once again, I think I'm a little surprised they didn't go for a bigger hitter in the power play. Short, top edge, wicket keeper, Stan under it, and Stan's the man, takes the wicket, takes the catch. And the first wicket goes down, and it is that of Barty, feeling the pressure of the run chase, knowing that boundaries are what they required. So Prashar, now he recovers from his injury in time to take part in finals day, and maybe he could be a key player for him. Just gets this right at the top of the bat. You see there, just hits him high up, head goes up in the air, and Stan Ahuja adjusts himself really well and takes a very comfortable catch. So 1 down with just 13, the unlucky 13 on the board. And that's the new batter makes his way out to the middle. It's a good time for us to go back to Vinny Sandhu, who comes in the commentary box himself.
Yeah, not an ideal start at all for the Norwegians. They need Maximos, they need him fast. 14 were hit in the first half of this game by the Royal Tigers. They made 100 this morning, 150 in this match. I suppose that rate, maybe they'll make 200 in the final if they make it that far, but in all seriousness, Jurevika already a long way behind the rate. This is Sufyan Salim, who started the week pretty well, half century on opening day of Group B. Prashar, yeah, he'll be so happy to have recovered in time for finals day. He's big in for them. So he also swings the bat pretty well. Not that he was required here in qualifier number 2. Beats him for pace there. It's pretty slippery, isn't he, Prashar?
He's been a good introduction, isn't he? I mean, we were wondering where he was hiding. Well, you explained to me that he was the player that got injured during warm-ups while they were here. And they continued without him and continued well. So he really is a good addition to their team. And wasn't able to produce anything with the bat today in the early match, but he did bowl well.
And he knocks middle stump right out of the ground. Prashar gets a second. And it's really hard to see Jurevika coming back from here. This is turning into a walloping as Prashar hits the top of middle. Cartwheels him. 2 for 3 off the over. And after that, 2 overs down, 14 for 2.
Oh, this is an absolute beauty. Here we go. Aye, hi, hi. Jack de fatte. This is a boogie, oogie, woogie, Kookaburra fireball. And, well, I was saying, it was good to have him back at the right time, and he's back for finals day, and he's back with a bang. And, well, I like it, the little jig there as well. We like it. We like it.
Yeah, nice bit of bowling, nice bit of dancing. Ijaz, he's a player that looked like he had all the time in the world earlier. And this time he's going to have to go for only a couple, and the score's 14 for 2.
Yeah, that's a really good delivery. You said the ball before, and he beat him for pace. And, well, that's an example. Again, next ball, same thing again. The pace. Looks the middle stump out the ground. And Zishan just coming our way again, going into that short third man position. You can see he's still hobbling around.
The starts, go down the leg side. I think that Jarman knew it. He's coming back to bowl his second over. He's been pretty good early on, hasn't he? He's been successful, been pretty economical as well. Just a reminder that whoever does win this afternoon, whoever wins the final will join Tunbridge Wells as qualifiers for Championship Week, Week 6, which starts on Monday the 14th of March. I love to see the fan zone from here, and as I was walking over, I heard a lot of noise, so keep making that noise over there in the fan zone. And the Griffins, they're out, but I'm certainly hearing them. And I'm certainly hearing this off the bat of Salim, who goes bang, crash, wallop, Maximo. That's how you do it, Jarman. Goes the journey.
Oh, it's the first. We've seen a couple of boundaries in fours, but that's the first 6 for the Rika side. They need a lot more of them. You've got 2 men out there. If they click, they can be dangerous. Salim, we know what he's all about. And then also Shazad, he can hit it big as well. The question is, can they stay out there and put a partnership together? But it's not just a partnership, it's a quick-fire, explosive partnership. That's what's required with this rate around about the 17 per over mark.
These two and Usman Arif, they're the real big 6-hitters in the lineup. So they're going to need something quite amazing, but dealing in 6 as anything's possible. Already in the first quarter of this innings, we've only seen 20 runs. To go again, but gets tied up. It's going to be a leg by. Yeah, if you are in the area on the Costa del Sol, just off the A7059 between Cartama and Coen. Hello to all my friends in Coen as well. Molly Malone's right there. They often bring a few. Don't know if the Molly Malone's crew are in today, but I'll be trying a Maximo burger there at some point this week. Now this is very, very high. Well, it'll be a really good catch if he gets there. And he does. Wow, what a catch this is. And Mardian's having a day out. He had to go find this. He almost needed a compass to find directions, but when he did, he was in the right spot. And Mardian can't do anything wrong. That's the 3rd wicket now. And Bjorvika, 21 for 3. They lose Shazad for a duck.
Well, I want to see this again. Does he hold this cleanly, or does he need a second take? Because this is an amazing catch. Let's have a look. Eyes, head still, eyes on it. Oh, that is sensational.
So good.
That is unbelievable.
It's also, he's looking over his shoulder, probably straight into the sun. And he starts in the circle, but he ends just inside the boundary. That's how high that was. Top class cricket from the captain. And Shazad goes for a golden. And the score is 21 for 3.
Vijay gets another. And Shazad, unfortunately, he has to go very first ball. And he's probably thinking, well, yeah, Rico, I did have to go very first ball because I had to try and get a couple of boundaries in. You can't blame him for that. He's hit it pretty well, but he's gone high rather than the distance. And he's picked out one of the best fielders in this group.
Yeah, Manjan steps up on finals day. That's what you want your top players to do. And when you're the captain, obviously, when you can lead from the front, deliver those moments of magic, it helps even more. As this one goes again, another one. It's a steepler. I think this one is going to run out of real estate, and he does. That's gone all the way. Maximo. Usman Arif. He tries what Shazad tries, but he gets a little bit longer. And that's the end of the power play. Entertaining one. We saw 27 runs and 3 wickets, 27 for 3.
Well, I tell you what, that's the one that Shazad is saying, well, how come that didn't happen with me? I hit it just as well. Mine ended up in the hands of the fielder. Your one goes all the way for 6. just the way it goes sometimes.
Good club selection, you'd say, in golf. Well, this is why these boundaries makes the cricket so exciting. That's the kind of ball that you probably get caught if the field's slightly bigger. But it means that anything's possible when you have the 50-metre boundaries. That's one element of what's made European cricket so popular all around the world. Looks to me like they might be going to the protractor, Abhishek. I should say Abhishek Cartama. And the reason we call him the protractor is because he comes at such a big angle to the crease. Look at him when he goes back and marks out his run. I often wonder, how does he know the exact angle to walk? Because when I used to walk back, you go a certain way, kind of more or less straight back. But he's coming from, it's pretty close to 45 degrees, isn't it?
He just follows his own footsteps now.
Here we go, over number 4. Well, doesn't get it right first ball. This is going to be 4, and it goes at pretty quick pace. Just lost the handle on a couple early. BET2BALL, who bowled an expensive first over this morning, came back well in the second, but this is not a good start for him. 4 runs.
No, it's not. I spoke to him. He was one of the few chaps I spoke to between the break, and he was saying to me that this morning was difficult because he said with the dew it was quite difficult to grip the ball, but no excuses with this one, just over pitches and just helped along the way by Salim.
Wow, this one's down leg side. I mean, it's pretty high. See?
The umpires look at each other.
Yeah, I mean,
there's no signal from.
Let's have a look. My feeling is this was high. I'm a long way away. Swing and a miss. Ahuja does well, taken on the second bounce.
Yeah, 2 wild deliveries to start off with.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, I've seen it given. I think that one.
Well, would have made the next one a free hit. You missed it anyway, so probably not making too much of a difference. Good bowling though. This is the length. If you can get it right, it's almost impossible to get away because you're limited to using the bottom of your bat because it's where it lands, right on the crease.
But you need runs here. I mean, Usman Arif, he should already be backing up. He should have been halfway there. That one's not going to be an easy pick-up for the keeper. You've got to take the ones.
Goes for this, and this is Miles. Stan Ahuja is going to call for it again, swirling around, and he takes the catch. Well, Stan has been class in this series. That one was a mile high, but didn't go that far. And the keeper was quick to call it. He got under it, and he takes the opportunity. BET2BALL with the wicket. Salim's got to go for 11. Eurovicut lose another hitter, 32 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, he had to go for it. Took his time, the keeper. Takes a very good catch. And, well, really now, I think they're going to struggle to even get a decent score on the board, let alone try to get anywhere near this 150. I mean, that's another one of the big guns that's gone. Salim goes for 11, or just 11 balls. And the Tigers are roaring here. BET2BALL is one of these guys. I mean, how many wickets has he picked up in this group? Because every time he comes in the bowl, I'm sure he's picked up a minimum of 2 wickets.
Yeah, just keeps delivering, doesn't he, at the moment? But let's just look in the chat. There's a few discussions about big scores, big chases. We did see 200 Malta Super Kings last year against Gozo. We also saw 200 at the ECC, Netherlands 11. I believe that was against Romania. In the ECL, the highest score is 222, which was in the final back in 2019. This one's going nowhere. And the other thing was 150 plus chases. We haven't seen too many of them at all. We had a 167 tie in Cyprus back in 2020. We had that Sweden chase. That was a memorable one when they chased 150 right here against Belgium.
Yes.
The impossible chase, we called that one. Also saw Cluj, who we'll see next week. They chased down 159. ECS Romania. This one hits him in line with leg stump, and somehow this is snuck through. This will be 4-leg buys. At the moment, if you can't hit them, find a way to score runs, and this one somehow squeezes through for a boundary.
Yeah, optimistic appeal. Very, very difficult for Stan Ahuja this. I mean, it hits the back leg. Could have gone anywhere. Could have gone onto the stumps. But fortunately for It goes to the boundary, so that's a fortunate one for them. But well, they don't need just sneaky fours. They need big hits, don't they? They need somebody that can change this game around. And the thing is, they're running out of time as well.
They sure are, but I'm sure they'll be trying. Just wanted to say a big hello to everyone. If you're watching in the fan zone, special hello to you. Give us a wave. Really happy to see such a great bunch of people from all around the world actually today who are enjoying the action on Day 5 of Group B Finals Friday, Week 2 of 6 in this ECL. And, well, at the moment, don't want to call it too early, but Royal Tigers, they're playing a lot better. I said they might be a team on the slide. A few injury concerns. They certainly haven't played like it at all in this match. This is timed nicely. And again, acrobatic fielding down there. And that is Sufyan Mohammed. And they're going to try for two. Well, Stan pings, and I think it would have been out. And I'll tell you what, crowd's getting behind them as well. That was a nice bit of work by Sufyan Mohammed, who often does keep when Sanahuja isn't behind the stumps.
Well, we're getting a bit of noise now. I think that's the Griffins boys. They're enjoying it. Well, there you go. Here's one to catch. It's gone a long way up. Bolle. Gina Sona Said Carrera.
That's where the noise is coming from. The Croatians are in the house. And I'm assuming they've just woken up after getting knocked out yesterday. Dan Lazaridis.
He's dropped another one.
Has he put this one down?
Dropped another one. Fine
really?
him. That's a big fine.
Hope we got
if
a
you
camera
drop one
on
in the
this.
fan zone, well, that means you're buying the drinks.
There we go. And Corey's near there as well. Well, you know,
you don't take any coaching from Corey on catches. That's a mistake, Dan.
Yeah, the next one's a single, so just one run the next ball. This is Manjian. This is the next ball which he missed because you're too busy trying to work out who dropped that catch in the crowd. Manjian. Well, they'll probably come on and take 5 wickets the way he's going. And he can already pretty much give him the Player of the Match trophy. But yeah, his spinners are pretty clever. They've been bowling him later. I've noticed that. He bowls a mixture of kind of off spinners, leg spinners, over spinners, back spinners. Mixes up his pace. Launches into this one, and this is good night, Irene. Out of there, over the 10s. Maximo, 6 to Usman Arif, who's trying to bat Bjorvika back into this match. And a few more of those, maybe we'll have something to talk about.
Oh, this is just beautiful. Brutal. This is absolutely brutal. The key thing here is, look how still he stays until the last minute. Stays upright, keeps his head perfectly still. That has gone a long way.
The difference for Mandian is this is just a bit short of that block hole length. And that allows Usman Arif to get under it. Sure did. That was a large hit all the way into those tents. Once more, gets more, 6 more. Maximo! Back to back. As Bjorvika, is there something brewing here? Arif is 27 off only 6, a magical start for him. 5 overs down and 58 for 4.
Yeah, there's no point hitting it into our tent. We're on the same side as you. Go the other way. Well, look, I just want to put something out there. Don't forget, you've also got Mohammed Imran, who's batting there now. He scored a quick fire, 24 of 11 not out against Indo-Bulgarian as well. So you've got somebody else there that can hit the ball and hit it big. But look, just a couple of shots alone aren't going to do it. They've got to keep doing it consistently because that rate, well, it's almost 20. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard there. Well, Usman Arif, he is showing a little bit of rear guard action. Somebody has to stay there with him.
Got a bit of impossible chase vibes about this. It was on the highlights at the hotel when we went back last night, just by coincidence. Prashar, something we're thinking not so much. Imran, he's going to get one here. And Imran is the one that held it together in the chase yesterday. And Indo-Bulgarian and Zagreb Sokol feel like they have arrived in the fan zone, and that's why it's a bit noisier. And also a smattering of spectators from all around the region and all around Europe as well. Prashar's been good today, hasn't he? I obviously wanted to make sure he was right. He's got 2 for 4, but this will be the contest we want to see. Prashar against Usman Arif, who's coming off 2 big 6s. Here he is. Doesn't get near him. This will be a wide. And what's the rate required here? I took my eyes off it because I thought perhaps this game was going to...
Just under 20. Just under 20.
Peaceful. We're in impossible territory. I often call the 18 and over and above. Once you get there, it's the point of no return where the run rate required is too high. It's probably not coming back, but I might just hold off on that while Usman Arif is at the crease. He's going at 4.5 a ball. Prashad's got to get it right to him. He does. Can't get under this. Arif really wants to. And he's going to take it on. A good throw has him. It's not a good throw. Just pulls Stanahuja away from the stumps. He does get back for 2. That was a risky one, though.
It was risky. Good throw, and he would have been out. But well, he knows, I suppose, that he's got to take a chance. This is where this little period here, when they're on the up, their best period in the match, where things can happen. They could change it, but you've got to take the odd risk as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the risk that pays off. Otherwise, that would have been curtained. So he does get another opportunity, Usman Arif. He won't now. It's one way to stop getting hit for 6. But, yeah, I mean, any sort of a decent throw on line, I think Arif has gone by metres there. That was an opportunity to get rid of him. Looks like Kaibadelda down there at deep point. Bashir's been getting the length right. Not giving Arif anything he can get under as yet. He does this time, full toss, and he overcooks it slightly, and that's the margin for error you don't have against the big man as he moves into the 30s. And he's doing his best as one-man band at the moment for Bjorvika Maximo. 6 more to the Norwegian champs.
Yeah, look, this wasn't that bad a ball. It was almost right up there, almost Yorker length. Okay, slightly over pitch, but that is a top shot. Power. And he is a powerful man, Usman Arif.
On the knife's edge at the moment. That'll help. Need more of that, please. Shows you don't have that much margin for error. That one was just over pitched. Arif whacks it. This is a good ball. This is the perfect ball, and Arif will be frustrated by this because this is one he won't get back.
Yeah, you don't leave those. I mean, you've got to swing. You swing hard here. There's nobody on the boundary here. Third man territory, nobody in the boundary.
He thinks he's going to get a wide, though. That's the thing. He doesn't want to make a clumsy effort at one that's going to be a wide, but it's just inside.
Dot ball, gold dust.
Oh, yeah. He's had too many of those. This time, it's just another swing and a miss.
The effort ball that, you can hear the grunt. It definitely was a bit quicker. And now a lot of pressure on Arif now. He needs to and wants to get something on this. He needs to send this hurtling over the boundary again.
Time to gather our breath, Rico. It's been edge of your seat stuff the last few minutes. Last ball for Prashad. He's conceded 13. And this is why he threw the bat at it, Rico. He will get 4 here. This one, probably same ball, maybe slightly closer to him, but not by much. And Arif gets a streaky 4, and that takes us to the end of the 6th over. 72 for 4.
Let me put something out there for you.
Yeah.
Like for like, at the same pace, 6 overs gone. The Royal Tigers, 79 for 1.
So they're 7 runs behind.
7 runs behind. All right, they've lost those wickets.
But then
Only 7 runs. So it just goes to show that we think that they're well out of this. But if they could put in a performance in the last 4 overs that we saw the Royal Tigers do, they're going to be there or thereabout. And, well, Imran hasn't really got going yet. Arif, well, 39 off 11. He still believes, but he needs to try and get to the other end, especially if Imran can't get bat on ball.
See, they had 2 set batters at the crease, though, in the first half. Over 7, 8, 9, 10 went for plenty. As we see the over begin, and Imran does get out the way, gets 1. And so it's Dari has been brought on, left armour. Yeah, their last 4 overs, the Royal Tigers, they whacked for 16, 18, 19 and 18. I said, I think this is the highest score. We haven't seen a magical over of 20 or above. It's a bit wide. Just trying to gamble. You get 1 dot here, like you're so happy on Arif. Here we go in the fan zone. Locked on the action. The Victoria Cervezas are flowing as well.
Yeah, lovely to see so many people here enjoying the cricket and the atmosphere and the weather.
Beautiful day. Wow, this is a miss hit, and this could be an opportunity, or will it be? Well, it's going to somehow nurdle its way over the boundary. We've got none of that Arif, but the result, it's a mini Maximo, but it's 6 all the same, and he moves up into the 40s with that strike.
How does this go to the boundary? How does it? You think this is going up in the air for the field as a cat, and well, it clears them by some distance as well.
Almost off the toe of the bat. Now he goes, has to reach for it, but this is high, and this is a chance for him to be removed, and he will be. He's going to have to go, and it's clever bowling from Dari, who got it full, got it wide, got the big man reaching. It's not the ball he wanted to go after, but he had to go after it all the same, and he falls on his sword, but not before a very entertaining 45 off only 13 balls. But Burovica, that little resistance is extinguished now. The score at 80 for 5.
Yeah, look, a great effort. Cameo effort, you've got to say, from Usman Arif. He certainly entertained. He didn't give up. And this one, he just slices up in the air, and a very good catch there taken. He's under a little bit of pressure. Mark Ahuja there. But he knows that taking that one is really probably taking the sting out of the tail here.
And Mark Ahuja is normally a really reliable fielder. Has shelled one this week. So I suppose at this stage, it's really a pressure moment.
Yeah, Usman Ahuja now coming in. We've seen him opening the batting a lot of the times.
This is another one. I think just sneaks inside. Well, game of inches. This one hits a bit of the line, but I think the way they're umpiring at the moment, if it's on the inside of that line, they'll let it go. That's pretty much where it is. I do have some breaking news as well, Rico, after this ball. Hot off the presses.
Okay.
This hit from Hyder, who comes to the crease. His team meeting in excess of 20 and over. We do have confirmation that the catch was dropped in the beer tent by none other than Dan Lazaridis, the Zagreb Sokol skipper. It's only because Corey didn't get there first. So just be one for Mohammed Imran. This will take us to the end of 7 overs. The score is 82 for 5. So 69 required off the last 3. We have seen that kind of scoring before, but probably not in a chase like this. This is what you're watching right now. Royal Tigers, who were seeded 2 today against Burovica, that were seeded 4, but got here on account of being Griffins in their first match. And the winner of this match will take on Brigade, the All-Ireland champions, in the final this afternoon. Stay tuned for that one. 4 p.m. GMT, which is 5 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 9:30 p.m. in India. So starting just over an hour and a half time. Yeah. Tune in early. We'll get the national anthems as well. Looking forward to that. It looks like it will be Hungarians that will be taking them on in a rematch of this morning's match, which was 20-run victory for Brigade. This one almost cleans him up. It'll be a dot ball.
Yeah, I mean, they need, any chance, they need a supersonic over, something that goes around the 30 mark, or 25 plus will do. That will probably just apply a bit of pressure, but that needs to happen here now. This over is where it could all change. If they don't get anywhere near that here, then really it's this match is gone.
Yeah, well, I'll say I have to get the decimals out if I was going to have to give you a win percentage here, especially with no real set batter. Imran's been there a while, but hasn't been able to do too much as yet. Wants a wide down leg side.
Comes into the attack, trying to get the Yorkers in, just straying a little bit down the leg side, but you just get the feeling he gets one straight, he's going to get a wicket.
A lot of people talking about the weather and how it looks so nice. There's some nice looking gentlemen there as well. But let us know what the weather's like in your neck of the woods if you're watching in the live chat. A few people saying a lot of places it's not as nice as here.
I'll touch on that in a second. It's this one. Well, this has gone all the way. Bowl! Balle, balle. Well, Corey was thinking about it. Well, Dan Lazaridis thought, not me. I've been named and shamed once already. But that's 6 more. Nice shot.
Well, Corey's deliberately put himself in the hot zone here. And this one actually bounces off the railing of the stairs. And this could have been nasty because it could have gone anywhere. Watch out for the TVs. It bounces back. When it does, it'll go down as 6. Mohammed Imran gets hold of his first real bomb. Delta. Little shuffle. Goes at the stumps, and he's going to get 6 more here. I don't think anyone's catching this. Oh, and again, the effort's coming. That's Chris Lakov.
Oh, don't you try, Chris.
Coming from everywhere now.
There's no way that Chris Lakov is catching anything. We've seen him on the field. Chris, leave it alone, buddy. Leave it alone. That's 2 in 2. This is big. Well picked up. Well, I said you need a supersonic over. 2 big sixes here. And that's a wide as well in the over.
And the rest,
3 balls
though.
to come.
You basically, every ball
3 sixes.
Every ball that isn't a boundary, the run rate required goes up.
Yeah, this is the problem with the line that Delta's bowling. You know what he's trying to do, but the batter, Imran, well, he's got it.
Needed to get fuller. Now. Needed to get fuller. I didn't mind that line, but you've got to get fuller. This is just a wild swing.
Better. Yeah, look, you talked about the weather. I know I was talking to Musa, who's a part of the Norwegian cricket board out there. He was telling me in Norway, minus 15.
I heard.
Spoke to a few people who've been speaking to their families in the UK. Well, they've got all sorts of weather warnings there. I think there's some sort of 100 miles an hour winds coming their way, red alerts and orange alerts. Well, we've got our very own orange alert. And is that off the Tigers? And at the moment, it looks like they're going to make their way into the final.
Orange alert for Maximos. Imran whacks it. I think he wants 2 here. And don't worry about 2. You'll get 4. Bit of a slip there from Sufian Mohammed. That's always a bit awkward when you're fielding in front of the crowd. And it's yeah, just this last step. He just slides and doesn't field in a composed manner. So they'll get 4 there, which is what they need at the moment.
Bonus runs. I mean, look, they all count. And Sufian Mohammed just losing his footing there as the ball then ricochets off his hands and goes to the boundary.
Mark Davies is also at that table. Good to see some of the players coming back, catching the action. Last ball of the 8th. And he glances this away, and this one gets past the fielder, Dari. So he does get it full of Delta. Still a little bit of length to work with. It's glanced away nicely. Keeps them at the rate at least.
Keeps them alive. It wasn't quite supersonic, but it was magical, which just means, well, look, okay, they've got to do it again and again. But there's nothing to say that they can't.
Yeah, well, history, probably. But it's the end of the 8th over. 103 for 5. And there's Corey's favourite, the Worm. Just heading up. Oh, very hard to see. BET2BALL going.
253 runs so far in this match.
He did early. They're going to bring back the protractor. Remember earlier, he had a horrendous first over, went for 23. He'd come back and bowl a really clutch 9th over. Now here he is in the 9th. Not with that same kind of pressure you'd imagine, but he had a reasonably good first over, went for 9. Now he's coming back. He can ice the game here with any kind of decent over. Here we go. It all happens in the 9th. That's exactly where you need to be. So this is where I think if you can get that Yorker in at middle stump, if the batter's trying to be funky, like you saw Mohammed Imran doing last over, once you take that length away, then you're a good chance of cleaning him up, Boulder LBW.
I mean, Delta did try that. His first couple of deliveries weren't bad. They were full and Yorker length, but then he just went half volleys down the leg, similar to this. Different batter, different result. I think they just need to stay at 1 here. And they do. So Imran, can he repeat sort of hitting he did in the last over? He's got 4 balls here, but it's up against a man who normally takes 2 for us. He's got 1 for 6 at the moment, 4 balls to go.
What a final we're going to have. It's going to be so exciting. A full toss. Well, probably want 2 here.
Yeah, he has to try and come back.
Yeah, they'll get it. They'll get it. Slight fumble. Okay, so, I mean, looking ahead, it's going to be Brigade versus Royal Tigers, it looks like. I mean, Royal Tigers have only lost to Brigade. Okay? Their 3 losses in this tournament, they're all to Brigade. They've won every other match. This has hit well. This could go for 4, and it will. Nice shot. Imran, after a bit of a slow start, he's up to 30 or 14. He'll be wishing that they weren't chasing quite as many. I mean, when you look at it, it's a decent score. They're 110 now with 8 balls remaining. So if they could have just held the Tigers to something in the 120s or about 120, you'd fancy their chances here, but he just got out of hand in the first half. Peel. I think this could be a dead ball. It'll be a dead ball. What's going on here? All right, this will be a dead ball.
Yeah, once it gets trapped, there's dead ball.
Which means you can't score, which is really annoying when you're trying to score runs. You're actually not allowed. This will be a dead ball, but won't be re-bowled, right?
Yeah,
this
no,
counts as a ball.
Won't be re-bowled. I mean, right here now, that ball
That's
is
when
dead.
you need to just run with it anyway and try and hide it.
Ball.
and then Cartama misses anyway. So this will be a dot ball.
Look at how I like him that. The nice smile from Cartama. He's normally such a serious guy, but he can afford a smile at this stage of this match.
Bit to spot the ball there. And he knocks him over. And so he tries to get funky. Imran, after burgling the ball, last ball, this time he can't make contact, and that's clever bowling from T10, who aims at the sticks. And he takes another 2 for Rico.
Yep.
And that's 9 overs down, 110 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he's there for. He's such a reliable bowler and player in your side. You always turn to him. This was a juicy Yorker and knocking the leg stump out of the ground. You can see that Imran is showing him all the stumps before the ball is even bowled, and somebody of the class of Abhishek says, okay, maine dikha de, main tod bhi deni hai, and that's exactly what he does. He gets the Yorker in and rips out the leg stump. Well, look, big round of applause to Imran, because certainly great effort from him. And again, it just goes to show, doesn't it, that if one of their other batters, whether it was Salim there at the top of the order or Shazad, got going and scored 20, 30 quick runs, we could have been seeing a different match or a different result here.
Yeah, it was a game that was defined by that partnership, I think, in the first innings. This is hit pretty well.
They don't want to run, but they do in the end.
Usman Haider will get one. How about T10? He couldn't hit the stumps when he had the little darts throw from about 2.5 metres, but he could hit the stumps from the 22 yards. The good Yorker, which takes out leg. And, you know, Burevica, they've been a great addition, haven't they? And they're going to finish with a 5-3 record, I think, in the end. So, not a bad record at all.
Be bold again. Look, one thing I will say about them, they certainly have, and we've talked about one or two of the teams, how they've improved as it's gone along. They had as well, look, they lost their first match, didn't they? And it was against the Royal Tigers, lost by 36 runs.
Yeah.
But then they got better and better, and we were thinking that they were just a team of big hitters. But the way they applied themselves and came out in some of those matches, they proved and showed us that they weren't, oh, they should be thinking two here, they don't. One of the batters, Usman Haider, is not looking. They batted really well. I think they really have put Norwegian cricket on the map.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they've got a proud history of cricket in Norway, and it's great to see them once again here at Cartama. We saw the national team in the ECC last year. We saw the national team also in the T20s that you did in Germany last year in that tri-series. And I think we've seen the cricketing smarts of the Norwegians during the week, the way they've adapted to T10 format. They didn't have anyone really that played T10 at a serious level. Yeah. Salim had played a bit and Usman Arif, but not at this level. And so I think we've seen them backing their cricket skills a lot more. I think we've seen them very clever with their bowling, their variations. They picked up really quickly what sort of bowling would be effective for them. So almost at the end of their journey, it would seem. This one's just sliced away. Protractor or clean up. It'll just be one. Slight collision, I think, there between the keeper and the batter. But, you know, certainly I'm sure they will be trying their hardest to win their domestic competition this summer, this northern summer in Norway, and make another appearance in ECL 23.
Right, it's like they've already said, we're learning all the time. They're going to learn from this. They're going to go back and apply a few more things. And, yeah, they'll be better, stronger. Full toss, goes up in the air and goes the distance. That goes a long way, and this time it's Ashraf who decides, no, I'm not going without a bang. But that is a bang, it's a big one. Boom! Shaka! Lag gaya! Arriba!
Ida will love this because he started his tournament. He could not hit a beach ball if you bowled one at him. And now, that's a really sweet one. It's almost going to be all over. And this is the last ball. And I think it'll just be a dot to finish things off. So congratulations to the Royal Tigers. They are through to the final against Brigade later on this afternoon. That match will be starting in about an hour and a half right here on the European Cricket Network. You don't want to miss that. They're going to finish with 124 off their 10 overs in the end. The final score here in qualifier number 2. Royal Tigers 150, Burevica 124.
Yeah, look, marvellous effort. And once again, though we're not going to see Puerto Rico in the final, we give them a good round of applause because I think they've been absolutely fantastic. They've entertained us. And look, let's face it, when you're sitting at home and you're looking at the teams going to be playing in this group, well, when this team, Norway, comes up, you're going to be saying to yourself, Norway? Really? They play cricket in Norway? Well, they do. It's a very short season. They only got 4 months to play it in, but we've seen already they've got some very talented players. They will get better. They will get stronger, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing them again because really they've entertained us. And in this match, well, what a match it was. Over 270 runs scored. That is serious stuff. But the team that goes all the way into the final, and will it be 4th time lucky for the Tigers because Brigade is going to be there, the team that they take on once more.
Yeah, they got their bogey team, Tigers now. It's the Tiger Tamers Brigade that will be in their way to qualifying from the Championship week. In this chase, it's all about taking opportunities, and there's none better than this from Harsh Mandian. That one had to go a long way back, but did it in the end. And this one, slightly better club selection. Usman Arif, well, he was good while he was there. Stan Ahuja, as usual, just took everything that came his way behind the stumps. Well, Corey was supervising. That was Dan Lazaridis, who shelled one in the beer tent. It's filling up nicely for a Friday. And look, we did see
Usman Arif, well, he hit the ball sensationally well, didn't he? Quickly, 45, I believe it was just off 13 deliveries.
Yeah.
He was in awesome form, and Charles Croucher, he was liking him. He gives a nice smile when the ball goes for 6, doesn't he?
10 maximos in this innings. Okay, so they had 14 in the first half and 10 in the second half of this innings. So 24 sixes in this game. So very, very entertaining stuff. And ultimately, it would be Mark Ahuja that would take that catch. And then Chris Lakoff, he was hunting it as well.
Super Mario there.
Well, the fan zone have loved their interaction, and they love that as well.
Well, there's an umpire in the making there.
Yeah, from Sufyan Mohammed. Yeah, you're not wrong. And then we had a bit of a lost ball situation. But he's saying, just kidding, unless it hit, in which case I wasn't kidding. But it was serious, the next ball, and the leg stump got removed from its intended location. And when it comes down to it, it's the Royal Tigers that now we can say that they will take on Brigade in the final. That one is coming your way 4 p.m. GMT, which is 5 o'clock in Central Europe, 9:30 in India. And so we'll be rejoining you in about an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and 20 minutes from now. Of course, we've got the national anthems and all the players. It's a big moment for them as they have the opportunity to represent their club and their country in Championship Week, Week 6 of ECL 22. As far as this one goes, the Norwegians, well, it was never going to be easy to chase 150. Quite the contrary, 151 was the target. Ended up doing well to recover after some early wickets. Usman Arif with 45, Mohammed Imran with 30. And the only other batter to get double figures, Sufyan Salim with 11. As far as the ball went, well, 2 for then Protractor, Kedapal 2 for 12. As usual, Prashar, he's been good today, 2 for 17.
Yep.
Wickets for Jayaraman and Shubham Dari as well. Well, Rico, has been a very entertaining day so far, and we don't want you to go too far because we will be back very shortly. And, well, I'm looking forward to this final. Brigade, they've played the Tigers 3 times. They've tamed the Tigers 3 times. But the Tigers, they're kind of a team where, you feel like it's going to come off once. And, well, we've seen some pretty amazing finals, haven't we, here at the Cartama Oval? I'm sure this will be no different.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to say that the Tigers were thinking too far ahead before that crunch match we've just seen against Puerto, but one of the things that I heard them talking a lot about is how do we go about beating a team like Brigade? How do we go about getting the sort of runs on the board that we do against some of the other teams? Yeah. So they've been doing a lot of work on this, the same way that Brigade, as we know, have done on the Tigers. This is going to be a really, really, really interesting, exciting match. I always say this European Cricket Network is a frenzy of action-packed entertainment and a little bit of drama as well. In the final, I think there'll be some drama.
And look, Mandian at the top of the order, I'm sure he'll bat there again. Yeah. That's something they didn't have to contend with this morning. Can he go big? He was one off the highest score we've seen in this ECL 22. But anything can happen, anything will happen.
Good question. Is it worth playing Zishan with that injury, or are you better off with a fit fielder?
Playing him.
Okay, well, there you go.
Playing him to get a couple of 2 or 3 maximos and then get out the way. But you're right, having to field him will be a bit of a liability. So please join us, an hour and 15 minutes away. You don't want to miss the final. We'll see who will join Tunbridge Wells from England in the Championship week. And, well, it's been a great day so far. Plenty more to come. One last match
here in week 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hope you're having a great finals Friday. We'll see you just around the corner. Go have a cold shower, go get a beverage, and then settle back in front of ECL because there's more on the way. The Bet2BALL ECL will continue in around an hour's time. See you shortly.
This is how we play cricket.
On the Costa Sol.
As we approach the conclusion of week 2 of ECL 22, Brigade, well, they had a horrendous start on Monday morning, but they have gotten better and well, they have won every single game since the Royal Tigers. They're a dynamic side, but the Tiger Tamers Brigade have held them quiet 3 times. Will it be a 4th? Only one of these teams can make the championship week, so get ready for the final. Group B final on the way. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League, and it starts right now. Hello and welcome back on a beautiful sunny Friday afternoon on the Costa del Sol, and this is the one we've been waiting for. After 23 matches this week in week 2, it's time for the Group B final. Brigade, well, they've only dropped that first match of the week. They've won every game since, and they're taking on the Royal Tigers from Budapest in Hungary. I think this will be an explosive game. Of course, only one of these 2 teams will be able to return in championship week. So the all-important coin toss, a giant game, a giant coin. Let's see who wins it. Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains.
Ready to go? Keeper. Keeper's called. This keeper. You have to
Well, the call was Keeper from Harsh Mandian, the Royal Tigers skipper, and it was Keeper Inu. So he has decided he wants to bat first, and why not, after they put 150 on the board in the last game. And it was the promotion of himself, Harsh Mandian, to the top of the order, which made all the difference. We'll have to see about Zishan. Will they gamble on picking the dynamic opener? He's struggling with a groin strain, but, well, if he plays or not, I think that Safi is another key man regardless. They do have a lot of good hitters. Can they fire batting first against a Brigade side who have defeated the Tigers? They've been Tiger Tamers 3 times. They've met 3 Brigade victories, and the All-Ireland champions, they would love to book a place in week 6, the championship week. Well, a lot is on there. Big Max, I think Macbeth and McCarter at the top of the order. Also, they've got McDade, so watch out for those Big Max. They could be really important. They will have to do it chasing. And, well, as we get ready for a big game, here is a big personality. Rico Fu is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for the final. And of course, the national anthem's not far away too, with the news that Royal Tigers, they have won the toss in the final, and they're going to have a bat first.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo. And welcome to everyone, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. I mean, it's probably getting a bit late in some places, probably the early hours in others, but I know you can't look away. You've got to be staying tuned in to what is going to be an awesome final. Both the teams, though, first will make their way out on the field of play and get themselves ready for their national anthems before the start of this final. What a week it's been for the boys of Brigade and the Royal Tigers. The Royal Tigers, they've had their ups and downs, but there's one team that haven't been able to get past, and it's this one, Brigade. Brigade has beaten them on 3 occasions, and they'll be looking to do it 4th time around. One of these 2 teams, the Royal Tigers, the Hungarian champions, and also the champions of Ireland Brigade, will go into the final in 4 weeks' time. First, let's go over to the national anthems. Well, there you go, fantastic, and what a moment this is for those players out there. And the national anthem's been well received by, well, a lot of supporters that have turned up here today, throughout the day. You've been magnificent out there, and I'm sure that we're going to hear plenty from them during this final. The big one, Group B. Which team will join Tunbridge Wells in the all-important finals week coming up and starting on the 14th of March. Tunbridge Wells are already there. Will it be Brigade or will it be the Royal Tigers? The Royal Tigers winning the toss and electing to bat first. They're looking to do exactly what they did in the Qualifier 2 against Borwika. They just were too strong, scored plenty of runs thanks to the captain, Harshman there. And it wouldn't surprise me if they go for the same lineup. There's the two teams there. And, well, the Royal Tigers. Zishan Khan is in the team despite his injury, but I think a lot is down to how Harsh bats. Well, this is interesting. This is what we've got, the expectations. And just have a look at that, the expected scores. And I get a feeling, like I did the last one, I think the last one was pretty similar to that. I just think it's going to be higher than that. And obviously that's based on matches that we've had so far, but I think the Tigers have been finding the rhythm, they find the range. The one team they haven't been able to do it against is Brigade. Brigade have always found a way to tame them, but will the Tigers come out of the cage in this one? Will they roar, and will they roar all the way to victory? Huge moment. Zishan Kuhil is the opening batter. His captain, Harsh Mandian, is the non-striker. And it's going to be the captain of Brigade, Andrew Britton, to bowl the first ball. Here we go, the battle of bat versus ball. First one is short and gets pulled away to the man. Deep square, 1 run. Look at this field where the two outfielders are at the moment. So square leg where that ball went to, and third man. It's that man, Shin Reynolds, at third. What a week he's had. I know his parents, Jill and Graham, are watching for Devon. And I know that a lot of his friends watching who go to Foyle College, they're very envious of him. They're wishing they were here and enjoying the sunshine with him. I tell you one man who's enjoyed the sunshine as he's pondered in the fan zone, Vinny Sandhu. Vinny Sandhu, back in the house.
Good to be here. Huge match.
Shot, oh, ball, Harsh Mandian just picking up from where he left off. He was awesome in Qualifier 2, made 82 of 32 deliveries, and he was not out, and he's still not out. He's still going strong. That is big.
Careful of bowling to the arc of Mandian. He's coming off 82 not. Yeah, nice that we acknowledged Jill and Gray Reynolds from Devon, the grandparents of Rasheen Reynolds.
Miss.
How good was Mandian really in that last game? Didn't really work this morning with Safi at the top of the order for whatever reason, but he never really got out of third gear. Did bat through the 10 overs.
Yeah.
Zishan's the wild card here. He's carrying quite a nasty groin injury, it looks like. He's not running freely at all. The days of runners, they're long gone.
Here goes Brilliant once more. Captain, battle it out in the air. Does he get enough on this? Yes, only just. Agonisingly for Britain, it goes over the man at mid-on, inside the circle, and doesn't really time it. That's his characteristic shot. He goes down on one knee and looks to go over the top.
He loves that, doesn't he? It's just a sweep off anything. Bit of a slog sweep. Gets enough of it, but only just.
Goes again, but this time he hasn't gone over him, and it's a wicket. Andrew Britton has got out the captain, the battle of the captains, and it's the captain from the Irish Champions Brigade that draws first blood. And Harsh Mandian, like before against Brigade, is not able to get a big score on the board. That is a huge scalp, Vinny.
Massive. And he only just got enough the time before. This one he just wraps the bat around it. No timing at all. And so you're right, the battle of the captains at Britain, that removes Mandian, who's been in really good form today. The catch was taken there by David Barr. That's the first wicket of this final in Group B. It's 11 for 1.
Huge, absolutely huge. Well, you saw that Ulrika could not get rid of this man. That's why you hurt him. That's why he scored that magnificent 82. It is not to be.
It's the way they play, though, isn't it? Manjan does have all the shots, and he's trying to make the most of the power play. And this is interesting for me as well. Yeah, they go to Stanahuja at 3. So they're trying to keep Zishan and Safi apart. I think maybe they think they're too similar. I don't know, it just never seemed to work. Every time they open together.
Soft hands.
Here's the issue. Zishan's running. It's non-existent.
Yeah.
Stanahuja's looking to push a single, but in the end, they won't get a run here. So that's the end of the first over. A successful one for the Irish. It's 11 for 1. So Zishan will be facing up at the start of the second over.
Yeah, Vinny, just touch on the fan zone here at the moment. I think we've got to have, I mean, give yourself a round of applause. This is the best crowd that we've had, haven't we, in all competitions so far. So a round of applause for you all.
Give yourselves a round of applause out there.
Come on, let's hear you.
Come on, crowd.
And
you're
all going quiet. I think
certainly the noisiest crowd.
certainly the
I think they might not be able to hear us over there because it is pretty noisy. Love those national anthems. Now it looks like Ryan McBeth is going to bowl the second over. Well, we talked about the hitters of the Royal Tigers, but what about Brigade? And I'm looking for the Mac attack. And I'm talking about McCarter, McBeth, McDade in the second innings to chase down whatever they're set by the Tigers. Can always a bit of pressure when you're chasing in a final, but we have seen some big chases pulled off on these Friday afternoon finals here in Cartama. So here is McBeth with over number 2.
Hit hard, and that's going to go to the boundary. And it does. 4 runs, and Zishan, well, his role is just to try and stand, deliver, and hit the boundaries. And this one, he smacks out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah, wouldn't be bowling the slot to Zishan. That's what he wants. They got him before by making him reach. Make him reach outside off stump. He will try and whack plenty of balls over the leg side, regardless of the line.
Stein gets him reaching outside the off. No one here. The interesting thing, early observation, having seen that shot from Zishan and this one here now that gets past him, he doesn't seem to be holding that groin as much. So whether
he's had the day for it to get warmed up.
Whether there's been some work done or he's feeling a bit better.
Often these things do feel a bit better towards the end of the day. Yeah, it didn't look good at all. We've seen him before. He's there for one reason only, and that's to hit boundaries.
And he does. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona. Ginna bada shaka.
Yeah, well, dead man walking. Zishan, he's on his last legs. You see here, and he goes for it straight away. But he gets an half, and that's courageous from Kukagal. But he gets 6 for his side.
Yeah, I mean, this time, because he's putting a lot of weight on that back foot as he's hitting that, he feels it. And just taking time to compose himself.
Luckily, he's got the time while they go find the ball, because that went miles into the jungle. Nice shot, and I love the way he resisted the urge just to hit everything over the leg side. But I think what happens, you might have an injury or whatever, but when you're batting, when that ball leaves the bowler's hand, you forget about all of that, and your instinct takes over. So I don't think you'll see him swinging any differently.
I suppose you're right, but now that he has had that twinge, now it is there, now he is feeling it. So, yeah, it's never easy playing with an injury, no matter what it is, because it's always at the back of your mind. But so far, he's doing okay. He's hit the 2 boundaries, like you said, Vinny. That's what he's there to do, to get as many boundaries as he can in this power play. And he gets another. This is a lovely shot. This is beautiful, but though the shot might be nice and the result is good, it's the pain. Look, he plays this and straight away, this time he even lets go of the bat. It hurts. It would have been a wide ball as well, but just having to stretch. There you go, you see.
He's really pushing the envelope, isn't he? I'm worried he might rip in half. Well, there's Corey. He's just obviously serving a few drinks over there in the fan zone. That's what happens when you give him the afternoon off, I suppose.
And this is going to be 4 more. This time he's on the legs, and he just get enough on it. Macbeth, he's just losing his line slightly. Doesn't really know where to bowl to Zishan, and you can understand it. Wherever he's bowled so far, Zishan has managed to get bat onto ball and found the boundary.
He's had a good attack and a good kind of decision making to those balls outside the offside. So now he's able to kind of tuck this one away nicely. This one doesn't take as much energy. It's using the pace.
Beth is a key player, isn't he? With bat and with ball. Can he get the breakthrough for Brigade? And in the air, but that goes quickly. And that's too fast for Reynolds. It's 4 more. What an over that is. Well, the first one was pretty even. 11 from it and the 1 wicket. Well, this one belongs to the Tigers. They're back with a roar.
Yeah, well, this over's gone 4.644. Okay, so that goes magical in the end. 22 come off the second over. The score is 33 for 1. This is what the Championship Week program looks like so far. Tunbridge Wells from England, they won a week ago to top Group A, and they will be there in week 6. They'll be joined by whoever wins this match will write their name next to Group B. Will it be Brigade from Ireland or Royal Tigers from Hungary? And this is where I think you have to think about maybe bringing the field in a little bit just to try and protect against this single to discourage it. Because look, you see he's really struggling. Just having to limp that single, and I don't think he's planning to be out there more than the 3 overs, to be honest, Rico. I think he's going to go big. He's going to go now. He's facing Andrew Britton.
And 4 runs, just stands still, and smacks is in that gap again. And this is what we expect from Zishan. You can see Britton going wide, trying to keep the ball out of his hitting zone. Well, he still makes good contact. I'm just wondering whether they're going to think about moving that man who's at long on a bit wider. They don't at the moment. This time it's up in the air and it goes all the way. Gear, 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 Shakalugya.
Well, sometimes gambles pay off. They've gambled on Zishan with 0 good groins, and he's up into the 30s. In no time at all. 33 off 9 of the 9 balls he's faced. 5 have gone to the boundary, 2 have gone over it. And they are flying now in this power play.
What an incredible shot that was. That was all timing and power, 4-on power.
He's not slowing down.
And they're going up for the wicket and they've got him. Zishan has to go. And, well, Britton, it wasn't the best of deliveries. I think it probably, looking at it again, may have been a wide ball if it wasn't chased. Gets a little something on it. The catch has been taken by Simon Alford. And Zishan, after 33 quick-fire runs, has to go.
Yeah, a little touch on this. He thinks it's going to be short. He wants to help it round the corner, but he just gets a little feather on it. See here, maybe just flicking the gloves. And, yeah, it's a good decision. Harrison Ward out there. So Zishan, I said, he's probably planning to bat for 3 overs, and that's pretty much what happens, but I think that's what they wanted out of him.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought this was going to be going short down the leg side, but you see Zishan was a long way across. That one is going over the middle stump. He's actually hit it straight into the hands of the keeper.
Yeah, so Alford takes the catch and just helpfully pointing out exactly where Zishan could go as he departs for 33 off 10, but I think that's what they wanted out of their opener, and the score's 44 for 2. Sure, Rob Kemming will have a close look at that, but yeah, I think that's what they wanted out of him.
Yeah, Britton yesterday, he was very excited when he got Luke Letizia out as well, and he gave him a little wave goodbye. You know that he's up for it, the captain. He's had a good day so far, hasn't he, with the bat? He's got some runs on the board. 48 of 22 against the Royal Tigers the first time they met. Also picked up 2 for 23. He's picked up a couple here as well.
Yeah, Britton is pretty good, to be fair. He's gone for a 6 and a 4 on each over.
Here's Safi. Now comes in.
Yeah, now Marjan out the right. Safi's contribution is important.
Britton goes short again, and this one is called a wide. Britton not too happy about the call. Just keep an eye on this. No, it's one of those again, isn't it? The umpires, they've been very tight, very consistent.
You give them a chance, I think, when you start bowling those kind of lines. Question in the chat about did he touch it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a little glove on that. I heard it from here.
Big wild swing. And this is almost a repeat of how Safi was batting against Brigade first time round. He just needs to compose himself and just think the way he batted in the last match. Go back to that and start playing shots on merit.
He can play against good attacks. He made 57 against the Netherlands, 11 playing for Hungary back in the ECC in 2021.
And he gets hold of this one. Well, 1 out of 3 isn't bad, and this one goes towards his own dugout, and I think there's a catch that's been taken there, but it doesn't matter because it's on the other side of the fence. 6 more.
Yeah, that's Durry that might have taken the catch. Well, they had to raffle it. I'm surprised if this one gets held. Britton gambles again the short ball. Safi takes him up on it. He gets half a dozen. The 50 has been passed now. That's the end of the power play. Entertaining one. 51 for 2 after 3 overs.
Yeah, 51 for 2. I mean, is that the highest score in a power play in Group B? I think it may be, you know.
Yeah, maybe. Haven't really seen too many power plays where things have gotten away. I think one of the things is that haven't seen teams rolling away with really big scores this week. I think normally they've been kept under control. Even the innings where it's gone well, there's been a couple of quiet overs.
Yeah, but look, the Tigers have been here before where they've had a great start, but Brigade have always found a way to get back in to the match and then slow them right down. They know that, and they know that this partnership is important. You don't want to just throw your wickets away because you got off to a good start. It's well bowled, a bit of in swing. And just take the single Ryan Barr. And it's probably going to be the turn now for the Barr brothers, maybe to try and get the next 4 overs in between them.
Here's a question as well. Zishan bringing the injury into the match. Is he allowed a sub-fielder?
No.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one though, because he could then say, well, it got worse when I batted.
No.
No? Dr. Rico says, can't do it.
This will be a wide. Yeah, I mean, it's an injury that all the officials, the match officials and the tournament referee, they're aware of it. They know, and he's played with that injury a couple of matches. So for him to now turn around and say, you know, I've got this injury, they're going to say, well, it hasn't been sustained during this match.
He's probably got to hide him somewhere. Short flying leg or something like that.
Ryan Barr pitches this one right up. Better line, I think. We haven't seen too many big straight hits. I mean, a lot of them have gone over mid-wicket, and I'm just wondering, would you look the shot that Harsh played, a lot of his shots were flicks, weren't they, over the leg side?
Yeah.
Interestingly, the ones he went straight, he doesn't get the power in him. One he was lucky with, the second one gets taken.
Yeah, just mistimed a couple of times. No real wind of note this Friday afternoon. Some people in the chat, Rico, they were saying, oh, about that shot from Zishan, wasn't a great shot. I mean, did he have to do it? What I would say is that he was picking that it would be short and he wanted to get across. And if he gets a bit more on that and gets away from the keeper, he gets 4. So maybe the shot was on. He just didn't execute it well. And so sometimes in this form of the game, it's staying ahead of the bowler. He did get it right in that it was short, which is what he was looking for.
Yeah.
But yeah, just didn't get enough on it.
Bold. Look, going back to that, somebody like Zishan, he is a tiger, and he only knows how to play one way, and he will go out there and he will attack. He leads from the front, and yeah, sometimes he will get there, sometimes he will score runs and score them quickly. Other times it may not be that way, but I think that's what the Tigers want from him. That's why he plays. You know, if he clicks, he clicks. If he doesn't, no worries. They'll believe they've got enough other good players to come in and take over. So far, this has been a really good over. He's really tied Stan Ahuja up, kept him inside the crease, got those Yorker length deliveries in.
Yeah, really good steadying over. Safi, yeah, just having a word to his partner, Stan Ahuja. I wonder what they're saying here. Do you think Safi wants to strike at this stage? I imagine he would. It was weird.
2 balls to come. Well, 1 ball to come now.
Last ball coming up for Barr. Can he get out of this over? Avoid the damage. Just 2 singles and a wide in it. There'll just be 1 here. So it's the end of 4 overs. It's 55 for 2. And a little earlier on, before the final, I had a word to Royal Tigers skipper, Harsh Mandian.
Here with Harsh Mandian, the Royal Tigers skipper, the Hungarian champions. Well, what a week you've had so far. How has ECL been to you?
It has been amazing. As I told before, it's a wonderful platform to express ourselves. We set ourselves small target, and here we are on the final day.
How do you come up with these batting order changes? You sent yourself to the top of the order in the last game. That worked really well. Is that just your decision, or how does that come about?
Yeah, it was my decision, and T10 is all about being flexible according to situation. So we plan for each team differently and keep on waiting for the surprises.
Okay, you haven't beat Brigade in 3 attempts. Do you think anything will be different this time around?
At least law of averages will catch up them. I hope so.
And what would it mean finally for you to come back to Championship Week and represent Hungary in the finals?
It will mean a lot, not only to our club, but the entire Hungarian community. And I have already told my team to reserve 1 week off from their work as well. Hopefully it goes according to the plan.
Okay, Harsh, all the best. Let's get back to the action.
Yeah, great insight there. And lovely to hear from Harsh and Vinny there as Ryan Barr, or David Barr, apologies, comes into attack. Ryan Barr, he only conceded 4 runs, and this is looking like what Brigade have been able to do in the past. David Barr has been a handful. Safi will try and go after him. Does, and he nails it. It goes big. And it's shaka time once more from the bat of Zahir Safi. And he goes in the area that he backs himself to. I don't think that David Barr will be too deterred from that. He knows he's going to take him on. The fielder is waiting. 2 fielders in that area. And they're relying on a miscue. Barr versus Safi. Safi, he knows he's got to stick around a bit longer. I know they have got Abhishek BET2BALL to come in, but it's very early on. This one's shorter. There is that miscue, and there is that wicket. And that's exactly what I was talking about. I knew that Barr would not be deterred. This one is clever bowling. He knows that Safi's going to eye up that area. It's a little bit slower. It's a little bit shorter. The pace isn't on it. You see Safi, he's reaching for it. Doesn't get good contact. Can't get the weight. Can't get the power in the shot. Big wicket goes down.
Yeah, he's the king of subtle variations. Slight kind of quarter pause. Just dragged. No real timing from Safi. Down low on the bat. And so that's another big hitter gone. 3 back in the shed now. Safi goes for 13 off 5 and it's 62 for 3.
Yeah, and again, how many times have we seen this? The Barr brothers involved. One does the bowling, the other does the catching. Well, it's a family affair, isn't it, for the Brigade team?
It's the Barr bros, a bit like the Bash bros that we have in the Big Bash. It's Chris Lynn and whoever he happens to be batting with at that particular time. But yeah, this is a very interesting juncture in this match because they already have a really good start here. They're still going at almost 14 and over. And they sustain it. And what will their approach be? What will their aggression levels be? Well, this is another strong hitter coming out. So it's like one after the other. Abhishek BET2BALL, the protractor, comes out. Will he have a look at Barr or does he keep going large? We're about to find out.
David Barr pitches this right up. Look, the worry here would be for the Tigers, and this is where they've got to try and play a little bit of smart cricket. Another wicket goes down here, then really your main recognised batters are gone. These two have to try and bat a little bit sensible here for a couple of overs and then go for the big sort of risky shots later. They don't want to give a wicket away here right now. It's still early days. They've got going at a good rate, going about 13 and over. Even if they take a couple of overs just to compose themselves, take the singles and look to put the bad ball away, they're still in good shape here.
It's true. It's down to Hooja now.
And just over Hussain. That's the man who's always prowling over there. And this goes all the way to the fan zones. Well, that's, well, I think...
That's some wags.
Does that catch somebody on the way there?
I hope not, but they got a real close-up view of this one from Stana Hooja. Well, heads up.
Oh, well, watch out, wherever you are. There's a kookaburra about.
Where were all the heroes there jumping in front of them wags and protecting them because that one was really nasty off the path. Anyway, that's 5 overs down and halfway through the first innings of the final. Royal Tigers have won the toss. They've elected to bat and they are 69 for 3 at the halfway point.
Yeah, 69 for 3. And, nice shot. Gets down, sweeps it all the way over to the boundary for 6. Check BET2BALL on strike, and they're going for a change. They're not coming back with the Ryan Barr. They're going for Hussain here. So Hussain's been quite crafty as well.
I think spin. Ketapal likes pace coming onto the bat. Ahuja is probably equally comfortable. Play more traditional shots. It was kind of traditional sweep, but just elevated and hit a bit harder. Let's see what the protractor is going to do with the Irish veteran.
Wide ball, and that one's come out all wrong from Hussain. Interesting thing to observe here is with the field set from Brigade. I mean, they're not tempted, are they, to push another player in on the leg side, say, in the mid-wicket area. They're keeping that field at the sweeper out the offside, even though nothing's gone that way as of yet. Bit of bat on theirs, but doesn't make the kind of contact you want. Should be looking to come back for 2 here, but maybe not
big
good
problems.
observation. And this could have been horribly wrong. I mean, there was definitely 2 here, but both batters, well, they weren't reading from the same script.
Yeah, so I think then the retractor, he thinks, all right, maybe it is there, and Sander, who just sees that, better throw, would have been in big trouble, had to scramble back. Bit of fortune there for the Tigers.
Yeah, not a good throw. Nicely played shot, take the single, and this is what I'm talking about. I think you do this for a couple of overs. If the ball is played on merit, if it's not there for the big shot, don't worry about it. Take the single, rotate the strike. So once again, this time it's a no call, good call as well.
Certainly think Ketapal likes the ball coming onto the bat. I think he likes to use that pace, and I think he kind of feels like he's in a funny place here. He feels like he should be one playing the shots, but I don't think he wants to take a huge risk. Let's see what Hussain dishes up here.
Got some driving. And, Hussain's been good, hasn't he, Vinny? He's been one of the outstanding bowlers in this group. He's always asked questions of all the batters.
Yeah, what a great story as well for Hussain.
This is the shorter one. Again, not enough pace on it really for Ketapal to put away, and takes the single.
Yeah, it's been a really good over so far. Hussain's only conceded 2 singles and a wide. It's only 3 off this over so far.
Well played. This is a really nice shot. It's probably a risky one. Sort of plants his foot down the wicket and then sweeps. And maybe we'll see, just maybe get a look at it from the other angle to see how straight this delivery was. But that's what they've got to do, haven't they? They've got to, every over, if they can't get a boundary away, it just keeps it ticking without them taking too many risks.
Yeah,
77 off 6.
Even without the boundary, only 8 off that. Even with the boundary, I should say. 8 off the over from Iftikhar Hussain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to strangle the innings with spin, and it's been pretty effective for the most part, particularly against Ketapal, who hasn't really found his timing. But I think Ahuja's a bit more comfortable. I'll probably put another man back on that sweep for Stan. Oh, he's not on strike at the moment. They've got a deep mid-wicket and a deep forward square. I think I'd probably push someone back behind square to protect against that shot.
Oh, well, what are they thinking about this? They're asking for it. Now, the way from the batter's reaction was that because it was really full, he was trying to get a wide here. It does catch him. Let's have a look.
Must swing back. That's all I can think. Harrison has a good look. No, he is a batter.
Let's have a look.
Is this curve? It looks like it's going down. I think it's just missing.
Just missing.
Just missing.
Not by a lot.
No, not by a lot.
Seen them given. But I think
especially when you're not playing a stroke.
Yeah.
I think it's a good call, though, from Harrison Ward.
Dot ball, though, isn't it? It's got to get down. Does. Good pick up. And there's the throw. And nobody backing up. This is poor from Brigade. They're normally very good. Normally their discipline in the field is excellent. There's always somebody backing up, but nobody backing the bowler.
Uncharacteristic. They've got MacArthur, that short fine leg, and he has to basically pick an end to back up.
Yeah.
And the throw comes to the bowler. I think he was back behind the keeper.
But is it a bad thing to have Abhishek back there? Maybe not, because Stan is playing the spin a lot better. He's playing the aggressive shots, and at the moment it's Ketapal that's struggling. So in hindsight, to
blessing
maybe
in
a little
disguise.
blessing in disguise, yeah.
The Irish have had a few times they've messed up this morning, but they seem to still
The Irish, you know, look at
they've
the
had a bit of luck when they have.
You see, he's just not getting it right. He doesn't, he likes to go after the bowling, but with the spinner there, I think he's also wary of the wicket keeper standing right up. So he doesn't want to commit. Big shot here.
Yeah, so
we'll go for this.
another over of spin after this as well, I think.
Tries, doesn't get anything, and his dots. Here's tiki-taka. Will they start it off? Boom, boom, boom. They're like a V12, but now it's tuk. Like a 2-cylinder tuk. Can they go big? Full toss. He has to put this away. And, well, the umpires look at each other. I'm just wondering if this is going to be called. Well, Suleiman Saeed.
This is high. This is high.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be really annoyed. Look at that. Well, that's been missed. And so they won't get the free hit. He gets away with 4, but really, I mean, that's one. It was the quicker ball that was fired in. It will be the end of 7 overs. 83 for 3. This is what we've got coming up in Group C, day 1. We'll have a look at some of these names. Zettenberner Zafar from Turkey. They'll be opening proceedings against the Prague CC Kings, the Beasts, and Aaron Ashokan as well, playing for PCC. And Cluj, well, they don't have Pavel Florin this time, but they do have a raft of players we saw in ECC back in September and October. Brescia CC representing Italy. We've also got Alton from Spain. And who did I miss in there? Oh, Carlton
from Spain.
Scotland. Oh, did I say Spain? Switzerland.
Close. Let's go across. I'd like to see this one again, you know. Let's see where it pitches. Outside the off. Where's this going? Yeah, maybe too high. Yeah.
It's going up. Oh, not far away, though. So this will be the last over spin, you'd imagine. Royal Tigers want Santa Hooja to have most of it.
Nice shot. Work for the fielder. Remember, out there now, it's going to be difficult as the sun starts to come down. You're going to see long shadows. You're going to see fielders struggling to pick the ball up. Only a single. And so it's down to Quetzalcoatl again to see if he's able to get going here. 9 of 12 deliveries so far. And it's just going to be another single.
It's almost at the point where Caterpillar has to take his medicine now, knowing that they've still got 2 overs apace to come, and then he can really go to work. Paul, rightly saying with that LBW, it shouldn't matter if you're playing a shot or not with those. But I reckon if you're not, it gets in the umpire's head and they're looking for reasons to give you.
Yeah, of course.
I know it doesn't technically matter, but I think it's still relevant.
Shot, and this is why it's important that Stan Ahuja gets as much of the strike as he can. He looks comfortable against the spin. I reckon that he's probably only faced about 3 or 4 deliveries, 2 of which, or maybe even 3 of which, have gone to the boundary. This is a good shot. Once again, just plants his foot down the line and goes bang.
Yeah, so Caterpillar doesn't really have the sweep behind square the way Ahuja does. And that's why if he gets a bit of length, he's just happy to play this shot. And he's timed it really well. So he's had a good week, Stan. The tailor. And this is where Caterpillar, even though he's 10 off 13, he could still be dangerous in the last couple if he's there.
It's a nice shot. I suspected that Hussein would probably go wider. Just try and cut that shot out. He does. Stan gets a good bit of bat onto it, takes a single. And what they need is Caterpillar here to find the boundary. So if they can, then all of a sudden they've filled, they've got that motor running again.
Last ball off spin, I think.
And we'll get a single, we'll go and strike. Be interesting to see what they do here, because there's going to be Caterpillar who's going back on strike. Will they go for somebody like Ryan Barr to bowl this one? Macbeth also got one. He was expensive
probably
early up, but Macbeth, he was when the Tigers were roaring. So he's a good bowler. I would probably go for Macbeth this one.
Yeah, I think they'll stick with their plan to bring those guys back. This is where if you had just a 6th spin option now that you were confident in, you'd probably bowl it, because I think it has been pretty successful, particularly to Ketapal, who's on strike. And at the halfway point, they were 69 off the next 4, so that's about 14 and over. Off the next 4 overs, they've only got 24, so run a ball. So we've gone from 14 and over to 6 and over.
Yeah, quite amazing, really, isn't it? I mean, the power play, 50 came up, and we were saying that's probably one of the highest scores in this group.
I should say actually 8 and over, because it's 24 off 3, but still.
It is.
9th overtime.
This Ryan Barr comes back. And, big swing. It's only a single, but at least gets Barr, even though things aren't working for him, he gets to the other end of the ball. He's not wasting balls, there's not too many dot balls. And now, well, all eyes on Stan Ahuja. We know what he did against the spin. Can he do the same against the pace? I'm surprised to see they haven't pushed the fielder back in the zone where he's playing his shots.
Pace bowler, though.
Well bowled, York length delivery.
Ketapal is... Now's the time to leave nothing in the tank. I mean, it just hasn't happened for him since he's been out there. He's been waiting for the seamer to come back on. So this is his moment. But it's one of those things, the more you try, sometimes the worse you hit it. And the protractor, he's laboured for a dozen so far. on 114 pace at the moment.
And he gets hold of this one, and it does go the distance, and it hits the top of the ice cube. And a nice shot. That's what he needs. That'll give him the confidence now. It was a shorter delivery. I think this is one Bar thinks he's just going to have a big hoik across the line. A good shot from BET2BALL. He waits for it, and he thumps it, finds the middle of the bat, gets the timing, 6 runs.
Yeah, brings up the 100 as well for the Royal Tigers. That was a slow ball gone wrong, I think, from Bar. Just was a half tracker. And BET2BALL said, thank you. That's just what I needed to get my innings going halfway through this 9th over.
And goes again. Balle. He's out of the cage. And now it's time for him to go wild. And 2 6s on the trot.
Now give me a code yellow or a code orange on a protractor warning, because even though he looked pretty ugly against the spin in the middle overs, he has got a couple now from the seamer in the 9th that he's put out of the ground.
Interesting choice of length, I have to say, from Bar. His very first ball to BET2BALL in the over was Yorker length, and BET2BALL couldn't do anything with it. And now he's put 2 shorter ones out outside the off stump. He's given him room to have a swing, and he's clubbed him, Captain Caveman style, over the boundary for 6.
It was important he didn't get out, basically. He squandered a few deliveries in the middle overs.
Yep. And, it's better delivery, better line. Yeah, and that's why I was saying that it's important for these two that they did have that little time together. It was singles. BET2BALL couldn't get the big shots in, but he didn't give his wicket away, and therefore he's still there. And now we're in a position, I think, to once again be knocking on the door 120 and maybe plus 125 to 130.
We're going to see Ahuja go now as well.
Yeah.
He's going to go. He's not pushing around anymore, I think. They've got wickets in hand. Last ball of the 9th.
Nicely played, and it's going to go for 4 runs, I believe. We've got the flags in the way here, and this is funky. It's showtime at the Cartama Oval. What a lovely shot this is. Beautifully played, and just keep your eye on it. That's better. Yeah, 4 runs, 1 bounce.
Yeah, well, the ice cubes have been under attack. Stan gets inventive. Knows maybe doesn't have the power to go straight back over his head, but slight breeze that there is behind the bowler, so he gets 4. It's the end of 9 overs, 112 for 3. Both batters in the 20s. Yes, it's not often you say play bowlers out, but BET2BALL, he looked very frustrated, didn't he, through those overs of spin.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8. But he came good in the 9th, and he was still there.
6 balls left in the innings. 112 on the board. 8 would take him to 120. They'll be eyeing up more.
Here we go. 10th overtime. Buckle up.
Shot. And this is gone. It's disappeared. What a big hit that is. Ginna Sona Shaka Lagya.
Yeah, you can only keep the Tigers quiet for so long. They had him chained up, didn't they? But the Tigers have broken loose here in the last couple as they put the pace back on the ball, and the protractor goes bang, and the Tigers loving what they're seeing. They're going to put in excess of 120 on the board here, Rico. That's going to take a lot of chasing from the Irish.
They're going to miss. Gets this one right. And, Macbeth. His first over was expensive.
I can get away with that as well.
Yeah, I mean, that gets any bit of bat, Vinny, that's going to the boundaries, isn't it?
Got the Jack's in the chat. Jack Morrell saying it all happens in the 9th. Well, it certainly did. 19 came off the 9th from Bar. Jack Permit as well. He doesn't think he can see your brigade chasing this. Well, they'll be trying.
Goes for it again. This time the fielder takes a catch. And they do get BET2BALL for 31 off 21 deliveries. And, well, the key thing here is, I think, and the very important thing at this point with the Tigers trying to get to that 120 is not only is it a wicket, but they get a big hitter out, but the new batter will have to go and strike. And, of course, is a dot ball.
Yeah, it's a good rule change. Just mishits this one, but in the end, he strikes at about 150, 31 off 21, 3 6s and a 4. And it was the seamers that saw him spark his innings. It's the end of the protractor. For now, I'm sure he'll get 2 overs. Let's have a look at this when they're running. Both watching the ball. A bit of a nasty collision. Hopefully, they're both okay, particularly Ahuja, who still has to bat.
Well, that's another reason why we always say batters should wear helmets. One of them does.
More American football than cricket. But anyway, Ketapal does go for 31, and he departs the scene with 3 balls remaining. Score is 118 for 4.
Now, the important thing here is smart cricket. Okay, you can't blame the new batter if he's gonna have a big swing at this, but he's got to make contact. He can't leave Stan at the other end stranded.
Delta's a good bat. He'd back himself here. 3 balls remaining. Kuiper Delta on strike.
Done okay.
Go for 2.
Nah, go for 1.
I would have thought about it. 119. So now we know they'll be chasing 2 a ball, minimum. Shazad Mansoura in the chat saying he likes this innings from Stan. He's taken calculated risks, but has stayed calm throughout. I think that's a really good assessment.
Great assessment.
He's exhibited good decision making, and he's executed what he has done well. Be like a good suit. 2 to come.
So nicely played. Fielder coming across. They will try 2, will they? In comes the throw. Well,
so he should have come.
Stan wanted to. I don't think he would have got there. Wasn't the best of throws.
I think he's getting there.
You think?
The throw would have pulls the keeper Alford away from the stumps. I think he does get back for 2. And why not? You've got 6 wickets in hand. You know, if they're good enough to run you out, you've still got someone that can hold a bat to come out. I think.
Well, I think you said that Deldar can bat, hit the ball well. There's 1 ball to come. If he puts this to the boundary, he would say he's made the right call. 120. He's on the ball. This is what I would say the Tigers would have wanted to get to. They've got him. Can they get an extra bonus?
Get your running shoes on, guys. Last ball.
Hits it hard. Now you just got to run. Now this is where you run regardless. In comes the throw, and that's why you do it.
I go with 3 here.
Again,
they turned away. That's exactly why they should have done it last ball, but they do get 2 off the last. And they're going to finish 122 for 4. And look, Stan Ahuja ends up not quite making the top score because Zishan, believe it or not, he's the top scorer with 33.
Yeah.
See, the throw came in, wasn't gathered by Macbeth, who I think we'll see opening the batting in the second half of this game. But yeah, really smart innings for Ahuja, who saw wickets falling around him. He assessed the situation. He attacked the spinners. He played to his strengths. That's what I liked about that innings from Stan, who we've seen playing domestically in Hungary. Also, we saw him playing domestically in Romania as well. Saw him representing the national team as well in the past. But right here, it is the Group B final. And the Tigers, well, they're on the proud moments and loud moments. And things got going with Zishan, who couldn't walk, but by George, he could hit a cricket ball, Rico.
Oh, Zishan, he was clubbing him for fun, but Harsh, well, the captain, he got lucky with this one, but he went for the same shot 2 times in a row, and it wasn't to be. It was a nice catch held there by David Barr, and, well, the captain was happy to get his opposite number out, and but Zishan was still hitting. He was in pain every time he hit the ball. He was feeling it. But he kept on going, and well, as you said, Vinny, he's got the highest score for his team, but he played some lovely shots. That was a nice one as well. But the best was still to come. He played one glorious big hit out on the offside, which sailed over. This one, well, this was class. That was absolutely class. That was all about the hand and eye coordination and power. And then he'll be disappointed, yes, with the way he got out, but that is the way he plays.
Yeah, look, he faced 10 balls. 7 went to the boundary or over, and Alford just won't translate that, but I don't think we could put it on TV. And then, well, there you go. Everyone parted, the Orange Sea, and Dari. It's good practice for him.
Yeah,
probably see him featuring in the second innings.
Yeah, then we saw a little bit of a lull. We saw 4 overs go for just around 32 runs as Brigade got back into this match. But, something had to give, and once the spinners were off, it was back to the pace and it was back to the big hitting. But Stan Ahuja, what an important innings that he's played here. I think he's batted superbly well in the circumstances. He knows what Brigade can do if they pick up a few wickets. If he gave his wicket away and also Kasapel's wicket when Brigade were back in this match, they would have crumbled. They wouldn't have got to 90. I think that little partnership there was key in them getting this 120.
It certainly was, and Ahuja ends up batting through 9.1 overs, but of those 55 deliveries, he only faced 18 balls, so he's really good at getting out of the way as well and making the most of when he had the strike. I think it's the best 28 not out of 18 that I've ever seen from a number 3, but it was just intelligent cricket, and he's kind of nursed his team and nursed his teammates through that difficult patch, and Ketapal ended up going in the ninth, didn't he? And so 122 for 4, the score. I see All the top 5 contributing, really.
Yeah.
Zishan Kukakel was the top scorer, 33. Catapult eventually got going when the pace came back, 31 of 21. Ahuja, he was the man, really. He was the glue that held it together, 28 not out. Nanjian went for just 10. Apart from that, 13 for Safi off only 5 balls. And with the ball, you can see that the spin was effective. Iftika Hussain only going single digits, none for 18. And David Barr, 1 for 19. But you see some of the pace options did go the journey in the end. Well, Rico, we'll have a quick break, and I'm really looking forward to the last innings of Group B, because I can tell you, I really don't know who I could pick in this. I think Brigade, it's always tough chasing in the final, but they do have the power of the Mac attack. I think we'll see McCarter. I think we're going to see Macbeth and McDade, and some of the others like the captain Andrew Britton step up. We've seen some big chases in the final as well. Will we see another one? Because to book their place in Championship Week, the Irish Champions Brigade, they need 123 off their 10 overs. Otherwise, it will be the Tigers who are prowling into Week 6. Join us shortly. Just around the corner, we have that final innings. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly. You're watching ECN, and this is the final of Group B of the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Hello and welcome back to the Group B final, which is evenly poised. Well, the team you see there going out in the field, the Tigers. Well, it was an interesting innings. They started with a roar, and then, well, they were held back, but they came back fighting towards the end. That man there got apart. What an innings he had. He was bogged down by the spin, but as soon as the pace came on, he went wild. 122 on the board. 122 on the board in a final. That is big. It's not the biggest score, but that's a big score in a final, a nervous final. Brigade, the Irish champions, they know they've got to be at their best. They've been very good after only lost once, and that was the very first match against Griffins. But after that, they've improved, they've got better, they picked up this format really well. They've been, well, spot on with their run chases. Is it going to be the same here? Or are the Tigers finally going to get a victory over them? A lot of talk on the chat which way this is going to go. 7-3 is the way the voting is going in favour of the Tigers. I'm sure Brigade will have other ideas. Let's get ready for the first delivery. A shot along the ground, have to get down, then they do. Just a single. Carter and Macbeth, the openers. Captain Harsh reverting back to him to open the bowling. He's made some changes to that today. Harsh Manyan. Short, hit firmly, fielder is there, has to get down, does, but can't stop it. It's 4 runs. Big moment. A boundary just helps, eases the tension. Confidence flows in the batter. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to push it in, and anger, disappointment there from Zishan. He's in a interesting position. This one is the edge, and it's being chased but can't get to it. It's 4 more. Well, they say the luck of the Irish. Is that what they talk about when they talk about the luck of the Irish? 4 more. They need a good start, but they need a good power play and a big thick edge, and nobody can do anything about that. Ryan Macbeth, 2 boundaries now to him. Yarn comes in again, good length, but a good hit as well. Lovely shot in the power play. It's all about timing, all about execution. He knows that those players are inside the ring, and he goes over them for 4. So unlike Brigade, who always kept a man out there for that particular shot, the Tigers go different approach. They've got their 2 men at mid-wicket and long on the boundary in this power play. 3 boundaries. This one gets through. He's trying to do the same again there, but trying to play this one into the deck and trying to get it in the gap between backward point and point. Interesting that Zishan is out in quite a key fielding position. Quicker delivery. Oh, agonisingly wide off the fielder. Half a chance maybe, but he goes quickly, and there's nothing that Sufyan Mohammed could do about that. It's another boundary. A terrific start. 4 boundaries, all from the bat of Macbeth. And, it's not magical, but it's certainly a good one. And saying that they did need a good power play to start with. 17 off the first. Carter. Normally he's the one who gives them a great start. It's Macbeth this time. Macbeth used him opening up first time yesterday, and he did produce. Scored a half century. J.R. Rahman, he has been good. Starts with a wide down the leg side. And a good time to welcome back into the commentary box for the last time this week in the final of Group B. It's our very own, the legend himself, Mr. Maximo.
Good to be here. I'm full of energy. How could you not be? This game's on a knife's edge.
Gets the dot ball in here. This wasn't the best of shots. Should be looking to be playing this out on the offside. Gets that movement, doesn't he? Sort of bowls the cutter there.
Not the right shot.
No,
Not the right shot.
not. Look at the gap he's got there. I mean, they have pushed a man back now on the offside. That means that the third man has come up. This one, it doesn't matter what you do with the field. Watch out, wherever you are. This is coming your way. That is big. And I don't know where that's going into. What a shot this is. This is an absolute beaut. You beauty. Oh, he's giving that some welly.
Yeah, this one comes and meets it. It seems back a little bit. That was pretty close to Luke Letizia, who had some issues yesterday, but he just got his hand on his head. Just one of the big 22 from Griffins.
Shot.
That was a dangerous comet into the crowd. And yeah, just all about staying at the rate. They want to be 24 off 2. They're already there. These are bonus runs now. And didn't Hungary build their innings on a big power play? 51 they scored in the first 3, and I think Brigade are looking to do the same.
Yeah, just a little bit too short. J.R. Rahman, he's been right up there normally. Starts short and wide. The first ball got away with it, but not that one. This one he does pitch up, but now he has issues with his radar. Pressure on the bowler, and then you see the movement he gets.
Yeah.
He gets significant movement,
And the one that got pulled for 6 actually comes in off the pitch. So I think that he gets a bit each way if he hits the same.
Fuller. And missed out on. This one obviously goes through the batter.
It's not a good shot from McCarter, and that's not the shot of a batter. And he is a top order batter. I know he's struggling a bit with his innings, with his injury, I should say. And that's when you can stand, you can drive it through the covers. There's big gaps there.
Oh, he sinks. I'm just going to stand tall and smash it, and this one is going to where, well, the Griffins players are from Guernsey, the Guernsey champions. Well, I tell you what, there's signs around this ground in the fan zone to say, be careful, there's cricket balls coming your way, and they hurt. Well, there's plenty coming their way. It's another Maximo.
Well, I was going to say, beware of the Mac attack from the Irish. It's a bit of Jekyll and Hyde stuff from the big opener, McCarter.
And this is 4 more. What a lovely shot this is for Vinny. You were critical of the one he tried before, but this time he nails it. That's what he needs to be doing. This is an absolute beaut. Top draw, 4 runs.
It's a genuine cricket shot. This is the same ball he ran at and tried to slog over the wicket 2 balls ago. This time he holds his shape beautifully. And well, if he's there, McCarter, for any length of time, they will be ahead of the rate in this game. What a start this is for Brigade.
And this time he's caught. Gets his man. And he tries to do the same again, and all of a sudden, it looks like this fire on the ground as the orange of the Tigers comes together to celebrate a wicket. It's a big one. McCarter goes.
Wow, it was a rollicking start from McCarter, and he laces this one too, but he couldn't have picked out the fielder any better. It's Mark Ahuja who has a safe pair of hands, and this one was travelling. This is Vinesh Jayaraman. Look at that rocket off the bat of McCarter, and he's right on that 30-yard circle. Mark Ahuja hurls it in the air. That's the first wicket down, and after 2 overs, the score is 35 for 1. Big moment in this chase, isn't it?
That is massive. I mean, look, he's played these shots already. Rather than trying to hit it upwards, he's going to hit it flat, and he knows it as soon as he's hit it, and he's probably thinking to himself, why did I do that? Why didn't I just go over the top of it?
Yeah, I mean, I always say hit it hard, hit it correctly. In a way, he's been unlucky to find the fielder. If that's 2 metres either side, that's 4. Really came off quickly. So Andrew Britton comes to the crease. He won't be facing because it's the end of the over. And now we've got 3rd over coming up. This is what we've got to look forward to. This is only Group B. Which of these 2 teams will be the winners of Group B and progress to Championship Week? Next week, we have 6 brand new teams for you to see. 4 of them we have seen before on ECN, and 2 we haven't, so it should be very interesting. Join us from Monday. But right now, here's Abhitesh Prashad.
Just to start with a good one. Goes wide. Prashad, he's been a good introduction to the team today. After recovering from the injury that he had. 1 or 2 people just asking about where this team Brigade are from. Well, just to let you know, they are, of course, from Ireland. They're the champions of Ireland. They beat Cork in the big final. That is why they are here. That's why they were the champions. Now they're trying to win this group. Short. Oh, he miscues. Caught a bold opportunity. And that is huge. That is absolutely huge. Macbeth gets the wicket, and they are fired up. It wasn't a good shot, you have to say. And, well, the two openers that gave them a blistering start depart. And look at them. Oh, they're making some noise.
Yeah, just on him a bit quicker than he thought. Prashar, well, he was not in contention in the first 4 days of action due to an injury picked up on Monday morning, but he's come back and he's been a nice little ace in the pocket of Harsh Mandian's back pocket, because he comes in, slides this one on Macbeth just a little bit late. So that is both the openers back in the shed with the score at 36. 36 for 2.
Yeah, both openers gone after facing, well, 7 and 6 deliveries. Well, they've both made starts, and this sometimes is what you say when you're out there. One of the openers, I mean, you get a start like that, has to continue, has to go on. You saw that did work for the Tigers, and that was in terms of Stan Ahuja and also Zishan. He didn't use too many balls, did he, to get to his 33. So now this is an important part, because one thing we know with Andrew Britton, though he did score runs early today, he will give chances. He's only just trying to find his touch. The one to look out for is McDade.
Yeah, McDade, a third of the big max I was talking about. Prashar, started with a wide and a wicket. What drama here late on Friday afternoon in Group B.
Prashar. Well bowled, well played as well. I think it's also, I mean, the noise levels around the ground just add to the pressure. You've got the fan zone supporting, well, it seems like half for one team, half the other, so it's a good mix out there. So that's going to be pressurising the players out there as well. A little bit of nervous energy. Both these batters would just look to make a start, and then that side of the pressure will be out of their minds. Andrew Britton placed this firmly, and that's a top shot. 4 runs. Well, what a way to open your account. This is a glorious cover drive.
Smart shot from the captain. It's just a cricket shot, and you're still in the power play, so there's big gaps back there if you get in the gap. So he doesn't go aerial, just hits across the ground, gets good value. This one ends up in the giant ice cube down there. 4 runs, valuable runs, as he tries to just counter-attack after the loss of the two openers.
Here comes Prashar again. He's got quite a long run up. Doesn't really accelerate. It's all about rhythm, balance. And this one's up in the air. Will it be taken? Yes, it has. Sensational. This is what it's all about. Catches do win matches. And that is huge. That is incredible. Soy Superman.
Well, it's the battle of the captains again, and Britton got Mandian in the first innings, but Mandian, well, he kept something behind, and this one was over him for all money, Rico. Britton thinks he gets enough on this, but Mandian takes off. Well, Super Thursday was yesterday, but Harsh Mandian is Superman with this catch. That's another big hitter back in the shed. 4 and out for Britton. Look at the air he gets off the turf, and he looks straight at his bench and says, that's right. He's been asked to be captain this year at the Royal Tigers. And he is leading from the front, 41 for 3.
Bolo Shaba, Ginna Sona Rabane Banaya. That is sensational. And look, they can't believe it over there. Look at that, they can't believe it. Jakade Fatte style. Well, huge wicket. Brigade need a partnership. Hussain comes to join McDade. Hussain, he started well, then he hasn't really got in the runs the last couple of innings, but it's a different match situation here. He doesn't have to go for the big shot straight away. Similar situation, I would say, that the Tigers were in. They just haven't got as much runs on the board.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a really good point, though. I mean, they've got 51 in the power play. They're not that far behind Brigade. They've lost 3 key wickets. Ritika Hussain facing up.
Says no, and I think that's a good call.
Such a game of inches, isn't it? I mean, I think that was literally on the limits of what's humanly possible, what Mandian did. But if that gets another 10 centimetres over the top, that's 4. And Britton's 8 off 2 and he's motoring.
That's 2. In fact, that's 2 really good catches. I mean, Mark Ahu just was great catch as well. That one from Harsh, incredible. My ball.
Here's the other thing. We've talked a lot about fielding on our time in the ECN. I know we've both done over 1,000 matches in the commentary box. We always talk about how important it is, and I think Royal Tigers, they're a team that's understood this, and I think they've been doing a lot more work on this. And in the big moments, pulling those chances out of the sky. Jeez. couldn't be more critical.
They're up for it. No, they will tell you themselves they have dropped some along the way, which have been crucial. Prashar once more. This is a nice looking shot, but there is a fielder down there. That's the covering of it. So that's the single. What an over that is. 2 wickets from it, 8 runs. Well, Prashar, he's showing that he can perform under pressure. And he produces the goods when his team needed it.
Yeah, 43 for 3, so they're 8 runs behind on the power play. Have lost an extra wicket, Brigade, at this stage. But I think might be a bit of a happy accident. I mean, I don't think Abhitesh Prashar would have come and planned to just play the 2 matches. I think he was planned to be a bit more of a critical component of their team. But when you have this ability to bring someone in that is fresh at this time, and I know that it's really a benefit the Royal Tigers have that other teams haven't really been able to replicate, bringing Prashar in. I want to say a quick shout out as well to Elmer, who's a 10-year-old niece of one of the Irish supporters down there in the fan zone. So I know she's watching and she's cheering on Brigade. We'll keep cheering as this game. Certainly plenty more cricket to play. They are going at 14 and over. And now we're going to see the protractor. So it's not going to get a lot easier. He'll just slide in normally. Does bowl a slippery Yorker as well. Abhishek Kettapal. Took him a little while to warm up with the bat. Let's see how he goes with the ball. Of course, in this corresponding fixture this morning, he had a very expensive first over.
Good bowling. Starts for a wide down the leg side. That's 2 runs. He always does start with 1 down the leg side. That's a wide.
Yeah.
Now, Hussain, you've got to keep it off his legs. That's where he's at his best.
Look at it swing on Ahuja. That's why he misses it. Just swings after the pegs. It's a tough one.
McDade. Will he be the hero? Shot. And there is a man out there, but he's at point. And he's not going to do anything about that. That's the sound of this as well was so sweet. And that, the timing, perfection, and the sound of that bat just sounded so sweet.
Yeah, really good shot. Yeah, it's a cricket shot. It's not a slog. There are gaps here, especially if you can play on the offside. Now they bring the deep point. They push him around a deep cover. They put back a deep backward point. So, a really good shot. I talked about the Mac attack. We've lost Macbeth. We've lost MacArthur, but we still got McDade. Kettapal. He's got to get a bit fuller. But will the batter be waiting for it?
There he goes for it, and there's a fielder coming across. Will it be another great catch? No, doesn't quite carry. And Kettapal thinks it should have been taken. He's suggesting to the fielder, come on, you need to get there. Vinny, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I don't think he can do much more, to be honest. And then when he realises he's not getting there, he just blocks it. So, yeah, I think he does as much as he can. That's Sishan. Really in great nick anyway.
This one is not going to be stopped by anybody. It's 4 runs. Doesn't quite get it out of the middle of the bat. But you see, by pushing that extra man out on the offside, it means one's had to come in on the leg side. So he's lost that protection here now.
Yeah, and that's actually clever batting because I think he waits a fraction of a second to play the shot because he knows he doesn't want to play it too straight. He aims it over the mid-wicket in the circle. That's going to force a field change. I think they'll put another man back on the leg side.
Yeah, so the man on the 45 comes back up, so back to where they were before with the field. Oh, full toss. And, has a go. And what do they think about the second?
Probably should have. They were ready for it.
Well done, boys. Well done, boys.
Over so far, isn't it?
Yeah, that was pretty high. Hussein's normally pretty strong on his legs. You feel that he's missed out on that one.
A lot of people talking about Hamid Shah's catch last week and how it compares to Mandian's. I would say probably Hamid Shah's is the better catch technically, but given the situation, I mean, you've got to factor that in as well. Maybe not a more important blessing catch than that one from Mandian.
Shot. And they've got to decide what the field is here. They've got to decide. I mean, they're moving this field backward and forward. And look, if that's where the ball's going, leave him out there, get your man who's on backward point in, and go with it.
Yeah, so just toying with the field at the moment. You see that. There's not too many histrionics from the Irish at this point. They are all business. And now 59. Look at the run rate. It's actually come down to 10.4 now. He might get some more runs here, and he will. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Wow, that is a really good over in the end. T10 goes magical for the wrong reasons. 20 come off that over. And that is 63 for 3 after 4 overs. Well, a bit earlier on, before this game, I sat down. I stood up actually and I had word with All-Ireland Champions Brigade and their captain, Andrew Britton.
Here with Brigade CC captain Andrew Britton. Andrew, how's the week been so far? What's the experience been like?
It's been brilliant. We never played this format before, and such different when we're playing. It's hard to take in at the start, but we're getting into it now, and it's getting into the finals great.
What have been some of the things that have made it kind of a bit unusual for you? Or what surprised you the most this week about this format?
Bowling good balls outside off stump and then whipped across leg side for 6, maybe 3 times and over. It's hard to get used to, but we're enjoying it, aren't we?
Well, I know you got a big support crew here. They've been great, haven't they, in the fan zone?
Yeah, they've been great. It's, hopefully they get back in March and hopefully bring more as well.
Yeah, well, what would it mean to you to win this game, to make it 4 in a row over the Tigers and to come back in Championship week? That must be a pretty exciting prospect.
Oh, definitely. Even to get to this week here was a big achievement, but to go back in March, we bring it.
Yeah, well, all the best to you. Wishing you the best of luck in this game. Let's go back to the action. That was Andrew Britton, the Brigade CC skipper.
And action it is as this roars around this ground once more. Well, certainly from the Brigade supporters and the Irish. What a lovely shot this is. And it's all action, it's all entertainment. Well, they do go for Cartama to come back to try and stop the rot after that over, the magical over. T10 went for 20 again from the batters of Brigade. That's twice his opening over's gone for 20. Slower ball. Doesn't quite get hold of it. And McDade is starting to find his form. I was going to say, is McDade going to be the hero?
Just going to put this here. Imagine if we get this close. There's a few things that could happen. One of them, if we do get a tie, could go to a golden ball.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. You cannot bowl there to Hussain. It cannot be done. You bowl there, you're going to be put for 6. Lovely shot. And, well, I hope you're enjoying the cricket here. I hope you enjoyed this week. We are in Malaga. It is the heart of the Costa del Sol. And we're talking sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket.
Well, there's the scene of the crime a week ago. The giant ball. Now all the action's in the fan zone. Griffins have been prescribed some sort of painkillers. I don't know if it's killing their emotional pain, but that was a nice shot. Again, don't bowl there. I think it's a matter of time till we see Harsh Mandian come into the attack with his spin, because at the moment the pace, yes, it does have 3 wickets, but it's been very expensive. Now that rate is down below 9 and over required.
This one, with the fielders back, he's just happy just to push it. Yeah, next over has to be Harsh. I think they'll keep T10 for maybe similar to what happened in the game before, because he's taken a bit of a clubbing again, and I don't think mentally will be ready to come back for the next over.
Yeah, I'll come back for the 9th if we get there.
Shot and 4 runs. Chokka lag gaya, fielder lag gaya siga par inni achhi timing sigi. Rápido, 4 más. Qué guay, qué genial. Qué partido eso es. De partido de 2 equipos muy fuerte. Vale, un equipo en esta jugador. Vienen los campeones de este grupo y volvemos en marzo, día 14. Vale, de semana final, y de momento hay un equipo ahí, Tunbridge Wells, who's going to join them.
Yeah, that will be great when we see whichever team it is in week 6. Now we're halfway through this chase. 82 for 3. They're going at 16s at the moment. 41 off 30. Now it's a bit like you're chasing 82 with 7 wickets in hand. You'd fancy yourself. But again, a couple of wickets can change everything. We have seen games take a turn. They're sticking with the pace now. A little bit surprising, but they are going back to Prashar.
This is a nicely timed shot. Is the fielder going to get there? Has a desperate lunge. He can't. Oh, well. It's all boundaries here at the moment. Well, this is going to be one that Brigade, well, it's theirs to lose, I think, from here on in. These 2 batters are set. They're playing it really nicely. They go with pace. Well, Prashar, he has come back from this before. Will he have the last laugh? Can he get the breakthrough that the Tigers desperately need?
Well, they need something to stop the bleeding. A wicket would be the most simple way to do that. Prashad's been good today. Can he deliver?
It's nicely flicked away. Sensible cricket. Smart cricket from these two at the moment. It's almost like they're saying to each other, right, okay, you play one good shot, then just take the single, then leave it to me and I'll do the same.
Not going to call this one just yet, although they do have the rate down below 8 and over required. Brigade, the team that lost game 1 of the week to Griffins. They lost it comfortably, 53 runs the margin. They were only able to gather 76 in the whole innings. Right now they're 87 in the 6th.
Nicely played, guided, gets the throw in, but they've got to keep an eye on this now, but I think he has to accelerate so much to get past the safe end, and there's no way he's going to turn back and go again, and really, these two don't have to take that risk at the moment.
I've got to tell you, Rico, pop down to the fan zone in the change of innings. A lot of nervous Ireland supporters.
How come he didn't come back with any refreshments? Yeah. What's that all about?
Got 2, but I drank them on the way. It's pretty thirsty. But, yeah, it's... I think they'll be breathing a little easier, but still, as you know, in cricket, anything can happen. Still 35 runs required. Prashad wants the 3rd wicket.
Flicks this away. Single taken. Well, look, I'm going to give this one. Ooh, because as Max Baiji is on the group. Hello, Maxie.
Hello.
He's one of our very own.
That's Mars. That's Wolfie.
That's Wolfie. Hello, Wolfie.
He's loving it. Hope we'll see you here. They're not partying just yet. As you know, in cricket, it's a funny game. It's a way of punishing you if you get ahead of yourself. I think the key for Royal Tigers now, you have to keep the runs required above the balls remaining as long as you can, as deep as you can.
1 wicket. You've got to break this partnership. Shot. There is a man there, and it's the key figure of the captain. And what a series, regardless of this result, he's had. Well, I'll tell you what, he's collecting caps. How many is that what he's had?
Why not?
That's a record. Is that 3?
I've seen 3, actually. Nabi had 3 last week. Yeah, I mean, singles at the moment, they're kind of keeping Royal Tigers in the game. They don't mind singles. They don't want to leak more than that. It's just been an assault last couple of overs, 20 then 19.
Shot, 4 runs. Beautiful. Exquisite. Class. That's all you can say about that. That is just class. He stays perfectly still and plays that shot so well. Intelligent batting.
I know some people just think T10's a slogathon, but proper cricket shots. You get value for proper cricket shots, especially on a ground like this. Ithaca's saying, what a story. Went to Ireland 20 years ago as a professional, ended up finding love and loving his cricket, where he's played for 20 years and he's been with the Brigade club for 15 of them. As we get to the end of 6 overs, 94 for 3. So that run rate still, it's above 15 and over. And so heading into this last one, 29 of 24. And I'm a bit surprised, I've got to be honest, they haven't gone to Mandia and they haven't tried to take the pace off the ball just to try and break things up. They are going back to the protractor in over number 7.
I think this is the captain probably in his mind thinking, I should probably bowl this one. But he's thinking, well, who do I go to whenever I'm in trouble? Who has always delivered? And is this man. And though his first over was expensive, as it was in the last game, he did come back with 2 wickets last time around. Can he do the same here? That's a good one in. Much better line. His second over is so much better. He gets the Yorker length deliveries in.
Last time his first over went for 23, but when he came back in the 9th, it only went for 2. So
got those 2 wickets as well, didn't he?
Yeah, well, give anything for one now.
Gets a dot ball in.
Top balls, they've been few and far between, haven't they? There's a man who's all business. Desperate for a wicket to stay alive here.
This is out on the leg side. They won't. Look, I think they can afford to, with this rate where it is now at the moment, just around 7, just under 8, they can afford to see off the danger man, can't they?
I think so. That'd be Aaron Ashokan popping into the chat. So sensible batting. Classic shots on a big chase. Great batting by both of them. See Aaron leading the PCC Kings, representing Czech Republic, coming on Monday. Looking forward to that.
Nice shot. Harsh. He's not going to make any mistakes there. Just gets the ball back.
Singles keep you alive. I think now the Tigers just hoping it goes to the last over and anything can happen.
Yeah.
Maybe we see the field brought up, then just 1 or 2 mistakes. Will we get 2 overs from Manjian? He'll have to bowl the next one.
He will have to. It's a must. Goes for the shorter one. Asking the question, and I think this was an optimistic one. I think the bowler starts the appeal before the wicketkeeper even thinks about it. You see here, it's the appeal from T10, and then Ahuja responds.
He's delivered so far, keeping his team in the game. It's 3 singles and 2 dots.
Would he go for
this
the big
over
shot here, Hussain?
I don't think he has to. Honestly, at this stage,
I think he'll feel that he has to.
play the ball on its merits. It's worked for him so far.
He'll take one, and it's again another great response from Abhishek T10. He's the key player, and he always does give you something. So the captain was right, I think, to give him this one, but he certainly has to take the ball himself now. 98, 3 wickets down, 7 overs gone.
Yeah, so 7 overs gone. It's 98 for 3, and this is what's coming up Monday morning. Or take a couple of days off, compose yourself, and then get ready to come back to Cartama, because we have 5 more matches. The first 5 in Group C, and including the 50th match of this tournament, starting with Zettenberner Zaffa versus the PCC Kings. I think Aaron's in the chat at the moment. And you have the 1 game on day 1. And then we'll see 5 other teams as well. 6 teams in total. All right, huge over. They're sticking with pace. And I've got to say, Rico, unless there's something wrong with Manjian, maybe there is. I'm a little bit surprised that he hasn't tried himself.
Maybe he's just think if they can take it deep and he comes on a bit later on, but it could be lost before then.
Spin was so effective in the first innings. I know it's not necessarily everything you think about.
Ooh, this one could have gone anywhere. Could have chopped this onto his stumps. Maybe it's also the change. You've got a left armour as well.
Yeah, true. I just think it was worth a try. That time where you try things. That's right off the end of the bat, actually. They get 1. That brings up the 100 now for Brigade. 100 for 3. Again, they've just kept the runs above the balls. If they can do that going to last over, we'll still have a contest.
Another single. Not happy here at the moment. Good line, I have to say, from Dari. He's getting the ball full. He hasn't really bowled a short delivery that both these batters will look to get hold of.
Tension. Hungary will think they probably should have had more than 120 as well.
It's right up there again. Someone to kick that away, does he?
Something brewing here, Rico. Just
look, this could be, I mean, it's a risky plan from Harsh Manjian, but he has done most things right, hasn't he? Just keeping himself back, and if this ends up, look, if you can go through the next few deliveries in this over and not concede a boundary,
something's going to happen here.
A win-win.
This 3 ball, something's going to happen.
Just a single. Just trying to get it through that gap again. McDade will go. McDade will go for the big shot.
This is where you're tested as a cricketer, and this is what this is all about as well. I think these 2 batters, they are set, but they'd be acutely aware of the magnitude of the chase they're in right now. They need to just focus on that ball coming at them. Here's Dari.
Clever. Well bowled. And I think he sensed it as well. I said McDade will go for the big shot. I think the bowler sensed it too. Gets a clever slower ball in. It's just really well bowled.
Manjian, I'm not going to criticise his captaincy because he had the idea to put himself to the top of the order, and that's worked wonders. And he's decided to bowl Dari, and he's delivered so far. But can he dodge a boundary on the last ball?
This is going to be wide. Really good stop. Look, I tell you something. This match could more or less have been over if it weren't for some of these stops made by Stan Ahuja on the leg side. This one is a good one. Let's dip it on him. What a great stop that is.
Dari's been really accurate for the most part, but this one totally gets away from him. Again, has to dodge a bullet here. Last ball of the 8th.
And he does. Well bowled. Pressure, pressure, pressure. So we go to 103. 3 wickets down, and that is 8 overs gone. So 12 balls. That's what it comes down to. 12 balls left, and they still need 20 runs.
This game's been in a holding pattern. We haven't seen a boundary in the last 2 overs. And the protractor came back, a bit like he did this morning. And he only went for four singles. And there are only singles in that over too.
Oh, she's not bowling it.
They're
Surprise.
sticking with, now, I suppose maybe you can make an argument the pace is working. It's different bowlers, I know, but
The game with is it? The game with Dari again?
yeah, well, Dari just bowled that one.
Deldar, sorry.
Yeah, so they're going to, I think this is Delta. It is. Now here we go, it all happens in the ninth. 20 required off the last 2 overs of the week.
He plays, got to get down, and does. Makes a stop.
As long as it's only singles, they're now actually better than neutral. They are a win for the fielding side because it's going to push that rate up towards 2 a ball. And now the ninth is so important, and it sounds obvious, but it's so true that whatever you get this over, you don't need in the last. And whatever you don't get, you do need in the last. I don't think you want to be chasing more than 10 if you're Brigade when it comes to that 10th over.
Deldar, can he be the hero?
Boundary breaks the shackles. What sort of risk is Mid-Date going to take?
And, oh, this is a tight one. Umpire thinks hard about it. And in the
Could have
end,
gone either way, this one. I watched it live. Watch this. It's probably a fair call.
it's a good call. I like the way that he's thought hard about that, Harrison Ward, and then says, yep, that's catching some of that line. So wide. Has to bowl it again. So still 5 balls to come in the over. But Dave is going for the shot over extra cover. That's what he's eyeing up.
Here's the big shot, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! 6 to McDade. It was the big moment. And a new Big Max in town. Legs 11. Well, get on your legs and go fetch that. That one is a huge Maximo. Maybe the most important of their whole week.
Yeah, it's all about keeping his shape. Doesn't get excited, doesn't get carried away, doesn't try and force it, doesn't try and hit it too hard. Well, that's a little bit of a harsh man-the-un shot. Goes down to one knee, punishes it. 6 runs, back in the driving seat.
Huge moment. Is there more drama ahead, though? They decide to stick with the seam. Dealt up, bowling for the first time. Bowling again to McDade.
He goes straight down the ground this time, and it's going to be 6 more. Shaka, shaka time. Balle, balle, balle. The final is getting hot and spicy.
I knew something had to give, and we have a bit of an expression on ECN. It all happens in the ninth, and after we went 14 balls without a Maximo or any boundary, we've had back-to-back, so he rolls the dice, comes up with double sixes.
I told you there were snakes around this ground. And, well, this one, they've got to run. They will run. And you've just got to hold on to it. There's nobody backing up the bowler's end.
Now, you just got to get to the last over. And you got to, I think, Paul Mangian, I think you got to try something.
Are we going to get the golden ball in the final? Can you imagine?
I'll tell you one thing. They can win this game with one swing of the bat now, Brigade. They only need 5. And Delta will even get out of the ninth alive.
I don't think Hussain will throw his wicket away. He's batted so sensibly. And there we go. It's game over, and it's been done in style. What a shot this is, and what scenes those are. What a partnership. Partnerships win matches, and so do catches. We saw a great catch from that man there, the captain, Harsh Mandian. He's on the ground, and well, spare a thought for him, but I tell you who's jumping up and down for joy. It is the players from Ireland, the Irish champions, and it's been a brilliant final, but well, Brigade have done it. What a shot this is. This is absolutely sensational. You could even say that's a shot of the day.
Well, you could, and you could, considering the moment. And it was a game of big moments in the final. And it was a classical lofted cover drive from the veteran Intiga Hussain, who gets a big hug from McDade. And what a partnership. 83 off 37 balls. They came when the going was tough. And McDade, well, he was one of the big Macs, which saw them home. 42 off 18. He was really important. Intiga Hussain finishing 34 off 20. But look, you got to hand it as well to the Royal Tigers. I mean, what a fight they put up. And they'll be so disappointed to have to take second place. They won't be back, certainly not until next year's ECL, but their cricket's come a long way. Good things are happening in Hungarian cricket. Seeing a higher standard of competition there, but it's the Irish.
Oh, here we go. It's celebration time. It's party time for the Irish. And you know the Irish, they're always happy and they love to party. They will party hard today. This is a fantastic feeling, and look at that. Well, That's Andrew Britton. Isn't he over the moon? It's a fantastic moment for the Irish champions. Brigade, they have booked their place in finals week. So Tunbridge Wells and Brigade are there. Spare a thought for the Fighting Tigers, the champions from Hungary. They entertained, they thrilled. The Master Blasters made my week, and well, we saw some shining stars there. They'll be back stronger, and they'll learn from this. But what a fantastic moment, and there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, they can only say good things about what they've done here. They've made a lot of fans, they've made a lot of friends, and I'm sure they are going to get a really good reception as they make their way out. And it's nice to see that the Irish, they are waiting there, Brigade. They're saying, we're not going anywhere until we clap you guys off.
Yeah, you can see now we can confirm Brigade from Ireland, they will be back in week 6 championship week. Oh, the English-Irish. That'll be a really interesting one as well. I'm sure they'll bring them wags back as well, as many as possible. But, yeah, you have to say, it's been that kind of an afternoon. The fan zone, like we've never seen it before. And, well, cue the highlights. They had 120 on the board. They knew that's a lot of runs. And let's just say the fan zone was getting louder as the afternoon went on. Thanks to our sponsor, Victoria Cerveza. Drink responsibly. And, they had a couple of lucky ones early, but they had to feel Tigers. They had to take the chances that came their way. They certainly did everything right early, didn't they?
Yeah. And I was saying, wasn't that the time when they lost those wickets, when the Tigers went on top, that was it going to be McDade? Was he going to be their hero? And Hussain as well has been good. Well, there's a few dry cleaning bills that are going to be it, but that's the first wicket. What a good catch that was. It was absolutely sensational. It was hit hard. If he doesn't catch that, that's game for 6.
Yeah.
But that's what started it, because, well, if you thought that catch was good, there's some even better ones coming up. This was straightforward, and this is when both openers were gone. And Prashad there, well, he was fired up. He was roaring. But, well, have a look at the catch that's going to come up in a moment's time. Here's the captain, Harsh Mandian from the Tigers. It was absolutely sensational.
Yeah.
Have a look at this. He's flying in the air. What a catch.
Yeah, so Britain, that would have been back-to-back 4s. Instead, it was intercepted by his opposite number. And it just let it fly. Shot for the stars and pulled one down. Harsh Mandian, and that'll be bittersweet at the moment. And then the Tigers, they were going right off. The Tigers were wild here in the final. And they just needed to rebuild with the partnership, and some really intelligent cricket from McDade and Hussain saw them just kind of stay on track, and they took calculated risks. They were smart, they showed their experience. Look, what a great experience for these two. They would have been playing their trade in Irish cricket for so long. To get this kind of recognition and to deliver in the big moment, certainly it must give them a lot of satisfaction.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, you know, they've got family, friends watching, not just back in Ireland, but all around the world. And they've had a really big following. And the way that they've done, the way they've handled themselves after that first defeat against Griffin. Now, come on, let's face it, there's a lot of people that saw that defeat that thought, really? And they were expecting more, but they knew, they were hurt by that. They knew they had to learn, and they did learn. And after that defeat, they did not lose another, and they grasped this format. They worked together. They did it with the bowling. They got their lines right. They knew what they were doing. The way they used to spin against the big hitters. And, well, the batting was sensational. Hussain started when we first saw him as an opener. Ends up going in that place. McDade comes in. Macbeth used him as an opener. All the little things they did more or less worked. That's why they end up being, well, the winners and the champions of Group B.
I'm looking forward to seeing some of these players again, of course, as we look ahead to Monday morning. So take a couple of days off. Join us again from 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 1:30 p.m. in India. We have some great teams there. Some we've seen before actually, including Alton, but haven't seen them for almost 2 years. Carlton from Scotland we'll see for the first time, as well as Zayton Bernu Zafar. Also, we'll have a rugby international with 59 caps taking part for Carlton, so stay tuned for that.
Looking forward to that.
Have a look at this. The openers, well, they got them off to a good start, a fast start. Didn't use up too many balls. Britain went to a screamer, but really this was all about that partnership between Adam McDade and Iftikhar Hussain, who battered Brigade into championship week.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is all. But when you look at both these scorecards from both teams, they're healthy. The batters did their job. I mean, okay, you can't be critical with the Tigers. You can't go back to that and start saying, oh, when T10 was in there, he used too many dot balls, whatever. I think at that time they had to rebuild, you get 122 on the board in the final, it is a good score. The bowling figures there, we just had a look at them. Yeah, they didn't really perform. He kept the ball once again. Okay, he came back well, as he always does in his second spell, but that first over, well, that hurt. And I still think, I mean, Harsh Mandian, why he didn't bowl that second over, that's going to be a big question. And, well, not today, but at some point I'd like to ask him that question. He's going to be feeling really sore here today. They're going to be feeling down, but they have had an absolute amazing week here. And they've touched a lot of hearts, and they've really impressed a lot of people in the way and the style that they play their cricket.
Yeah, it's been a real rollercoaster week. Brigade, they started with a loss, and they didn't play at all well on Monday morning, but you don't win tournaments on the first day. You contrast that with Griffins, who started so strong, and then just some fitness and injuries, and also other teams catching up to them in the way they were playing. They just kind of fell off the pace, finishing in third place in Group B. But again, thanks to all the other teams, not just the two we saw out there, but of course to Griffins, to Burovica, of course to Indo-Bulgarian, and also to Zagreb Sokol for a really entertaining week where we said the whole week, look, we got no idea who's going to qualify. And really, even during that game, at halftime, it was pretty split. I mean, I went around and it seemed pretty split about who might get through, but really Ireland, they showed some cricketing class in the end. And what I liked about that partnership for the most part, it was proper cricket shots that they scored at. And it's all about decision making. I talk about it all the time. Decision making in the pressure moment. I just think Ireland did that better on the day.
They did it better, but I mean, you touched on the fact about how close this match was. I think this final really sums up this group. That's how close the group was. And we saw that in the round robin stage. Any one of the top four could have finished top. It's been such a close group. We've seen entertaining cricket, but what we've seen how teams adapt, and that's another plus for somebody like me, seeing cricket in Europe, seeing how the European teams watch the likes of Brigade play and Griffins play and adjusting their style. But also it's nice to see that teams like those can also learn a lot from the European style, if you like.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So, well, it's going to be a great weekend for us. We are going to rest our voices a little bit, but rest assured we will be here Monday morning. Big thank you to everyone at the ground, all the volunteers from Costa del Sol, all of the Blue Crew, especially all the spectators and everyone in the fan zone who came in today. Well, that was really fun to watch and get a bit of noise and just added to the atmosphere. I know we had a few people from the area as well that came down on behalf of Sir in English, the local newspaper as well. So we filled up the fan zone. Thanks again to the crew from Spring Production. We couldn't do it without you guys. We love you so much. So please get some rest over the weekend and get ready to do it again, because we're only 1/3 of the way through this tournament. Believe it or not, that is 48 matches. And guess what? There's only 96 to go in this ECL 22. Rico, thanks very much to you as well. You've always been amazing. Don't leave me hanging. It's always great to have you next to me for your energy and your excitement. To Corey, even though he's probably going to have to watch this one back later. I know he's been entertaining the fans. He's a bit of a Merv Hughes figure once you get him into the fan zone. He was very popular. Could have been leading the tour. He was leading the singing, actually, in this afternoon's action. But most of all, we want to thank you guys out there. You're the best viewers in cricket that we could hope for. Thanks for your support. I know that you've been really interactive in the chat, and we've enjoyed that. So, yeah, I guess that's about it for us. But we will remind you, you can look at our social media at European Cricket. Check it out, because we will have some plays of the week. We'll have some other highlights there. If you want to look ahead to next week as well, go on our website, europeancricket.com. That's a great place to get some information about who's playing, and even go through the archives. For example, you can watch heaps of Prague CC Kings games, Cluj as well in Romania. You can go all the way back to ECL 19 and watch Cluj as well. They're going to be really improved, actually.
I think they are. And the other thing I want to say, while you're talking about the website, remember the new feature about all the stats. I mean, I find that brilliant. I love it. You can go in there and check all the players, higher scores, the best rate, economy rate, and also, well, we've seen here that today we saw a record broken. We've got the best bowling figures now in the European Cricket League.
Yeah, Mohamed Afzal, 4 for 5. So also, Brescia CC in Italy. Go back and watch ECS Italy last year. Old 10, you'll have to go back to 2020, but it'll be great to see them again. And look, the Turkish team and the Scottish team, bit of an unknown quantity, but as we saw with Ireland, some of these teams from that area, I think they can learn and they can adapt pretty quickly. Let's see how Carlton go, and if they join the Irish team and the English team to be in week 6. Oh well, we're going to leave you with some highlights of the day. Thanks again so much for joining us. We'll see you on Monday morning, and we're looking forward to Group C action. Until then, stay happy, stay safe, and we'll see you in a couple of days for more ECL. This has been the European Cricket Network, and you've been watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Good night, everyone.
Adios. Hasta lunes.